Can you hear us loud and clear? This is a new revolution. We're taking over here. This is the new revolution. The new revolution. This is the new revolution. The new revolution. This is the new revolution. Hear the thunder in the streets. Feel the wonder of power. There is nothing in between. This ain't the lonely hour. Can you hear us loud and clear? This is a new revolution. We're taking over here. This is the new revolution. The new revolution. This is the new revolution. The new revolution. This is the new revolution. Feel the crimson ray. Can you touch the velvet sky? Can you live without a name? Can you walk before you fly? This is the new revolution. The new revolution. This is the new revolution. The new revolution. This is the new revolution. It's in our hearts and our minds. It's time to start a revolution. Don't let this world pass you by. It's time to start a revolution. Daydreaming, the hours started to add up. Self-fulfilling prophecy, will it be enough? Hate seeing the towers of pain in your eyes. Come now, baby, let's go, let go of these ties. Follow, forget the world, forget tomorrow. And you and me, we get in trouble. Can every day be a day that we will remember? Follow, forget the world, forget tomorrow. And you and me, we get in trouble. Can every day be a day that we will remember? else to do. 'Cause my muscle is growing. I will fight for you. Down the rocker head at the typical crowd. And my future self, I saw above you. I know you will not understand before we're around. I want more freedom. There's 1 in 100 that will wait outside. 'Cause they're using the muscle to speak their mind. I'm a rocker head. If you're a Russian in my present self, I saw above you. I know you will not understand before we run. I want more freedom.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the game where you survey and we play. It is LCK Feud. We asked 50 players from around the world to fill out a survey for our contestants to try and see how much they know about you. Time to introduce our contestants for the first episode of LCK Feud, starting with the lady. She's my boss. She's a translator. She's a content creator. She is Jason.
Hello everyone, I'm Jason. I'm here to support my Deacon's new content. I love my team and this is not a competition. I love you guys.
That is not what I asked her to sign up for. Her opponent in this competition is still stuck living in 2018, sometimes forgets what region he's from. Please welcome Kim Bae-in, better known as Wadid.
Yeah, there you go. That's my name. I'm here to win against Ji-sun because I gotta prove myself that I'm smarter than her.
All right, hopefully Wadid and I still have jobs after this game show. Now again, the rules are we've surveyed 50 people of these questions, and their points will be mapped out for how many people had the same answer. Our contestants will try to answer first, and if they do, they'll take control of the board. 2 questions, and then we'll reveal the winner after all is said and done. Are you ready?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Sir.
We surveyed 50 players on this question. What champ on your team is an instant lose? G-Sun buzzed in first. G-Sun.
I want to go with Master E.
Master Yi, jungler. He's a master. Usually, a lot of the time, played by a one-trick can get mad. Is Master Yi on there? There is! All right, Master Yi, answer number 6. So what did? Same question to you.
All right, so Master E was the 3. So I gotta pick Timo. Must be it.
Is it up there?
Yes!
Oh, is up there. That is answer number 4. 9 points total. No one is taking control of the board. Ji-Sun, back to you. Still 4 answers up there, including our number 1 answer that 50 of our survey members said. 41 people still up there.
I would like to go with Yasuo.
Yasuo, the 0 and 7 master. He is a little bit edgy. Is he a champ that people thought is an instant lose?
Oh!
Yasuo is up there. We're
Let's
climbing.
go!
It is number 3.
Let's go!
We still are waiting for that number 1 answer. What did? Instant lose champ on your team.
I thought Yasuo could be the first, but I guess it's only 9.
Also too.
Oh, man, I'm struggling.
10 seconds.
Oh, okay. I gotta go with Yone.
Yone, the brother of Yasuo. Is Yone, according to the 50 people, no! It is not! What did has got it wrong. That means Ji-Sun, you have the decision here.
I'll pass.
Okay. What did? You've got 1 wrong already. You've got 2 lives left to try to get answers. Number 1, number 2, and number 5, according to our 50 survey participants on what champ is an instant lose.
All right, I have 2 in my head right now. So one is Vayne and one is Sona. Because I think they're average players, right? So, are on the gold. Okay, so I gotta go with Vayne, the red sunglasses.
Red sunglasses for Vayne. Is it on there? It's a big red X for what did. There are so many people still left on this survey, including the number 1 answer. And now you have 1 more opportunity.
Oh, man.
There's 3 answers here. There's 3.
Like, how, though?
There are 32 people unaccounted for.
Right.
We have 9 and 9.
Oh, I got one!
You
Oh
got
my
one.
god, it's
All
just right into my head. Yumi! It's gonna be right.
The book, the cat, is it right? What did's final life? It's correct! There it is. Yumi, the number 2 champion. So what did? 1 opportunity left, but 2 options left. Got to get them both to get all the points.
Oh, man.
All right. What
But-
did? Back to you.
Something higher than Yumi?
Something higher than
Like-
Yumi.
Is Yumi's the champion that you can literally be AFK? But there's more?
There's more.
Oh, what is it though? Yasuo? Yumi?
Timer,
Man,
please.
There's something.
10 seconds.
Please, please.
3, 2, 1.
All right, I gotta go with Sona.
Sona, is it on there?
Oh, yes!
Does play a bit of support and knows the annoying supports. That leaves the number 1 answer. What did? This is the easiest one.
Is
This
it?
is the champion that most people said is an instant lose when they're on their own team. What did? I need an answer. 10 seconds.
Everyone hates it. Everyone hates it. Who do I hate the most when I'm playing solo queue? I mean, I hate Kai'Sa the most, but I don't think they're gonna think that.
4,
Oh, man.
3, 2, 1.
No! Irelia! I mean, because I just watched the Irelia game, you know?
That's right. She was Aurelia, not so good.
Not so good. Not so good.
Not so good. All right, Aurelia, not it. So Ji-Sun, 4. All the points that are currently up there. 35 points. Jason, what is the number one answer to the question, what champ is on your team is an instant lose?
3 tries?
One try.
One try.
One try or he gets the 35 points.
That's pressure.
Okay.
Add more pressure by saying 10 seconds. 10.
I am ready.
All right. What is your answer?
It's Shaco.
Shaco. He's a clown. Sometimes in your own team, sometimes in the jungle. Is he on the board?
Oh my God!
To lose.
Let's
It's
go!
Shaco! We cleared the board, and G-Sun gets all 50 points because Wadid said
Let's go!
Aurelia for some reason.
Aurelia? Excuse me?
Wadid, people of all elos don't like Shaco.
That's surprising. You know, I mean, I would like to have Shaco. It can be support, it can be jungle, one shot you. But what do you mean? You gotta love Shaco.
How did you know it was Shaco?
Because my team instant lose. Same goes for Yasuo, you know? Enemy team Yasuo, so scary. But our team Yasuo, same goes for Shaco. Enemy team Shaco, so annoying. My team Shaco, blah. So easy for me.
So easy. There it is. All right. So after one question, the math is very easy. It's 50 points for G-Sun and 0 for Wadid. And give him the big 0, which means Wadid needs to get all of the points in our next question
Did
to
what
try and hang
order
in there.
a donut?
I guess he did. I
think
thought he
he
was
got
on
a
a
donut.
diet.
A bagel.
You know?
A bagel.
All right. Well, hopefully you don't get a bagel in this next question that we have. Now, if you're interested in this, all of you at home, make sure to check out the survey on the LCK Twitter. As we move into our second question, we asked 50 participants, what is the best Ari skin line? And it was G-Sun yet again, rings in first.
As an Ari main, myself,
True.
Popstar Ari.
Popstar Ari. Again, shiny, silver, is quite musically inclined. Is Popstar Ari on there? Yes, it is. What did? It is now your turn. And again, you need to get all the points. If you get the number one answer here, you can take control of the board. If not, G-Sun will go back and forth. What did? What is your answer?
I'm gonna go with KDA Ari.
Ooh, all right. KDA Ari, is it on there? You betcha. It's there at number 3.
There we go.
All right, G-Sun, to take control of the board, you need number 2 or number 1.
I'm gonna go with the Faker Hall of Legends Ari.
Oh, the Hall
Never go
of
wrong
Legends.
with the goats.
I missed that.
Never going wrong with the GOAT. Wadid missed it. Also, he missed the Hall of Legends. Let's see what happens here with this answer. Hall of Legends, is it on there? That's right. Hall of Legends Faker Ari is the number 2 answer. That's 22 answers so far. Wadid needs all 50. Wadid, your turn. You need the number 1 answer here.
All right. The first one will be the Onsen Ari. I don't know how it's called in English, but
Proper name, please. Official name, please.
What do you mean?
Onsen Ari?
The one with the
We're gonna need some ruling.
the hot spring Ari. Yes.
Hot Spring Ari.
Yes, exactly.
Hot Spring Ari. He got this. Is it on there? There it is!
No!
The Spirit Blossom Hot Spring Ari.
Exactly!
All in the same theme. Is the number 1 answer. 21 points on the board, already ripped on off. Wadid, the choice is yours.
But there are 2 more, right?
There are
I know one of them for sure, for real. But I can't get one though, so I'm gonna pass. to her.
Okay. All right. G-Sun, you have the opportunity here. So, 3 chances to get these last 2.
Ari skin.
Ari, you said you were the Ari main.
This is my favorite skin.
Okay.
Dynasty Ari.
Dynasty Ari. Dynasty Ari.
This is my favorite.
Well, we're gonna that
Yeah!
answer. It is not one of these final 2 here, number 4 and number 6 out of our 50 participants. G-Sun, give us another answer here.
Honestly, those are all of the skins that I use, so I'm out of options. Other Ari skins, I don't even consider.
Well, you're trying to consider not what you like, but what our 50 survey members like. That's the whole point of LCK Feud, G-Sun.
Ari skin.
10 seconds.
Academy Ari,
Academy Ari.
like those school uniform ones.
Oh, no. That's 2 strikes here, G-Sun. Ari skin.
I think the survey is from the Western fans, right?
Yeah.
And Western fans love this. They use this in the daily life.
In the daily life,
Yeah.
is that the hint? Can
Exactly.
you give me a look?
Again, Wadid doesn't know the answer, so I don't know why he's... What's going on here?
Messing up with me.
Yeah, well, maybe it's working, maybe it's not. I need an answer here. What's another skin line from Ari that 50 of our participants would...
I got it. Star Guardian Ari.
There it is. That is quite the line. Is answer number 4. Star Guardian Ari is up there. So right now, we've got ourselves 48 of our 50 participants covered. So Ji-sun, you've got 1 life left.
The one thing that you're missing right now is the one that I know, I think.
Really?
Yes.
Sure. Can I pass?
No, you,
What do you mean? What do you mean, pass?
1 guess.
I gave you the hint.
This mustache should kill me. 1 guess.
I don't even know the
You
answer.
okay?
I'm gonna take allergy medicine after this. 1 guess to get the final question.
I don't-
2 points.
2 points.
2 points.
Only 2 people voted for this.
Only 2 people voted for
This
this.
is hard.
5 seconds.
No skin Ari.
2. Oh, that is a good shout out.
Oh, wow.
The fear in Wadid's face because he didn't think it was that. You know who also plays with no skin and Ari is Faker. Is that
Faker?
on there? No, it's not. You can use the goat once for your answer. You can't use the goat twice for your answer. So Wadid, for the opportunity to tie and steal all the points, you need the least popular answer.
Is
2
the-
people said this was their favorite
Is
one.
the browser skin. The Firefox Ari, I would say.
The browser skin. I've never really thought of it that before. Firefox.
Me neither.
G-Sun, how do you feel?
I felt like that.
She felt like that. It's incorrect. That is not the right answer. That means all 48 points go the way of G-Sun. She then has a crushing 98-0 victory here over Wadid. Let's reveal that final answer. We asked 50 League of Legends players, what is the best Ari skin line and theme? Answer number 6 is Coven Ari.
Man, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
Right?
But-
A little darker.
But you could have done Firefox. You use it
I would have
daily.
liked Firefox. Arcade was also up there.
True.
Arcana was also up there. Base skin I thought was pretty good. No, it was Coven, our final 2. So with that, those are our 2 questions done and dusted. And we have one very clear winner. It's not Wadid. It's Ji-Sun.
Thank you, everyone. This is because I have been grinding on solo queue, maining Ari, and also always collaborating with my dear talents to create this wonderful show. So I want to say thank you, everyone, for making this possible for me. I love you all. Bye-bye.
Definitely all Ji-Sun and not rigged. And there's 0 fear for my job based on the result of this game. Can we check in on Wadid? Is he okay? I think we might need to check.
Did you order another bagel?
Wadid.
That's so BM. All right, I thought I know better than Jason about like Western culture because I was there for like almost 4 or 5 years, but I guess not. She's the right one. She knows better than me. She's smarter. I gotta accept it. Congrats.
Well, with that closes out our first episode of LCK Feud. If you all at home think these answers are bogus, you have the opportunity to participate. Head on over to the LCK Twitter and fill out the next form, and you can be one of our participants here on LCK Feud. Again, you survey, we play. This has been LCK Feud. Gotta get this mustache off.
Can I take it off?
Oh, Oh my gosh!
To go. No map, no light, just scar to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
파이팅!
DNS 파이팅!
DNS fighting.
KRX fighting.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Orcs, making us the AA broadcast, and we are looking forward to getting into today's matches, especially this first one. Because, do you know what it is, Orcs? The thing that's beautiful about this match is that it's already a preview to what is one of the greatest things to come out of the last couple of years of League of Legends, and that is the Rise group, baby. And that's what we're going to be getting into with our first match, KRX taking on the DN Supers.
Plus, even though both of these teams are now locked into the Rise group, you got to remember the score carries over to after road to MSI, so it still does matter. And I think a lot of people like to focus on our top teams and the matches between them. They have so many wins. They have so many series wins. These teams don't have very many, and they would like more very much. So that's why I feel like very important. You know, between them, only 5 series wins. You see a matchup between HLE and KT, they have 25, so...
Yeah, it's so much winning. And what we want to see is the degree of wins increasing by the largest number possible.
Yes.
If DNS win, that's 100% increase.
Wow, that's a lot.
That's a massive amount. A less number if it's KRX that managed to win, 25%, but still much larger than if you HLE. I can't even do the percentage for how minuscule that increase is if they were to win a match.
Absolutely.
Boring, am I right? This isn't, though. This is a big change coming over to the DN Supers. Gong is stepping up as interim head coach as Odin has resigned. That is without a hyphen. He has not re-signed. I know this has been confusing in the past. There is no hyphen in there. He has resigned. He's gone. The Carrier situation, he re-signed for a really long time. He didn't resign.
Thanks for the clarification.
I'm really glad that I'm here to help you with that.
Peter is back with Docdam. We've seen a lot of supports in for DNS. We've seen Quantum, seen Life, seen Peter, and they're going back to Peter here, which is that pairing that made it to the World Finals last year. It's been a struggle streak for DNS. They are changing things. They're changing the support. They've changed the coach.
I feel like
Odin resigning.
I think they've mainly unchanged things, though.
That's
you know, they've taken away the change. So unfortunately, we're not Doiven today.
True.
We've had Enosh of the bottom lane that we were seeing before, and we're bringing back Docdam and Peter. Have I gone too far? Is this
You treaded the line, but I think you're okay.
Skirting it as best I can. Let's get into it though, as the players make their way out into Chichiklo Park. The old and improved DN Supers looking to make a resurgence here and increase those victories by, what was it? 100%! Wow. With a win here against KRX.
Yeah.
And KRX, I think, are not a bad team at all. They have been suffering a little bit over their last couple of matches, but I think that there was a bit of a resurgence. Even though they did lose when they went to Vietnam, they have certainly looked like they've been able to step up.
But even the teams they faced in Vietnam were pretty high caliber.
You would say so, yeah.
With those teams who have a lot of wins.
Yeah.
With HLE and Gen.G.
A lot less percentage increase available for both Gen.G and HLE.
And I think KRX, I feel like their performance doesn't really match their current place in the standings. They've had some tough matchups. They've struggled to get the wins, but I think pretty favored in this matchup, even though we saw before the graphics showing how DNS have had the edge in a lot of the recent matchups. I think KRX should be winning this, but DNS, this might be the best opportunity to get a win on the board just because KRX are one of the few teams close to you in the standings. And they're not picky. They're not a picky team. They'll take wins from any team.
In fact, I imagine a lot of our teams are kind of okay with just winning as much as they possibly can. The DN Supers did manage to take down KRX in, I believe, was it the first match of round 1? It was definitely in the first week. And we actually thought after that the DN Supers weren't in that much of a dire position. And since then, they have continued to lose and have not stopped. They have been relentless in their losing. This could be the turnaround.
Yep, their first match of the regular season was against KRX, which they won. They also beat them in the Road to EWC qualifier, so they've had some good records. And I think it was, you know, the LCK Cup performance from the DN Supers was pretty solid.
Right.
They also took down KRX there in the best of 5. They won 3-1, so they've had a big edge over this year. And, you know, their performance was looking good until they started facing teams who weren't KRX. Now, you know, if you just have a favorable matchup specifically against this team, this is the day to show it off. You can see the members, DNS, closer there, looking pretty jovial.
So I needed to do a little bit of research because there was a guy that was interviewed just before we went live, right? Said that he flew 10,000 kilometers to get here. Sounded like he had an Australian accent.
He did.
Does it mean he's from Hobart? Because I know Melbourne is only 8,500 kilometers away from Seoul. Hobart would be a little bit further, but I don't even think it's that much further.
Maybe it was like an indirect flight.
Yeah, maybe. And I'm thinking, like, is he from, like, the South Island of New Zealand instead?
Maybe.
But I think that that actually is about similar. So I'm actually really confused about where he's from. If you're in Twitch chat, or if you're here, just come up to the side of the caster desk and let us know. I'm having a peer around to see whether I can find him. I know that we're ready to get onto the rift and all that sort of stuff, but I think this is really, really important for me to know where he's from. Because maybe he's actually from, like, America and I got it wrong. But it sounded so much like he had an Australian accent. Anyone in chat, can you confirm?
That could be something to throw you off, you know. Just
Tasmania. Someone says Tasmania.
Wow.
But I just feel like Melbourne and Tasmania are, like, not that.
We need a world map, and someone needs to plot exactly.
Where's the 10,000
and then do a
ring?
circle.
Yeah, that's what we need. So someone could probably do that. I don't know whether we have.
Accents can be misleading because I actually know someone with an Australian accent who lives in Korea, in Seoul specifically.
Is it some guy in Babbles in chat says it's me, but I don't know whether they're actually being serious.
I imagine a lot of other people are now going to say it's me.
Yeah, I am. We may have just created a problem. Sounded more Aussie than Kiwi. That's what I thought too, right? So we really do need to do our research.
I'm trusting you on this because you're more of an expert on this area.
10K kilometers just past the south of... So unless he was swimming before the flight, he got onto a seaplane that was parked. So it's definitely not New Zealand. We can lock that one in.
Didn't Indiana Jones do that?
Yeah, he did. I don't know whether the plane would have made it that far. All right, let's get into the draft. I'll stop trying to geo-guess this guy as Varus is still going to be banned away. Since I was casting, which was on that 6-game hallucination that we had on Sunday, we've had a new patch. Has much changed?
A little bit, honestly, in terms of the draft priority. Varus and Orianna have kind of stayed as the permabans, but we've been seeing more Karma and Rumble being left open, more picks getting banned out. You know, the Ezreal coming in as a ban in this situation, maybe to set up for a potential Jarvan, but that gets banned too.
Yeah.
And Cassio, Lucian, I think are picks that have really risen in priority. Not specifically from the latest patch, but just gradually as teams start to adjust.
I feel like Deathfire Touch certainly did put the Cassiopeia on everyone's radar.
Yeah.
Lee Sin, something that I heard you discussing earlier on today with a potential special reveal guest that we might have on the show today. Make sure you stick around for after this particular game, as that is going to be very, very exciting. I know a lot of you like to go to the bathroom in between games. Hold it.
Yeah, just hold it.
Or just take your phone or something. That's totally fine as well.
So yeah, we see kind of following the trend. It's not always a thing, but the Karma Rumble being more likely to be left up. The Lee Sin ban, it has been buffed with the changes to its safeguard.
Yep. And you can also kick corpses at people.
True.
Which I think is sinister
and very
kind of cool.
But also Pioshik just pretty spectacular on that. And it's going to be the Prio on the Cassiopeia coming out, which, as we said, we've seen rising with the Deathfire Touch. There's still Karma available. There's still Rumble.
It's ironic that you say that it's Rising, because Rising is not very effective against it.
No.
That's fun.
I don't think Close is going to take that into it.
No, well, the Rumble is going to be banned away, theoretically, a mid-flex. Haha, thanks, Chovy. As Pioshik, let's see what he's going to be locking away here. The Yone and the Rumble already just locked in.
That's a lot of team fighting power. This kind of is reminiscent of the HLE composition where they just had a lot of tools to dive in and get on top of threats. The Cassiopeia, normally pretty good against melee champions. It's going to be a bit of a tough lane, getting harassed down. But even though she has the miasma and the ultimate, Yone can just ult you from such a distance away that you can't really deal with effectively. Now, it is going to be Xin Zhao coming through. And then the Cassante into Rumble. We've been seeing that more and more. This is honestly kind of why we've seen the Rumble left open a bit more, is a lot of people have being appreciated in Cassante with the changes.
Yep.
With Doran's Helm coming in and then getting buffed, a bit more bearable, that lane matchup.
Ooh, this is so fun. As we have, the true barbecue, where you actually get to hold them over the coals.
Yeah, it's pretty effective. A lot of team fighting power, and if Xin Zhao goes in, you can just grab him and hold him.
And there is a rotational cooking method over coals that I could have said and decided not to, because I thought before I spoke. Are you proud of me, Ox? It's one of the first times I've done that.
I am.
As the Skana is going to be locked away, and we will have Nautilus being banned, as I think we are looking for some enchanters on the DN Super side.
Yeah, there's still so much available in the bot lane. Normally we don't get no bot laners picked by the time we get to the second rotation of bans, and only 280 carries have been taken out so far. There's still your Lucian Milio, there's still your Ashe Seraphine, there's still your Nara, Lulu. There's just a lot of options. Bard as well. Andel's been pretty spectacular on the Bard. We've seen the Bard have a lot of impact. And they're not going to ban it away. Ashe Seraphine gone, Yunara Lulu gone, Nautilus gone.
I feel like Bard is just such a safe lock-in if they do want to take that.
That being said, DNS have first priority after the bans,
that's true.
So they could take it as a denial. And honestly, with that composition, I know someone on the desk with me isn't a huge fan of Jhin, but you could go like a Jhin Bard to follow up on all that engage. You do have a lot of other damage sources.
Yeah.
You're not really going to be lacking.
I feel like for the DN Supers composition, they'd be very happy to go with the Jhin, because the bottom lane is not really going to be the main focus of this one. Ziggs is also going to be banned following the same vein, right? As you already have the Yone for physical damage, and Ziggs can just nope out of the lane. However, they have locked in the Lucian, so looking to take care of the earlier stages of the game.
Honestly, it was a bit surprising that they opted to leave the Lucian open and instead ban the Ziggs. Maybe just worried about the dive threat of DNS with the Ziggsel on top. Now, for the side of KRX, do you deny the Milio? Or do you just go Bard, plus you already carry a choice? Looking at the Caitlyn right now, Caitlyn Bard could be pretty strong. Going for the MF in this situation. We've seen MF prior, Ryan, a decent amount. There was like game from Gumayushi where he got like double quadra kills and had a ton of kills, ton of damage. So they'll pick up the MF in this situation, and they'll take the Bard as well for Andil. And it is just going to be Lucian Milio in response. So a pretty strong lane with the MF Bard. But it might be a little tricky to consistently get those ults off when you're playing into a Skarn and a Yone, who have a lot of threat. Even just the Rumble. If he drops an Equalizer on you, can you stand there and channel your ultimate?
Yeah,
might be tough.
Sure about that. Could be a little bit of a difficulty, but if everybody else is able to distract, then LazyField might be able to find an angle, because there are a lot of low-range champions on the DN Super side.
Yeah.
So in theory, there could be a melee erupting in these team fights, and LazyField could be able to capitalize. But I think that so much rests on his shoulders for making this misfortune work and getting these bullet times in the right spot, because otherwise, it's a pretty nice front-to-back composition here for KRX, and I think it works nicely into a comp that is a little bit less range. I know Milio can buff up the range of the Lucian, but is still a relatively low-range carry, and so I think that could work out relatively effectively here. Both of these compositions feeling scary, which is exactly what we want when it's a Rise group battle like this. The DN Supers newly invigorated with that OG roster back, the one that actually performed quite well in the LCK Cup. We know what these players are capable of, just something went missing in the first round robin and most of the second round robin as well, and they really want to get some wins on the board. And against the only team they've been able to consistently beat throughout this year, this could be the way to change that momentum. But KRX, they could also just say, look, we're not losing to you either, and be able to pick up a win here and keep stringing those losses together for the DN Supers. This is a big one between these two blue teams. Let's get into the Rift. All right, these fan chants are unhinged today. What is going on? I love it. It's a little bit of extra vibes in the air, Ox.
I feel like we've seen so much support for DNS, despite the tough record. The fans just cheering for them super loud, hoping they'll be able to get
It's the Shanghai Dragons effect.
Yeah.
It's what we like to call it. If you lose for long enough, people like you more for it. As Doctom's going to get exhausted,
Yeah.
Already.
Oh, this is interesting. They've gotten the Ignite as well for Andil. So good at mitigating the healing from heal the Summoner spell, but also just from the Milio. The Exhaust, we've seen that tech a little bit into the Lucian, because obviously he's quite burst focused and always really going to be in range. Expectation is that Laserfield and Andil will have pressure in this 2v2, but always have to be a little bit cautious of the burst potential of the Lucian Milio. I do think that on the bot side of the map in general, DRX have some really strong lanes. The Cassiopeia into the Yone as well is a tough time for him. But... Oh,
a little bit of action here as Cosmic Binding does go wide. Andil does pick up his cup of cocoa, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, never mind! The flash forward, and it's going to be Peter locking away first blood in the 2v2.
The big factor in this was Peter held his heal in that early trade, obviously not wanting to use it when the Ignite's gone down. But it's not just the extra health, but the movement speed allows you to chase down your target. And the thing with the Bard is that you don't have reliable CC. They have to be against a minion or a champion or terrain. And if the Lucian's dashing on you, you just don't have great recourse. MF also not the most sustained damage as an AD carry. You obviously have that initial auto with the passive that does a lot of damage. But after that, didn't really have the follow through. So great play from Dr. and Peter, looking to be back in some solid form after seeing those two paired up again.
Yeah, and it's pretty devastating here as well as a result. As you can see it one more time, Cosmic Binding missing is important as well as that heal. And Closer might just be dead as well, as DRX will be taking down the Yone. That will answer that bottom lane kill. And Yukao on the board. This is first pick priority on the Cassiopeia, and it's looking like it's well placed.
Yeah, I mean, offering the extra damage to a Cassiopeia, which can already be a bit of a tough lane for Yone. The main thing that gates the Cassiopeia is typically mana, but Yukao's going to get a recall now, going to be able to buy. And just the extra Deathfire touch, the fact it syncs so well with the... oh, they're going for a gang.
Magical journey to come on through here as Peter gets slowed down, but Willa takes the majority of the damage. DNS just playing very defensively and are not caught off guard.
Yeah, able to disengage. But yeah, so the Cassiopeia, you can see the runes there. Deathfire Touch, Scorch, and Cut Down is a ton of damage in those runes. And it's very hard to lane up against, especially as Deathfire Touch syncs so well with your damage over time on your poisons, but also your Twin Fang applies it for 4 seconds. See a replay of this. Closer already pretty low on HP. Uses the Unbound Soul.
Yeah.
And then not a ton you can do after that.
Yep, Andil happily tanks up the turret there as well, just to make sure that Yukao was going to be safe. As Closer going to snap back to that soul. Miasma not going to stop that one from happening, as nothing does. And now Andil taking a bit of damage here towards his bottom side as another Ignite does go down. Docton down to about 250, but Lazyfield also looking a little bit rough, finds the flash kill. And now Peter could be in trouble. Lazyfield down to about 50 health as he looks to try and run away. And Peter wants to throw out the fire kick, but does not quite find an angle.
Yeah, even if it hit Andil, who was blocking, it bounces afterwards, so it could have still hit Lazyfield, but he picks up the Coco, gets the heal, and is able to walk away. Actually, don't think he's running that skin with the
No, he's not. It's the carrier skin, which I find more difficult to explain.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a rough one, but that's all right. We are going to have a look at the replay from this last little battle.
I said the stun, not super reliable from the Bard, but Andil connects it onto the minions. The Ignite comes down, which is reducing that healing for the Milio, and there Lazyfield with a great flash to dodge the Mega Fire Kick. It was a close one, if we're being honest, but able to get the kill back.
Whoa! More fighting. It's now Pioshik is just going to drive Willer into the wall. Andil almost just dies to the collateral damage from the rock. And we got a fight in the top side as well. I mean, I don't think we're allowed to have replays. I think Wolf would be very upset as, misses the Q. As Rich not quite able to find it there, but really is making this Cassante look like a counterpick.
Yeah. So far as well, we've seen this a lot with the early Doran's Helm and the double No Magic Mantle. So much magic resist early on. Often going on flinching as well. And then every time the Rumble slows you, you get extra resists.
Yep.
The Harpoon hits, and you just have so much magic resist. Dude is gone for Fair Strike, which is something we've seen a decent amount. It was something Keen was doing a lot to generate called Oh No Pioshik.
Oh.
He sent something.
He did, but Lazyfield is going to make his way over. Pioshik is able to make it out to safety, not baited by the crab this time.
An enticing Scuttle Crab, but he backs away, doesn't get caught out by that.
It's like too enticing. So it's going to be a slight lead here for KMDRX, but honestly, it's been some serious Rise Group babies. Okay, the Wind Becomes Lightning will tag Docdarm, but does do a lot of damage to Andal on his way out.
Yeah, they're trying to force this play, but every time Peter and Docdarm are really far away from terrain. It's not easy to set up. The Xin Zhao doesn't have Snap CC. You need to get your Q stacked up. And it's a Lucian who just dashes away. So they're trying to find angles, but Docdarm and Peter avoiding it so far. That Ignite back up again right now, but Docdarm does have his barrier. There's the heal for Peter this time.
Looking to go aggressive here just a little bit, but LazyField just wanders away.
I think one
the Drake
thing
will be taken.
Is the early build from Misfortune. We've obviously seen that Bloodthirster rush, and it does mean that it makes it a lot harder to 100-0 the Misfortune, and
no.
you kind of sustain through your poke. Oh, Raptor's gone there. Pureshik will grab it and drive away over the wall.
Yep, and it's also really sad that your Wind Becomes Lightning is now just used on the air, so you get your time wasted a little bit more than it should have been, which is a little bit of a shame. As Dudu comes on over, grabs himself a plate, and Rich is able to help lock this one down. I feel like as soon as you get Spectre's Cal in this matchup, it's just kind of over. Like, the Rumble doesn't do damage anymore.
Yeah, Koenig Rukin, though, is where it's really just...
Oh, yeah, true.
It's so pointless.
Yeah. Oh, Andal once again looking for an angle, but Closer charges up the Q, and Andal is going to miss the Cosmic Binding.
Yeah, don't think there's really too much of an angle there, but he's fishing. And what you want to do on a Bard is be proactive, find angles to move.
Yeah, Rich once again looking for a little bit of a angle here. Charges up the Q, doesn't find it onto Dudu, who just desperately tries to do damage. This is before those two things that Orcs and I were talking about have come through. As bullet time onto Docdarm. The barrier is going to help him soak up a fair bit of that damage, but the double up really causing some harm to this Lucian. Pureshik really wants to take his Krugs, so he's going to stick on over there, but Docdarm looking a little worse for wear now.
Yeah, LazyField finding a great angle for that bounce, but now Pureshik's coming.
Yeah, looking for LazyField here as he does get stunned. Andal on the defense. We'll just soak the boulder and back away.
It definitely helps when he's coming out of terrain that you can just stun him against it. Does set you up pretty well for that one. Pureshik might be looking again, though.
A little bit of a rotation over, but Andal going to have that back stopped, but that looks to be all that he's going to suffer at the moment. Full vision here as Willer is moving down with Yukal in tow, but Closer is able to follow as they've both cleared out that mid wave. And I feel like this game has calmed down more than it has the entirety for the rest of it in the last couple of minutes.
Okay, the recoil didn't get stopped. I thought it was good for a second there as LazyField was trying to let the wave catch against the minions.
Should I check in to see whether anyone's figured out where is 10,000 kilometers away from Seoul?
Be my guest.
Yeah, I'll ask. If anyone did get the confirmation, please let me know. I haven't been paying attention to chat over the last little while because there was too much action within the game. But let me know. If anyone did figure it out, just chuck it in, and I'd love to read it out. It's okay. A little bit of a setup here in the mid lane as Peter and Andal both rotating over, but I don't think we're getting too much more. I got a no, so I guess no. I guess we just had no one figured it out. There it is.
It's beyond our capabilities.
Yeah, another guy's like, what the heck is a kilometer? So now now just very confused. Oh dear. That's why you got to do it yourself. So maybe I should figure it out in the break. That's all right. LazyField.
Wait, wouldn't the fact he said 10,000 kilometers be an answer in and of itself?
Well, we don't know where the 10,000 kilometers...
No, but if he was American, wouldn't he...
Oh, right, yes. Well, we know that the person who we're trying to find isn't American, but the person that didn't know what a kilometer was might have been. That's what I assume.
Yeah, but, I mean, I guess even if you're Aussie but you're living in America, you might not... You'd probably still use... I mean, yeah, you'd probably still use 10,000 kilometers.
Yeah. The only other thing that I can see from chat is that Atlas and Lucian have the same hairstyle. I'm glad you noticed my new dreadlocks, which I think Lucian does have. Like cornrows, right?
In this skin or in general?
Just in general. Thought he did.
Trying to look at the splash out, but his hair gets kind of cut off.
Yeah, it's a little bit cut off. I don't know whether we really do, but that's fine. That's enough. I'm glad that we had a little bit of a bout with chat for a moment. Now let's get back to the game. About 200 gold, 300 gold is the lead here for the DN Supers. Nothing really to write home about, as KMDRX did manage to get the first dragon, and they do have the coveted Cassiopeia, as we can see here, doing some damage.
For me, what feels positive for the DN Supers is the lanes have gone pretty okay. I know we got that. Okay, I said that.
Yeah, we're going to flash in, as that is a beautiful stun. Doctor, yeah, he has the barrier, but that is not going to keep him alive, and Willa swiftly dispatches of the Lucian.
Well, that's going to be a lot of extra gold. Lazy Fuel getting a plate, also that kill picked up. I was saying that the lanes have generally gone okay. The Lucian Melee was doing all right. The Yone has done pretty good into the Cassiopeia. Basically, even in farm, is a good position to be in. And you have a lot of team fighting power, so that could have been enough. But a proactive play on the bot side does push KMDRX a decent margin ahead on the back of that. And now they're trying to set up this dragon. Would be their second. Yukal gets chunked out already, which isn't ideal, though.
No, not fantastic. Does manage to complete his quest, though. That's some super fast boots that a snake is somehow wearing. Please let me know where. All right, Doctor and DNS will just be able to take down this dragon. It looks like we're going to be one apiece at this point in the game. No fight out of KMDRX, which I think is wise. As you mentioned already, Yukal really did want to get a little bit of a reset, and it was only a Chemtech soul because Orcs is here next to me, paying attention, obviously.
Yeah. Well, there is some champions who'll get a decent amount of benefit from it. Lazy Feel has his Bloodthirst have completed already, so I feel like one of the things we see from Lucian that he's very good at, Lucian Melee or Lucian Nami, is once you set up your bot lane around mid, so hard to contest mid prior when he can just dash in, put the burst down, threaten anyone away. MF is one of the better champions at matching into that, because you have the sustain for the Bloodthirster. If he does trade aggressively onto you, as long as you don't die, you can heal up off the next wave. And you have a lot of burst damage. If you have that shield already available, you can actually trade pretty heavily with the Lucian.
You can also clear waves whenever you'd like to with the bullet time in a pinch, which can be pretty helpful with wrestling back some tempo if you do lose it. So I don't mind the idea.
I do think that KMDRX moving that bot lane towards mid would go a long way. Having the Bard in the middle of the map as well obviously means he's free to go where he pleases. You have a lot of first time completions coming in. That Koenig Rukin we were talking about, completed by Rich, so he's having a much better time, even though he's already doing fine in that matchup.
Yep, you might see it as, 600 and 700 gold lead or something like that, but Rich is doing fine. It's just being struck first over and over again by the money printer that is the Rumble in this lane.
For now, they're just keeping their bot lane bot, trying to have pressure on Closer, who as a melee champion have the most fun clearing waves here, but does pose a lot of threat if Lazy Fuel steps up, especially as Pyosik is nearby.
Yeah, I haven't seen an Impale out of Pyosik just yet, and it looks like we're not going to just yet either.
Yeah, not many ults used at this point of the game.
Yeah, we've had a lot of fighting, but not a lot of fighting post-6, which is kind of funny. Rod of Ages is on the way for Yukal, though, going to be getting to that pretty quickly.
Has it just been Andal is the only one who threw down?
Yeah.
And Lazy Fuel as well had an ult earlier.
Right, there we go. Yeah, we did. And we did see Dr. throw out his ult over and over again. Dudu also had thrown down a few equalizers thus far, but not really in team fights is what we're sort of saying, as he used another one just to clear out the wave. Dr. dealing with the miasma, which can be frustrating for a Lucian, but doing so just fine with the help of Peter. Good to see this bottom lane reunited once again. It looks like DNS are somewhat reinvigorated, but we're yet to see what it's going to do for the later game and the decision-making around that, which has been a bit of a problem for this squad.
So they now move that bot lane up to mid for KMDRX, and they're wanting to contest this Herald. Cassiopeia did just TP in. They are going for the TP. They're committing.
Yep, looking for a little bit of an angle here as Yukal on the top side. They're going to try and turn it on him. The Fate Seal does come in. There's the turnaround as Yukal keeps himself alive. The bullet time not doing the most, but it does keep them at bay. As now Willa is going to get pulled by Pyosik, but it's not exactly the target he was looking for. Dudu is going to get cut down as it's a 1-for-1 thus far. And now Pyosik, yeah, he's just dead. That's going to be Yukal locking down that kill as well. 2-0-0 for the Cassiopeia as the eye, I believe, was picked up by someone, or never mind. It just went away.
Yeah, didn't manage to grab it. And unfortunately losing out in the fight. So we see DNS able to secure this. They recognize the Cassiopeia, a bit of a threat on the backline, but a target they can engage onto, but Yukal dodges away from the ult from the Yone. stuns the Yone and then turns it around. The bullet time forces DNS away, and Pyosik grabs Willa and takes it with him, and Willa's like, cool, I'll just, thank you.
It kind of
for the
looked
ride.
like Willa was the one that was impaling Pyosik.
Yeah.
Because I think he would have moved there if he could have. Not exactly ideal, so not exactly the greatest team fight either for the DN Supers, which is kind of what we were alluding to just moments before.
Yeah, we really wanted them to be decisive, be the ones engaging, and didn't really find a window to do so. Obviously, they tried on a UCAL, and then they were just kind of on the back foot from that point onwards. So, potentially looking for a better setup going forward.
Yeah, I want to bring us back to something relevant, as it is confirmed that Queenstown in New Zealand is approximately 10,000 kilometers away. So that could have been where it was from. Hobart, 9,800. So a little bit of a different story there, but close enough maybe. If we're rounding to the closest 10,000.
That's what we need to know. Was he a rounder or not?
Yeah. The closest 10,000 is, I mean, that could be anything from like 5,001 though, couldn't it? So that's
like, how precise are we getting?
Yeah. We need to just find him. We need to find him and interview him.
Did he find a runway exactly 10,000 kilometers away? And that's what qualifies. Did he ask the pilot to take a little detour just to amp up to 10,000?
These are all of the questions that we need.
Or was he like, it was actually 6,000, but close enough. We'll round up to 10.
Yeah.
Those are the two extremes. Somewhere between that, I imagine.
Yeah. But I think there's some pretty good sleuth work being done. So thank you, those in chat that were able to open up another browser window. It's okay. DN Supers do manage to take down this top outer turret. KRX will be collecting themselves a dragon here, as the cross map did come on through. So money's still in favor of KRX though after that last team fight, and with this Cassiopeia being as strong as she is, and with the fact that LazyFeel picked up a couple of kills, couple of assists so far this game, he is looking devastating right now in this Misfortune.
Yeah.
30 CS lead, has the collector now, and this is going to be a difficult later game here for the DN Supers.
I think the person who's really struggling right now is Dokdam. Obviously behind in gold, but Lucian, you want to be ahead of the curve, you want to be able to be proactive. If he dashes in, there's so many threats to his short range that he has to be concerned about. Tempered Fate, apparently not one of them.
Nope.
Blue buff stolen there by Willa.
Damn, that Wind Becomes Lightning does a fair bit of damage.
Yeah. I will say, though, the MF being so strong means that if you dash in as a Lucian, you can just get exploded. There's so much damage that can come out from UCAL and LazyFeel that you're concerned about. So, not the most fun game for Dokdam in this situation. And he'll have to come down, really. I think the team's setting up a good engage so he can just clean up kills.
Yeah, it needs to be about Dudu, Closer, and Pyosik getting all of their R buttons in the right position, right?
Yeah,
As Dokdam takes so much damage.
LazyFeel's 2 levels up on him.
Yeah.
And just kind of detonated him there with the auto attack and the Q. Didn't quite take him down, but that's so much damage. It feels really hard for Dokdam to contest mid-prio now, which is usually the strong point of the Lucian. So now it allows Andal and Willa to push in aggressively here, and Pyosik can't do a ton.
So he lost his blue buff. He just lost his Raptor Camp. Now Willa is looking to take away his red as well. Is there anything that Pyosik is allowed to have? Well, he has Smite, so he probably should be able to have this red buff. That will be secured. Dokdam grabs his version of it as well. As Closer teleports towards his top side, trying to deal with UCAL, who just puts down the miasma, makes the Yone a little bit frustrated. This turret is not long for the world, though.
And UCAL at the point where with Seraphs and Rod of Ages not fully stacked, but feels bulky enough where it's pretty difficult for Closer to step up and force to engage. A lot of damage as well for this Cassiopeia at this point. Definitely feels like DNS are looking for that window back into the game right now.
Really are. Well, Rich taking a fair bit of damage here. Leandri's is now completed. In fact, 2 items for Dudu have been done. So Rich taking a fair bit from this Rumble that's actually able to start cutting him down.
Yeah, having the Bloodletters and the Leandris for the Shred and the percentage HP burn doing a lot. Normally, as we said earlier, the Koenig Rukin is kind of the point where the Dante is just chilling in this matchup, but Dudu continuing to put the pressure on.
As, speaking of pressure, Bullet Time does actually come out here from LazyFeel, who just stood his ground against Dokdam, was able to survive, and now Bloodthirst are doing a bunch of work like you were talking about.
That's the problem, is that LazyFeel's just going to heal up of the next couple of waves. Dokdam isn't. I mean, he has red buff, he has some sustain from the Milio, but not an ideal circumstance when LazyFeel's already back to full HP.
And he has exactly a 2-level advantage. Like, we often talk about 2-level advantages and then the other guy like levels up and you're like, it's not really. This is full-on 2-level advantage. It's crazy. You can see it here. Dr. well and truly behind LazyFeel at the moment. And it's not really working out for the Lucian so far. I do still stand by what we were saying in the draft, where it's not really going to be about Dr. as the game goes on. He'll be largely about cleanup, and Dudu, Pyosik, and Closer are the ones that really need to land everything together to set up sort of the barbecue wombo combo. But if the Lucian is a non-factor and LazyFeel's massive, then it really can start to become more of a problem.
I think that's the thing, is that Misfortune, even when you're behind, the ult does quite a lot of damage. But I think when you're ahead, your autos are just so threatening as well that you don't really need to commit to your ult to make your team fighting work. You just play around the extra movement speed from your strut, the fact that you're almost like an 80 carry bruiser with the Bloodthirster and the played steel caps and the level advantage. Not the easiest target to take down. If they don't connect CC on a LazyFeel, he can kind of just skirt around the fight and just heal up as he's dishing out huge damage. So,
and oftentimes, like, you want to be as like a Rumble or a Yone, like if you find the 80 carry, you want to just kind of single them out and kill them.
Yeah.
He's got exhaust.
Yeah.
So it'll be even more difficult. Oh dear. Well, DNS now looking for a little bit of an angle here as Tempt Fate is going to connect onto only Peter, as now Pyosik in that front line, but the bullet time is going to do so much work. Equalizer goes down though, that's going to dissuade LazyFeel, who takes so much damage there. Pyosik finally will fall though, as there's the sealed fate from Closer, but it's just going to soften them up. The flash out from Dudu, as Rich looking to bounce on over. Let's see whether Dudu can do anything of this. And the answer is no, as we're going to pause the game momentarily. Not exactly an ideal time to do so. However, I think the fight was mainly done.
Yeah, it was after the fight. I think it's okay. Not sure exactly what went on there, but you know what? I'm going to guess technical issue since they're pausing after the fight.
Yeah, I think it might be some sort of in-game thing, perhaps.
Yeah. We'll see. Either way, definitely a fight where KRX just had all the control, collapsing onto the enemy bot lane. Catching them out with both the bottle and the Cassiopeia with the miasma. And just a very decisively taken fight there.
And it was UCal that did pause the game. We're not entirely sure as to why just yet. And you can see he's not actually discussing with anyone at the moment. Probably going to be reviewing some footage if it is an in-game thing. Otherwise, you know, maybe his mouse just broke and he's waiting for his backup mouse to arrive. That would be definitely not ideal.
Could be something like
it was still working during the fight.
Audio issues could be a thing.
Yeah.
You know, we're just speculating. I guess we'll find out soon and know. For now, though, KRX in the driving seat, especially after the back of that fight. And DNS Supers, even though they have all these engage tools, you know, the explosive sort of composition that we saw previously from a similar sort of thing from HLE, I feel like we haven't seen them be the ones be proactive, set up the fight, get the engages off, and I think that's what we're looking for.
All right, so it's, I believe, a little bit of a client issue, and I think that Willow was also suffering from it as well. And so we are probably just going to turn it off and on again. Ladies and gentlemen, that's my advice that I would give to anyone that ever has any sort of issue ever with anything that is possible to be turned off.
That's what you start with.
Yep. And it probably will solve it.
And if it doesn't, then you know you have an actual problem.
Yeah, in which case just throw it out and buy a new one. Solve 80% of the problems with off and on again, otherwise buy a new one and you'll have way less headaches.
That sounds expensive.
And wasteful, yes. However, it works. Or, well, they don't work because we haven't fixed them. But still.
How many products you just...
It's actually... I spend a lot of time trying to fix stuff, actually, and failing to do so until, like, there's some firmware that you can get from a GitHub thing that's always very difficult to actually make work. But
the satisfaction when you succeed
is only minor, because then I'm just going back to what I'm regularly doing that should have been easy from the first place.
Really? I'm like, oh, I managed to fix this. It wasn't easy, but I got it done. I'm so technically minded. I definitely am.
My problem is that I keep remembering that I'm like, it took me as long as it did, and if I was technically minded, it would have been much easier.
No, I mean, that's the part. I just.
Oh, you ignore that bit.
I lied to myself.
Ah, I should try that next time.
Yeah.
That sounds great. I just, wow.
Just hype yourself up.
Max,
It's like,
you're a genius. You figured it out all by yourself.
it's like when you started playing League of Legends and you win a solo queue game down in like silver or something, and you're like, wow, I might be him. I might be as good as Faker.
You open up Mobify and you write a guide right then and there.
Oh yeah, you gotta be your own hype man, right? That's really important.
I remember. Do you remember the very first League of Legends guide you ever read?
No.
I remember mine.
Oh no, actually I do. I do. Do you know why?
Why?
Because it was a Tryndamere guide.
Oh.
Because I came from World of Warcraft. I saw Lissandra. I was like, she's like a frost mage. I'll play her. And then Tryndamere wrecked me. So I'm like, okay, I'm playing him. He's like a warrior.
And he's also a frosty warrior too, which is kind of cool.
And then I found a guide.
Howie.
That said to build like Beryl Flare. That was a thing back then, I think.
Oh my God, yeah.
But I was playing him in the lane, and my friend was like, that's a jungle line. What are you doing? You can't make that mistake anymore.
Yeah.
But, it served me well. I ended up playing a game against some other players and got 2 pentakills, and that was my introduction to League of Legends.
Wow, not bad. Let's have a look at the replay here before we get into more stories from back in the day.
Willa finds a great angle to Dock Dam, and the miasma is just suffocating for the Lucian. Even though the equalizer comes in, it's just an equalizer on its own. You look at Lazy Fuel and UCal's health, it did a lot of damage. The equalizer was solid placement, but by itself, it's not getting kills. The follow-up wasn't there. And I think it just feels a bit frustrating because you think if there'd been a Yone ult or a Impale on top of that, that could have been a one team fight for DNS. The setup wasn't there, and now 5,000 gold down is looking pretty tough.
Yeah, Soul Point as well for KRX. Looking like they're feeling very comfortable off the back of their incredibly strong 80 carry. Not to mention the fact that UCal is having a very good game alongside Willa. KRX, the core is looking strong. My first guide was a Katarina guide.
Yeah.
And do you know what I was told to do? I had to build Majai's every game. Every game, no matter what.
It sounds like a great guide.
And the guide actually said, like, mathematically, this is the best thing to do even if you're inting. It, like, tried to justify
you know what? No. I love that. It's still true to this day because the best time to buy Medjais is not when you have 10 kills.
No.
It's when you have 0
It's when you're
kills.
about to get 10 kills.
Yes, exactly, to get the stacks.
Exactly. As Pyoshik's going to get tempered faded, and will get knocked up. Takes a few Twin Fangs as the Impale is mainly used to dissuade them from walking at him. And they say, all right, and they don't walk at him. Do you know what the next 2 items were?
Hit me.
Sword of the Occult and Leviathan.
Oh my God.
If you're going to do it, you may as well do it. Just to remind everyone that wasn't playing a million years ago, Sword of the Occult was Majai's but for AD, and Leviathan was Majai's but for health. And so you just get all of them.
That's beautiful, honestly.
And that's full build.
That is such a coin flip build, Feast of Famine, and you know what? I can't disagree with it.
You know what my win rate on Katarina was?
Hit me.
Not very high. Let's just say that. I was like, why do I do nothing at all times? It was because I didn't have any stacks.
Okay,
all right.
This is a pretty good set of bouncers here with the Xante and the Cassiopeia. It's very hard to approach.
Oh, okay. UCal also going to throw an ulti away as there's the fade. Closer finds the angle, gets the knockups with the Q as well, but the bullet time is just obliterating them. Down will go Pyoshik, and Dudu is going to follow suit. They couldn't get to Lazy Field, so he killed them all.
Ultimately, in this situation, we finally get an engage coming out from DNS, but the goal deficit is pretty massive at this point. And as you said, UCal and Lazyfield, UCal got hit, but still had flash, still had more in the tank. Lazyfield didn't even get touched. Big ult comes out in return. He still had summoners as well available.
Oh man, I know the Mad Movie title for this one. It's 404 Misfortune Not Found in the team fight. Lazy Field killed them all. What do you reckon?
You should pitch that. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'll have a chat to production about it.
So they're playing Bouncer here. UCal ends up committing the ult, and that's kind of the go signal for DNS. With that down, with the Miasma down, they look for this engage here, and they connect onto some good targets, but Lazy feels untouched in this situation, and eventually gets to channel this massive ult that Rich helps set up. Dudu goes down as well.
And Dudu didn't hit the equalizer onto Lazyfield, and he just got to stand there. And now Rich is a brick wall. UCAL pushing down. The Baron in hand still here for QMDRX. Only Andal missed out on that one. And the DN Supers reeling one more time. 8,000 gold is the lead.
Yeah,
and
it looks
it's
like
been so linear from the early game.
I thought Dudu was taking a really long flank here, but he's actually just hanging out in the enemy jungle.
I mean, it still could be a really long flank.
I mean, it could be an even longer flank than I thought was a long flank.
He might be flanking the blue buff. Spatio does come on in as UCAL in a lot of trouble, actually, but
okay, he's still
what goes
moving.
out does must go back. Does must go back, okay.
Okay, the flank is happening. It's been a long time. He's going to look for it. The recall's coming in from the Cassiopeia. Okay, the Cassiopeia is gone.
Hang on.
We're still waiting on this flank.
Oh. Could he get Ando? Oh, no!
He's been
He's
spotted.
scried! Oh, it's a disaster.
no.
It's an absolute disaster.
So dead.
Yeah, the Tempered Fate goes down, and now Dudu is just dead. I mean, he could have emoted at least.
I wanted to see what the flank was going to be. I wanted to see it come out. Maybe he was trying to get in that position for the dragon that was coming up. Maybe that was the game plan.
Oh, UCAL's following the guide. He's got the Magi's. He's nailed it.
Yeah, yes.
All right, closer. Going to go for it once again, but the Petrifying Gaze is going to come on through,
Okay.
and UCAL is pretty scary.
Well, I think chances of contesting this Chemtech Soul were already low, but after that, it's just gone. 10,000 gold lead for QMDRX here, and Chemtech Soul in pocket. It's a pretty good position to be in this game.
Yeah, I would say that it's somewhat positive. If QMDRX, 10,000 gold is, yeah, the surmountability is low. I mean, this could be time for the heroic comeback for the DN Supers, but I think thinking about what to do in game number 2 could be a good one.
I think part of the problem is that even the last fight they had around Baron, they didn't get UCAL Lazy Field's flashes. So they still have those available. You can see Andals and Riches are coming up soon. But when you go in for those big engages on the back of a Yone, you want those summoners to be down. And I think at this point, you just got to look for it. You got to look for a fight. It's either that or you just wait 5 minutes for Elder, but I think the game might be done by that point.
Yeah, and now you've got no Dudu for this defense. As UCAL does take a little bit of rock damage. Lazyfield gets knocked up, but without a Rumble here to drop an Equalizer on top of him, backing up CC can be difficult. As Rich taking some damage, I think. Tempered Fate connects onto 2, and now the bullet time is set up. A closer finds the knockup, gets the Fate sealed into the back line, but the Equalizer, it was not there.
Yeah, Equalizer wasn't on top of the Fate Sealed, and Lazyfield wasn't hit by it.
It was a doormat, but they were inside the house. Is what it kind of felt like.
And once again, Lazyfield isn't connected onto. It was Rich and Willer who got hit there, and they're targets that I think even if you had dropped the Equalizer on top of them, I just don't think they would have cared that much. They would have been like, oh, it's a little bit toasty.
Yeah. Well, subpar, we could say. And the gold lead has only increased. We're going to have a look at this one more time.
So they have to try and go for the play. It's hard to find the windows. You see the bottle comes out to set up this, but then look, Closer doesn't actually connect the ult onto Lazyfield. And as you said, the Equalizer not synced with it. So Lazyfield just kind of continues as is. And once again, I think the real problem with this situation is they didn't get any summoners. They didn't get any flashes. I mean, they got the exhaust, but that's whatever. You really need to be binning these flashes if you want to have a chance of contesting either this Baron or Elder. But I think if you go into those and you Yone ult and it gets flashed, you just lose.
Yeah.
100% lose. It's over. The game is gone. You're that far behind. Everything has to connect onto these key targets. And if you're QMDRX, you're never even going to need to start the Elder Dragon. You just force DNS out their base to contest you and you kill them.
Yeah. It's just that simple. Right now, I mean, looking at these gold leads, like the individual leads, it's just kind of revolting as Closer is going to get in on top of Lazyfield and does manage to help get the kill. He will go down as a result as the Tempered Fate is going to get flashed, but now Rich looking for an angle. Pyoshik is going to move him away, but maybe Pyoshik's the one that's now just going to be eaten by QMDRX. The dash cannon from UCAL. Megacone does get Pyoshik to safety. Valdez is waiting on the space, ready to get very upset about it.
Okay, this is actually big for DNS. Unfortunately, they did burn a lot of flashes themselves, but they got Lazyfield's flash, which is something they can capitalize on if they're trying to fight these next objectives. Unfortunately, they had to burn a lot to get out. But I still think it's a positive play. You got a lot of gold as well on the back of that.
Getting a shutdown, very important.
Closer finds an angle with the Mega Engage Cone and just commits to the play. And with the amount of damage and gold that LazyField has, it's a hard 1v1. Doctom has to clean it up, but then getting away afterwards. They have to flash to get out of the Tempered Fate. You get the ult from Peter to get some more distance.
Oh. Okay, Rich is going to get hit by Pureshik, but it's not exactly the ideal target. Couple get picked up by the Impale, but he was stunned, gets pulled back, and now it's a dead Skarner, and Willer is going in, looking for Doctom here. They want to try and get the damage back as he does get the Audacious Charge and just kills the Lucian. Peter now running for the hills, Dudu in trouble as well as these Twin Fangs are cutting him to shreds. Yukal does need to come back over to get that last Noxious Blast, but that will be a dead Dudu, and now it's just Closer and Peter left alive to try and defend this base.
They're just too strong right now. KRX so far ahead, and they catch out Pureshik, and the rest of the dominoes fall. 2 players alive to try and keep their base intact, but I just don't think it's going to happen.
I don't think so either. LazyField at full health, looking to get rid of these Nexus turrets. In goes Closer for one last-ditch effort, but he gets bullet timed, and down will go the Yone. And yeah, Peter is just one fire kick in a dream. And without a Nexus, that will be the end of this one. KRX do manage to take down the DN Supers this time, even though they have been defeated by them a couple of times so far this season. It is not going to be the case today, at least in game number 1. And before anyone walks away, we have a very, very special space after this particular game. It is incredibly special, to the point where we barely even have a break before we get there.
It's coming straight after the highlight, so lock in.
Yeah.
And be ready for that. Very important that you stay tuned in.
Exactly. You really do need to. So I'm glad we managed to say that. And the woes of the DN Supers do continue here as we have a look. That gold graph, I mean, there was a see where LazyField died. There was that one little blip.
Yeah.
And then it was back to business.
That was something, at least, that DNS can reflect fondly on. The rest of the game, not so much, where it was just kind of them struggling. KRX looking decisive. As we said before, a team playing a lot better than their standings really indicate.
Yep. And you were going to mention that there was one clue that we had as to the special guest.
Oh.
And that is...
It's not Mao. I just wanted to say to everyone, it's not Chronicler.
Don't worry.
He's not coming back. So, you know, you may find out who this hidden person is.
Yeah.
But it's not Mao House.
And you'll find out
away.
You'll find out very, very soon. We'll see you after the break.
대충 해봐. 네, 이거 3명 노브야.
얘부터 잡아야 돼.
맞아.
노플이야.
스카너부터 해라. 노브야, 스카너부터.
올려왔어. 얘다 위에 요네. 위에 요네.
루시안 잡았어.
가줄게.
위에 요네 있다 얘들아.
괜찮아. 그다음 나한테.
갈래?
잡았고.
끝내자. 여기 잡아.
끝내자 이거 잡고. 얘다 요네 궁 있어.
바텀라인 크다 얘들아.
미드 해야 돼.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello and welcome to The Space, as I am Valdez, and you may have heard that we have a very special space today and a very special guest, as it's me, question marks, and Wadid. Wadid, how are you doing today, first off?
Yeah, I'm so excited for this special guest, and the reason why I wear this hoodie is probably a spoiler.
Oh, a little bit of a hint. So on that note, let us go ahead and please welcome our special guest today, as here he is. Welcome, Yankos.
Hello, everybody.
Yes!
Yes! Long time no see. Hello, hello.
Good to see you!
Good to see you guys. Absolutely happy to be part of the space.
Welcome, Yankos. Very good to have you. Just awesome, all the guests that we're having this year, especially. So, Yankos, why are you here in Korea? What's going on? Why did you come down to Korea?
Well, I saw how much fun you guys have on the desk, and I decided to join it. Partially also because MSI is happening in Korea as well. And since I'm a co-streamer nowadays, I do like to stay in similar time zone to the main tournament. So I came a little bit early to visit you guys, to play some solo queue, and to, of course, eat Korean fried chicken.
That sounds very good, the fried chicken part especially. So, you know, the LCK has been going on. We had LCK Cup, and we also have had almost now a full 2 rounds of the LCK. What are your thoughts on the LCK so far, you know, in terms of how they're playing or the teams that you like or really anything? What is your impression of the LCK so far this year?
I feel like that's a very good question because maybe after the first tournament, some teams in the LCK didn't look as good as they used to before, right? Like, for example, Gen.G was not as dominant, even though right now they are definitely back in shape. So, to me at least, LCK feels very fun because player mechanics are really good, but they do also like to have fun.
All right. So that's kind of boring answer, you know. So who do you think is gonna win LCK this season?
Oh my God, it's gonna be T1 with Faker. I feel like that is the most boring answer I could give as well.
Well, I think a lot of people will appreciate it. And for our third question, this one is going to hit both of you guys. So
what do you
have once again Wadu or Wadon't with this third question. And Yankos, we do want to ask you, which roster was the best G2? Was it the one with Wadid in 2018, or was it something else?
I mean, of course, it was
year?
the one with Wadid. I mean, hear me out. For the guys that didn't watch League of Legends back then, it was 2018, and we went all the way to World semifinals. And not a lot of players in the West can praise themselves with such an achievement. So I feel like we did pretty well back then.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy that you remember those 2018 memories, but I do think in 2019 G2 were the prime. So I don't think our 2018.
He said it. Wasn't me. He said it.
I did.
But I still really love it though. Like I remember all. Like, look at the pictures. Man, that's crazy.
Well, okay, it's crazy how much younger we were back then. Right now we are 2 anks.
But you look so much better though. Like with the Korean makeup?
Oh yeah, it's the makeup.
Like look at him, guys. Like look at him. He looks so good.
Yeah, actually, I do look much different now.
You look like a model. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Oh my God.
Amazing. So you guys were on that roster in 2018. Is there any outside of like going to World Semifinals and all that? Is there any big memory that you guys shared together that you remember? I mean, it was only 8 years ago, so you guys were younger, but. I mean, I guess 8 years is a decently long time.
I mean, again, like biggest memory from me is that like when we play against RNG, it was the game 5, and we had to gamble on the draft, and he was the one saying, just let him play Nocturne. I can play all of into it. Trust me. If we win, we win. If we lose, it's on me. And he took the risk, and and we won.
So cool.
The truth was, I just wanted to go home. And I was just, guys, we have to just go on the stage and play the game. No, actually, yeah, that was a good memory, and we did win back then in a BO5. And to get swept by IG a week after.
Well, that's not on us, by the way.
Oh, yeah, that's not
on us.
It was mid and top gap.
Yeah.
The meta was mid and top.
Yeah, exactly.
Not our fault.
Surely.
Make it clear.
Well, it's really nice to have you here, Yankos, of course. Wanted to ask some questions, give you a warm welcome, of course. I feel a little bit outnumbered here with 2 G2 guys on the other side, 2 LEC guys over there, and I'm the only LCK
We
guy.
are gonna spread the LAC propaganda that G2 is the best team ever, and you know they dominated first time. They are gonna dominate MSI right here. Just saying, G2 is gonna come to MSI. They will stomp. They will stomp everybody.
I truly agree with the Jankos here.
Okay, we'll have to wait and see. I'll hold you guys to it. And of course, we did have a game that did happen here between DNS and KRX. We do want to break this down as well. So why don't we go ahead and jump straight into the draft, and you guys can talk about what you guys thought about the draft and the picks here from the two teams.
So I think the more I watch the game, I feel like Cassiopeia is just one of the great pick in the mid lane that you can have the blind pick. It has just so much prior against any other champion. So I think what KRX had in the mind was really great. So strong mid lane, a strong jungle champion, and also I don't think Rumble is that strong blind pick anymore because you have just Xante with the buff to Doran's Helm, so it has just so much space to play on top side. So I think KRX just had the really good idea on the top side, but it was a little bit of like question marks on the bot side though.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I feel like what I mentioned, I think Casio rising in priority is something that we see more commonly in Europe and in the LCK. I just think the champ is so strong. But bot side, I feel like Misfortune might be the answer into Lucian. Even though the early lane was so difficult for the Misfortune Bard, I feel like as soon as you get closer to lifesteal, Lucian wants to take short trades, and MF can kind of lifesteal out of it, and then you have Bard roaming the map as Milio is tagged with Lucian at all times. So I feel like yeah, I mean, it was an answer, right? It helped the lane, it helped the mid lane especially, right? Yeah. Yukal always had that Bard help, he always had that Xin Zhao's help, so I really like that.
It didn't look good on the paper, but it turned out really good.
Yeah, felt really good. I feel like MF nowadays is finding a lot of success. We did have Guma yesterday, and of course we just saw another win for the MF. But we do want to talk about the early game here, and especially because we have Jankos on the space here, we are going to take a look at Highlight 1 and kind of break down what's going on here in the bottom side of the river.
And this, I feel like, is a quite important highlight because what I really hate about the current meta is that Scuttle Crab spawn is RNG, but you can see Yukal getting mid prior, and you can see how much Kimun DRX wants to contest the Scuttle. They get the mid prior thanks to Yukal, and even the Piosik was contesting through bot lane before. He gets completely pushed down from the river, and the Scuttle Crab goes over to the Xin Zhao, which then allows Xin Zhao to get level 6 as we roll the clip. Yeah, they will get the Skull Crab, and then thanks to that, they can also play for Dragon as Yukal in that mid lane one-on-one gets so much pride with the Cassiopeia pick that what it highlighted in the draft, and then thanks to Bard being able to roam faster and not being stuck with Misfortune as Milio is with Lucian, they get level 6 on jungle, they get the 1000er smite as well pre-hand on Gramp, and now they can force bot priority with this Bard portal and play for Dragon.
Yeah, I think Jankos also mentioned about it, like every single top teams are doing this because the second Scuttle is just so much important for jungler to get the level 6, and also on top of that means you win most of the skirmishes because you have the level advantage. So I think that kind of showcases that KRX is playing around the team really well.
Yeah, it's a really good point, and I think it's very important for the early game. Some of our teams just kind of flip it, as we do see DNS do sometimes, but KRX, even a team that hasn't had a lot of success pulling out those really nice plays in the early game and utilizing their priority. As we are going to take a look at the second highlight as well, which is essentially a nice macro idea here from the side of KRX as they identify DNS getting out of position.
And what we see in this clip is that Yukal gets the top prio, Dudu is trying to match it, and he goes to top side, but he's spotted on a ward, and as soon as he's spotted on that ward, it is Kimun DRX who pulled the trigger. They instantly go, they bardle the Milio, and they catch them really, really convincingly here.
Like, I gotta say, this was not the ideal idea that DNS had. Like, they literally got the mid priority as 4-man, and they just saw Casio and they just panicked. And this is not the play that we want to see it at round 2, by the way. It's round 2, it's the middle of the season. And this is like fundamental macro thing that you should have when the season starts. But this is like, it's still happening from the DNS. So that's why like DNS is now really struggling, but not only the personal individual skills, but also the team macro is not there yet.
And that is weird to say because it's so late in the season, and you can see Rumble going top lane, but then you can see bot lane and Skarner being inside enemy jungle, getting caught. So this is something that I'm used to from Europe because we have a lot of for fun teams. So this I've seen this clip many times now.
Yeah, well, I think DNS, it always kind of, for the last couple of years at least, they've been really struggling with some of those issues. And DRX are a good team. I mean, they just took a game off of T1 a couple of days ago, and you see they're going to start off with a win here in this series as well. So, DRX starting off the series well. Let's throw it back to our casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and welcome, Yankos, to the space. Absolutely fantastic to have him here and hearing his insight. And to add to that good news, Ox, guess what we discovered? We found him. We found the guy that traveled 10,000 kilometers, and they're from New Zealand. They're from Hamilton, and it's not exactly 10,000, but they rounded from like 200 or something.
That was a theory that they could have been a rounder. And you know what? Fair play.
Yep. And it was a pretty close round.
Yeah, it wasn't like they were rounding from like 6,000 kilometers or something. It wasn't an egregious round.
Yeah, but it was a round, but it's still absolutely fine, and we're glad that we got to the bottom of it. And now we can focus on this game number 2 without any distractions, I promise. All right, the Varus, the Vi, both taken away here. Viva Vendetta would have been very happy. And it is the Orianna to be taken away on the other side.
Yeah, DNS now getting access to first pick in this game. Rise ban coming out, which I think makes a lot of sense with the Cassiopeia gone.
Yep.
Priority on that pick definitely moves up. Jarvan ban.
Varvan. It's more Vs. There's not enough Vs.
So pretty similar bans for DNS. Last time they banned Ori, this time they banned Varus. We did have... The Lee Sin was banned against Pyosik last time. They haven't banned it, but they've banned 2 picks that do really well with it. The Rise and the Annie both have that point-and-click CC. So they're letting Pyosik get the Lee Sin, but they're limiting some of the options for Closer to pair up really effectively with it. And they are going to look for the Ezreal themselves, which was banned last game.
And Ezreal is one of LazyField's all-time favorites as well. Ezreal Karma is still very, very strong.
Yeah, this is a really tough lane. And for DN Supers, you have to think, what can we match into this that's going to survive? Are we going to go for a lane where we're going to try and trade with them heavily, match power there, or with the Nautilus being hovered, go for more of a kill lane?
Yeah, this is very all-in, which scares me a lot. Because it's the DN Supers, they haven't been very good at stability. It's not DN stability, it's Supers.
That's not what it... Oh, okay. I got confused a bit.
Yeah. You thought that maybe that's what it was, and that was going to help you feel a little bit better about the situation. It's Nautilus Sivir that's going to come on in.
Yeah, so the Sivir has the spell shield, which can help mitigate a bit of poke. We often see the Sivir trying to survive against tougher lanes, but normally the pairing with the Sivir is something that can also help that out. Here with the Nautilus, you have more threat onto the Karma, but the Nautilus is going to get harassed pretty heavily in this lane. This is still going to be a tough time for the DN Supers. I expect to see Pyosik making his way down towards the bot lane pretty quickly. We then get the Gnar coming in for Rich, which is one of his classic picks that we often see. Gives him a window to ban away any matchups he wouldn't like in this situation. And for the DN Supers, I expect they'll continue to hammer away at these jungle picks. There's already 4 taken away, 5 including the Lee Sin actually. So
yep,
an opportunity to trim that even more.
The Silas, a pretty Dudu-specific ban. He's been playing that one into Gnar every chance that he gets.
Yep.
As the Mel is going to be taken away as well.
They might be going for a TF, actually, if they're banning the Mel. Will DRX sniff it out? Because the point-and-click CC helps the Lee Sin, but also the roaming potential on the bot lane. We've already talked about you need a lot of focus in this bot lane to make it favorable for DNS, so I feel like a TF could be a potential thing. They go for the Jace ban instead.
All right, so that TF is still up and available. They can pick the TF if they would like to.
Yeah, they have that ability.
Could be an option, but we'll see. That would mean last pick for Willa, which is kind of interesting. But one more ban to come through from the DN Supers. Will it just be another mid lane one? Instead, it's going to be the Nocturne.
Trimming away some of those tools. There's still a lot of junglers available. There's still the Wukong, which got buffed. There's the Pantheon as well.
Yep.
So
Wukong Gnar is also a pretty tried and true combo here in the LCK, so wouldn't mind seeing something like that. Do they just lock the TF? I kind of think it feels like a decent idea. But blind TF is often a little dangerous, and it will be Pantheon instead, locked away here for Willa.
Yeah, so I think just the most straightforward option Obviously give some early gank pressure in the ultimate to help cover your side lanes in particular. I was talking a little bit about the potential for the TF. Looks like it might be an Ahri instead for closer. If you connect those charms, you're going to be able to set up the Lee Sin, make moves down towards that skirmish. Going to give you a lot of power if you get initial kills.
Yep. I feel like a lot of mid-game strength as well from the Ahri. So it sort of fits with what the DN Supers want to do. Use their mid-game power in order to bridge towards Sivir carrying later on. Could be the option here. There's one last pick, Dudu, wanting to see what he wants to play into this Gnar.
I think as well, we often see Ahri picked into Talia back when they were both very meta. And there could be a world where KRX wanted to go for the Talia Pantheon. We've seen Talia priority a little bit up since she got buffed. So pre-picking the Ahri makes a good amount of sense. Ambessa coming through into the Gnar. We've seen Ambessa struggle generally, but did get recent buffs, more healing on her ultimate, and some more damage early on the Q. So Dudu looking to take that matchup and hopefully come out ahead of Rich, if not in the early levels and later on. And it is just going to be Victor for you, Cal. So nothing too crazy here.
Nope. It's pretty smooth for KRX, and they've set themselves up with a pretty comfortable sort of front-to-back style draft. Not exactly the tankiest necessarily, but Pantheon and Gnar, both of them sort of pseudo-tanks as they can be. So much. The DN Super's a little bit more of a scary draft, I could imagine, if you're a fan of them and if you're going into them.
So much of this game comes down to Pioshik, because if he's able to influence his lanes, get plays happening, make use of that newfound power for the Lee Sin, you can see an angle where they take over this game. But if the lanes are just able to play out naturally, or even worse, if Willa can be the one to set up ganks, I think it's going to be a situation where they're going to just feel very comfortable playing out these natural lanes. You know, the bot lane, the Ezreal Karma, not a fun time going up against that.
Wait. Did she break her leg? Wait. She's certainly got a sore leg, and something it's like it's better to break. She'd break her leg if she... Is that Pawn? My good... Is it? No. It can't be. If it is, he's lost so much weight. It is. Okay, wow. All right, well, welcome Pawn.
He was a great call.
He's my favorite mid laner. I should have recognized him, but I almost didn't. He was almost unrecognizable. Oh, well. Welcome to Lolpark. I hope he has a good time, and I hope we get the most out of our match here as the DN Supers look to try and fight back. Whoa! All right, okay. Lolpark is erupting to see whether the DN Supers can fight back in this series. And we'll see whether they can. Man, I got so starstruck seeing Pawn there, as he was on KT, actually, just before UCal came in to win the 2018 LCK final in summer. It was that was his final year in the LCK. So that was quite some time ago, like 8 years since Pawn has been playing. And I miss him every day. Was definitely one of the more innovative mid laners, both in the LCK, in Champions, and in the LPL. So really cool. Okay, Peter going to find the first hook, though, and that feels fantastic. You kind of need to just keep hitting them over and over again.
Yeah, they actually got this early ward in the first bot lane brush, DNS did, and I don't think KRX saw it get placed down, so Andal just walks in, gets hooked immediately, takes a lot of damage. Still not going to be that bad. You still have a lot of trading power, and losing a bit of health isn't too much of a problem. It's also heal from Peter. And if you're trying to find kills in this lane, I feel like Ignite's really important, because not only do you have the summoner heal, but also Karma Mantra W is so strong. Karma's typically going to be the target you go for, because Ezreal has the Arcane Shift. But if she just Mantra W, she can survive for such a long time in a lot of situations. Now, we do see Yoshik looking for his first gank.
Ooh, Flash Charm will be answered by UCal. Does have to flash away. So flash for flash in the mid lane when you do have a very active early jungler like Pioshik's Lee Sin. That could be something that they could return to.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be ready to look for that once again. And the fact that Pioshik still has his flash means that he can definitely make use of that for a return gank.
We're going to set something up here as, Mantra Q missing.
But it baited out the spell shield. So, you know, maybe you got the value you wanted.
There you go. You don't get the value from proccing the shield.
Intentional miss.
Oh, absolutely gorgeous stuff there from Andal. Somehow he managed to make the perfect play by missing.
Yeah, I will say, Peter and Dr. doing okay so far, all things considered. It's early days, but pretty healthy, not falling too far behind in CS. I do think sometimes after the first recall, like you'd think a lot of lanes, it's like, okay, you recall, you got to heal up, that's good.
Ooh, another anchor going to connect there as, sometimes just don't take damage.
Yeah, after the recall comes in and more damage is given over, like if Lazyfield gets a Sheen, that's when it can almost feel weird. Because you also have a lot more points in your poke abilities at that point. We did see Andal there using the Mantra W, didn't get to proc it twice, but that's kind of how you play this matchup. As soon as a Nautilus goes in on you, use Mantra W him, shield yourself. And it's really difficult to have the damage to actually kill a Karma in that situation, which is why she can feel very frustrating compared to some other enchanters.
Yeah, it's certainly not looking like a whole lot of fun. However, Dr. is, within touching distance when it comes to farm. As Lazyfield making his way back to lane.
They actually stuck around. So it looked like they wanted a recall, but they stuck around so they can take this window to push the wave and get a reset. And despite the fact that Lazyfield is ahead in gold, because Dr. is recalling later, he'll actually have a bit of an item advantage in terms of gold spent.
Yeah, Caulfield's actually fully completed here.
Playing it pretty smart here. Didn't pick up any potions, though, which could be a little bit concerning.
All right, Peter still has heal. We're fine. There's all the sustain you need. As he's also got his little bow there as well, thanks to Doran. Thanks, Doran. As Dudu taking a lot of damage here. The wallop just barely going to miss. And so Dudu will be all right, at least for the moment. But Rich, I mean, this was always going to be a decent lane for the Gnar, but it is proving to be so.
Yeah, I do think level 6 is where Dudu gets a lot of power and can just pull and engage onto a mini Gnar when he wants, and also gets that extra power, just the passive power that the Ambassador ult has.
You love bringing that up, don't you?
Oh, it's just so... It's such a crazy thing to me. It's Pantheon as well. As these champions are like, oh, I skilled my ultimate, have a bunch of armor pen, and they even buffed Ambassador's healing on that.
Yeah,
it's crazy. It's like, oh, I skilled my ultimate. You could even miss it or not use it, but I am just significantly stronger. I have all these free stats.
Yeah.
Must be nice.
Well, it must be. As Dudu does have level 6 now, so he does have all of those extra stats. And can now just hit things in the lane and push this turret up. Doesn't look to be Rich returning too late, but there is no cannon here, so he's going to miss a few CS.
So far, haven't seen too much action. I will say, DNS bot lane holding up pretty well. Dudu doing pretty fine. But we did want to see Pyosik having some activity.
Well, this might be his opportunity, as right now KRX are owning the river.
Yeah, once
There's
again,
a onto Peter.
Trying to play around that scuttle respawn. We saw last game, Yankas was saying the emphasis they put on it to get that level 6, and once again a considered effort to secure this. 19S, but DNS want to make something off this.
Yeah, Peter is actually walking in, but I don't know whether he really wants to, as there's a huge shield from Lazyfield. Flash over the wall, though, gets Peter to relative safety as Pyosik looking for an angle, but he's only level 5. Man, the kick would have been so good as he goes in and safeguards out, almost survives, as now Peter is going to go down as well. Why take the fight?
Yeah, they'd already lost the scuttle. Level 6 had been hit by Willa. Gets access to those extra stats even if he doesn't use the ultimate. And,
beautifully bridged. Thank you, Ox.
Yeah. Trying to force a play. And the thing with...
Oh dear. Public execution now on to Rich. He is stacking that hyper up, but I think the Dudu's got this. He just flashes in celebration to make sure he takes down the Gnar.
Yeah, we saw Rich flashing in a straight line. Gets caught out by Dudu, so that's some good news for DNS on this one. But yeah, when you have this composition with a Lee Sin, an Ahri, and a Nautilus, you really want to just explode the first target. And here, you don't have to follow up initially for Lazyfield. They end up turning it onto the Pantheon, but the problem is it's a Pantheon, and Pantheon is so good at soaking pressure. The charm comes down when his Aegis is still up. They can't finish him off. They don't get the resets onto closer, and this whole time, the rest of KRX is just pumping out damage.
Yeah. Well, Wallop is decent, so that's why Rich decided to go for it, but then immediately Mini Gnar army of minions as well. I mean, it feels like it should have been pretty all right, but the flash... Oh, dear.
Yeah, flash in a straight line. And due to being on lower HP allowed him to make it close. But you have to be so wary when your Mega Gnar times out, when you're in mini, exhausted, and the Ambassador can jump on you. Such a threat that has to be respected. It's also, this is going to push Dudu closer to that one-item spike of the Eclipse, which is when Ambassador really comes online. So, a scary lane now in the top side.
Yeah, and what is it with these teams, right? The DN Supers, yes, it's now Soup, it's not a Freaker anymore. However, so many times it's just top lane. That's the power point. And it was Keen for the longest time, and now Dudu is accepting the role. Obviously, somewhat reluctantly, because it would be a little bit better if things were winning.
I think part of it is top lane's quite isolated, so you can be having a good game top lane as the rest of the map's falling apart.
But Dudu is a great player and has been still performing relatively well. We mentioned before that he had the Silas pocket pick. Yeah, they haven't been winning very much, but it has looked okay as an answer to the Gnar. We saw it take that ban slot as well. Maybe they can play around him in this game, but it's just a bit sad.
With how strong he is, and Pyosik having just taken the grubs and leading up there, Rich gets denied away from the tower. He's now an entire level behind. He's about to hit level up to 8, but he will still be a whole level down. Down 800 gold. This top lane is going to become a sore point for KOM DRX. You see they moved Andal up there just to offer some security so he doesn't get dove. It's a delicate spot, and you can't always just free someone up on the map to be able to assist Rich just so he can farm.
Yeah, and won't be able to do so as now Closer trying to get a bit of a shove into this mid lane. Does have some free time here as Yukal is making his way back to lane. So DNS with the ability to move. Peter using that in order to get some deeper vision, as there's that Eclipse spike that you were talking about. And now how can this advantage on the Ambassador be used in order to win the game? That's my big question.
I think if you keep finding pressure in this side lane, building up more of a gold lead, I wouldn't necessarily feel like you need to join fights yet, but he did just burn that TP top as well. That was not the hop I would have gone for.
No, however, this time, he avoided the public execution.
Yeah, that was crazy. That could have backfired so massively. And Rich is really playing with
It's
fire.
hard to predict when he's doing the unpredictable, okay?
Yes. One wouldn't expect him to jump over your head. But I think once Duty gets a bit tankier, because the Eclipse feels really good in lane, but you are still a little bit squishy. Once you get, 2 items, it can feel really good joining fights here. Now they are moving Closer up to try and find a play here, but he doesn't see an opportunity and just moves back down to mid.
Yep, Rich did have a ward, so had a bit of information as to what was going on. And Mega Gnar is going to be there pretty soon. Yukal playing pretty respectfully, but does have his flashback off cooldown once again. And DNS, I mean, they're down 1,000 gold, but I think they do have some win conditions here in this game if they can make the mid-game work.
It's not the end of the world yet, but obviously wasn't the start they were hoping for, and Pyosik just hasn't been able to make his impact known. Remember, he did gank mid earlier, but Yukal didn't get any follow-up from it. He's still doing fine. His flash is back up and available.
All right. Well, the Essence Reaver is now done for Dr. So that might be a spike to play around. Is now Peter looking for an anchor angle. Andal is just going to try and snare him, but Willa is going to be the one to make the first move. Down to 50% already onto Peter as the hook is going to land. Depth charge down as well. They want to be able to kill Yukal as the kick does come on through. Closer looks for the angle, but doesn't get onto Yukal. And Willa is just able to execute the Lee Sin once again. Peter almost sniped as well from Andal, who's having one heck of a series so far. And KOM DRX just moved further ahead. Oh, wait, is it going to happen again where they lose a fight and then it's just a solo kill for Dudu? It might actually be happening here as we've got another fight breaking out as Willa down so low. That boomerang could have been the end of him. As Dr. looking to rotate back down, but they have full information. Wards all over the place here for KOM DRX.
Looking again. When he times out.
And the mini is going to come back here. Let's see whether Dudu can find the angle. Doesn't actually commit the R button.
Yeah, I think unfortunately in that fight for DNS, KOM DRX were just quite tanky and the damage got super split. Closer just picked up the Malignance. I think they should have fought around that. But they go for the play here, and so much of the damage ends up being split. Yukal has a rocket belt, and even though he still gets caught, he's quite bulky. And then they end up going for this kick. there's a good amount of AoE. People are getting low, but no one dies. You're not getting those resets. It's still 4 members strong for KRX. And if you think about the items they have, the Rocket Belt for Yukal makes them quite bulky. The Sundered Sky for the Pantheon, a lot of survivability. And Andal had the Echoes of Helia, and that item is such a strong one-item spike. You land the poke, you get the healing immediately. When people don't have that much damage, it makes a big difference. And I think you needed the Malignance from Closer. You needed that extra oomph to get those kills there.
Yeah. Or you needed to try and pick off an isolated target instead of just opting in to what Willa was already trying to do. DRX obviously thought that they had a good angle as well, and they were the ones that were correct in this instance.
Yeah, this composition for the DN Supers, they need to kill targets and move through them one by one. They have a lot of single target damage and a lot of the reset potential from the Ahri. As much as Sivir can do a lot of AoE damage that sort of sets up targets, you need to be getting these kills and this momentum in fights, because if you see a scenario like that where everyone is just low, it feels really bad.
Certainly is. There's now Willa just clearing out a red buff. And having a look now, I mean, the DN Supers have been able to get some vision on the map. And so this Dragon should be something that they might be able to get into position for, already starting it up. Pioshik comes on over. Willa now trying to get into position to clear out a lot of this vision. Will be able to do so, but now DRX moving in, making the map as dark as possible. And it looks like they're giving up this Dragon. Just not willing to contest it. We'll just get this wave shoved into the mid lane turret. And another Chemtech Soul. Ox, do you have anything to offer here? Oh, all right, Charm is going to connect here as now Andal going to get taken down. That's going to be a kill going over to Peter. It's a kickback onto Yukal as well. Closer now trying to make it work, but Willa will be able to take down Pioshik once again. And Dudu this time will teleport in. It's a triple for Willa as Doctom is finally able to take him down. The 5-0 Pantheon, that's a lot of money over to this Sivir.
It really is. That honestly looked like a better fight start for DNS, managing to kill a target initially, but the Pantheon just ended up doing so much damage in these skirmishes. They explode the Karma pretty early. They try and turn onto the Victor next, but Willa's just free hitting. And free hitting is normally something we say around AD carries, but the damage he is doing nearly gets Doctam as well.
A little bit more ability haste, and Doctam is also dead.
Yeah, and
that's
he will be
ridiculous.
able to afford a little bit more ability haste. Now he has gotten all that gold, although isn't buying it as of yet, but I imagine will later on.
Yep, Black Cleaver is very close to being done. All right, Yukal clearing out the wave. Lazyfield doing the same thing here in this mid lane. And that gold lead has shrunk just a little. So, you know, could be worse here for the DN Supers. You said,
He
you all right?
finished the support item, and he went to Dreammaker.
Huh. He's dreaming about a win.
So he's now sold it. You can't sell it and buy it back and then choose again. But that does cost money. Now he has Celestial Opposition. So a bit of an oopsie from Peter there.
But he wanted to make his dreams a reality.
I was not ready for the Dreammaker Nautilus tech, relying on the locket.
Yeah, and apparently Peter thought that no one was ready, and he had to put it away.
Yes, the world isn't ready. So we'll switch over. You don't lose that much gold from switching over. Actually, I think you can just sell it and refund it.
Yeah, I think you just don't. It doesn't cost you too much.
Yeah. Maybe it doesn't cost you anything. I can't remember. I normally actually click the right option.
Weird.
So I haven't had to deal with this problem. But regardless, he has switched it over to Celestial Opposition, which is very valuable on a Nautilus. So
I was looking forward to the tech. Maybe Peter was going to be a trendsetter. Just decided not to be in the end. As the DN Supers, I mean, at least Doctom is now ahead in gold by a tiny little bit. Based on that massive shutdown he was able to pick up. He's still incredibly far behind when it comes to farm. But now, able to at least get towards item number 2 at a relatively decent pace. All right, DN Supers, it's time to lock in. You need to bring us to at least a third game.
yeah.
All right?
I mean, game wins are massive for DNS.
We have to remember, that guy from Hamilton came 9,800 and a certain amount of extra kilometers to be here for this exact series. As now, we've got a bit of an engage on a Pioshik down to 50% already as Willa, the raid boss, is just going to walk it off.
Yeah, I think the problem with this Pantheon being so strong already is he kind of just frontline. And you know how I said about DNS, really good single target, kill potential, lockdown, and they want the momentum from the resets? The Pantheon is just kind of a blocker to that because he's pretty hard to kill already and can pop the Aegis and just block a lot of that all in. And you're going to take a lot of damage if he's your first target. So not recommended, but he's just kind of leading the charge in. And Cal's going to force the Ariel here with his own ult.
Yeah, that was... it's not often that you see the victors going for the 1v1s and winning out very comfortably into the Ari matchup. Oftentimes you do see Ari on the offensive in this one, but right now, 0-0-6. Yukal with 2 items completed. Blackfire Torch now done as well as the Dash Cannon, and he's running real quick with his Swifties.
Black Cleaver completed for Willa. Lazyfield, 2 items. Yukal, 2 items. The thing is, when there's a gold deficit, it feels the worst when they have a completed item and you don't.
Yeah.
And even though we've seen Doctor pick up the Essence Reaver Navori, the 2 items of the Sivir isn't as significant as the 2 items of the Ezreal. But mid lane, you don't have the 2 items of Closer. You don't have the 2 items of the jungle either. For Pyosik, this is a point where it's going to be tricky to fight this dragon. Cut up in 15 seconds. Will DNS let it go? It is just a Chemtech dragon. They don't have to fight this. They could buy time by letting it go. Because I think if they fight and lose, they're going to be so far behind.
Right now, they are at least trying to get some control of this mid lane. That turret's still very healthy on the KMDRX side of things. As Peter, I don't know whether warding here is going to be something you can successfully do as Willa, like you were saying, just being that front line. Let's see whether Pyosik can find a kick angle as Closer makes his way in, doesn't find the charm though, and will just explode. Willa is a monster by himself, finds another triple. And yes, Orcs, I think probably just giving away the Drake would have been a good move.
Definitely would have been better than that. We can say for sure. They even TP Dudu down, and he's just kind of secret agent in the back line. Oh, he's going to get spotted.
Oh, no. All right, just ignore it. Just ignore it. Don't worry. Dudu is... he can't hurt you. You can't see him.
So this didn't start off so hot, and now it's a 5,000 gold deficit.
Oh,
looking for Yukal.
Yeah, Yukal actually spotted him there, I think, on that vision as he rotates up. Lazy Feel just going to get ulted here as Dudu comes out of the brush. But there is Yukal still there. Peter might actually pay for his sins as Willa comes back.
Well,
yeah, he just bought a BF sword and an extra little sword.
Dudu keeps going for these really long flanks. He did one last game, it didn't work, and this one unfortunately didn't work.
This was Dudu's discovery of what had happened elsewhere on the map after his great laning phase.
Yeah. I feel like sometimes you just press tab and you just say, oh.
What happened? Yes, that has been a pretty common occurrence for Dudu. We should probably be used to it by now. As Pyosik just wants his own red buff, and he's not going to be allowed to have it. Willa is so big, man.
Yeah, he is huge.
At least if they have a problem, they can call his scoreline.
So one thing that makes this a problem is that there's Mega Gnar available. So they engage, and Peter's just getting bursted down. They're hitting Willa, but again, Willa barely takes any damage, and then the Mega Gnar turns up, and Rich gets a humongous combo, and the fight is just over. Look at Willa's health, though.
Yeah.
They were focusing him. He was the first target, and he didn't even get under half HP.
That Aegis value was absolutely massive. It soaked basically everything.
If you're trying to pick a target and start and get a reset, not the Pantheon. And you know what? At this point, it's going to be a struggle on anyone with this much of a deficit.
He has 3,500 gold ahead of Pyosik.
Yeah.
That's a big number.
I mean, Pyosik hasn't finished his second item yet. And Willa's making a lot of headway towards his third.
And when he has Guardian Angel, if DNS ever engage on him again, I mean, it's already that their excuses are running thin, but they would be gone if that was to happen. You can understand, though, he's probably got a decent bit of shutdown on him as, okay, now a little bit of an engage onto Andal. Peter managing to land a nice hook there as Pyosik finds the kick, but Doctarm is also dead. Rich with a big old Naba looking to try and make something happen as Lazyfield off to the side looking for those Mystic shots, and now Pyosik, oh dear, he's running in the wrong direction, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see whether he can make this one work. As there are no wolves!
Yeah, there's a Baron up and available, so him dying.
Yeah, going for the cute little play, and there is the pings onto the Baron. There are bounties up and available, and the one on the Baron is not one I think DNS are going to be able to take.
Villa has 11 kills now on this Pantheon.
He is a very binary boy.
He's doing so much damage. And honestly, I don't think this was the worst start to the fight for DNS, considering the deficit. They got one of the easier targets, which is that Karma. But unfortunately, Lockdown just took so much damage. So we see here, Arcane Shift comes in from Lazyfield, and Peter goes for the engage onto the Karma, catches Andal even after the flash, which is pretty nice. But Rich just runs Lockdown down and kills him. As a mini-Gnar, just being able to charge at a Sivir and auto-attack them to death is a pretty great position to be in. And then he hits Mega, so everyone has to scatter. And here, Pyosik, he's pretending to be a wolf. I mean, I think it makes sense given what his favorite champion is.
Yeah, true. However, yeah, it's just not really going to work out, unfortunately. So it was a cute little attempt, but now it's 8,000 gold to lead. And KRX, this is, you know, a monkey that they had to get off their back, right? They were the team, the only one so far this season that had lost to the DN Supers. And being able to take them down here would be a big deal. Especially to try and get them back on track as well. As Lazyfield going to take a depth charge over towards UCal, but does make it all the way out to safety. As Goshik clearing out some vision, looking for that flank. Wanting to get a big kick, but it's just not really going to happen. No flash available either. So it is just a whole lot more difficult to make that one work. And now with Baron, they're going to look to just strip the map of all of these inner turrets, increase that gold lead to about 10,000, and just do it by the book. And I just don't know what DNS is supposed to do. I mean, their composition was already going to be difficult to play from behind.
Yeah.
And they're very far behind.
It's just their win con is pretty straightforward. But it's just so hard to execute at this point. Very binary plan. I mean, the Sivir is at least going to scale up to a point where she's strong, but I mean, that's assuming they get time to scale, which I just don't think DRX is going to give them. I will say, Sivir with a lot of wave clear, it being a Chemtech soul, DRX only have 2 dragons in pocket.
There you go.
I feel like that at least buys them some time.
You're saying there's a chance.
But you know what really frustrates me? I feel like this happens so much in DN Super's games. I'm seeing a scenario, I'm like, you guys don't have to fight this dragon. It's not that big of a deal. They fight the dragon. They fall massively behind in gold. And then next dragon, they don't contest because they can't. And I'm like, you could have just
done that first.
The earlier dragon, and then you could have fought the later dragon when you're in a better position. But
yeah, it's just not a whole lot of good news as Rich crushes forward, looking to try and get on top of Closer. He does make his way out, and Pyosik, I've seen this movie before, and I didn't really like it.
Okay, the Wolf didn't work. Pretend to be the Gromp now. That worked for Carrier.
All right. Oh, no, wait. He's committed to the Wolves.
Okay.
Oh, he's actually doing it again. This time, Safeguard's over. Finds the blue buff as well. That was very cute. As now, Pyosik's decided League of Legends is not for him. Hide and seek. That's his game. And he's making it out. Okay, they're going to look for Lazy Feel as well. Charm is going to connect. But there's just not really the damage. Rich comes in. That wallop was gorgeous. And it's going to be both Peter and Closer falling before the fight had even really had a chance to break out. Lazy Feel tried to Arcane Shift away as Dudu's going to get on top of him. Rich takes him down in the end. And yes, Lazy Feel will die, but all of DNS is what it's going to cost them.
And unfortunately, Pyosik did lose the game of hide and seek.
Oh no.
So they don't even have that as a takeaway from this. Ends up being an ace for just the 80 carry of KRX. 11,500 gold lead.
It was more tag, wasn't it? It was more tag that he was playing. Tag and then he safeguarded away.
Yeah.
Something like
that. He was
that.
kind of envisioned the whole time. So this could have been a good setup. I actually want to see, was it the nerf on Ambessa that made the difference here? It was. Because they nerfed the time it takes to cast the ultimate. If it was a little bit snappier, he would have caught him with it, and Lazyfield would have died much sooner. Now, do I think this fight would suddenly turn into a winning fight for DNS? No. But it would have gone much better. And the nerf to Ambessa's ultimate cast time really hamstringing Dudu in that situation, unfortunately.
Yeah, big problem. And now another big problem is the hat that was just purchased by UCal. He also got himself a Blighted Jewel. Oh my goodness, this Victor is going to be doing so much damage. Already the Pantheon was an absolute monster. And there are so many codices on Lazyfield right now.
Yeah, Lazyfield going for some AP. We saw a lot of Ezreal's AP ratios buffed recently, like to a crazy degree. So people were talking about mixing in AP with his build. Cool to see it coming out from Lazyfield.
Goodness. Yeah, it's starting to look pretty good. The damage onto Pyosik here is they do get the double knock-up. There's a public execution as well, as down goes that Victor immediately. Docdom is somehow dead as well. I'm not even entirely sure how it happened. And Yukal, from the grave, kills 2 people with his Arcane Storm. Lazyfield now pushing close. My God, those Mystic Shots do so much. And Dudu will be ushered to the fountain, pulled out by Rich, and taken down by the world's most fed Pantheon in the history of the universe. And Kiwum DRX, they will pick up the 2-0 here today as they finally defeat the DN Supers in 2026. And they do so in a manner that was not close at any point whatsoever. An absolute crushing here today in our first series.
I think it just shows that despite these two teams being relatively close in the standings, Kiwum DRX have leveled up and are looking to take that step up and move to a better position if possible. It's DNS struggling to find coordination, struggling to find the angles with their compositions, and it's the Kiwum DRX who I think have grown a lot throughout the season, even if they haven't been able to get that many wins under their belt.
And now pushing themselves a little bit further ahead of Nongshim as well, who were just a little bit below them, locked into the Rise group. And Rich there, I mean, it was a rough early laning phase, honestly, and in both games. The early laning phase was a tough one, but Rich's team fighting fantastic. And Willa, yeah, star of the show. I don't even care what he did in game 1. He's getting POM.
Yeah.
All right.
You know what?
Yukal is he's just going to win every best ceremony.
That's what I was going to say. The POM seems pretty obvious from this series. The best celebration seems pretty obvious from this series.
With the targeting. Oh my, pack it up. All right, this team is just winning. And they might be locked into the Rise group, but what is the best group? It's the Rise group, baby. All right, and Kiwum DRX, they are definitely looking fantastic in it. We don't really want to be talking about what's happening over the other side as the woes for the DN Supers continue. We have to remember this is the only team they've managed to beat so far this season, and the losses are just piling up.
I think what feels worse is last year we saw a situation where DNS started with a really long loss streak, and then they got like that mid-season win, which felt pretty good.
Yeah.
Relatively. But in this situation, they started with a win, and so it's like the longest possible time since that happened, fishing for another one, desperately trying to find an angle, and here they just didn't. There were some moments Dudu had a pretty good performance, but it just feels like the coordination, the setup in team fights, a lot lower than the level Kiwum DRX is displaying right now.
I would agree. And I also feel like a lot of the drafts picked by the DN Supers were just, I want to see them do more keep it simple type drafting, right?
Yeah.
With some more front-to-back team fighting, get a tank there for Dudu and have him actually participate in a lot of these team fights.
You know what used to run the Rise group? Annie Wukong.
Yeah!
Why? Because very straightforward.
We need Rakan back as well, you know, to make sure that we have the full Rise group special. But there are some happy faces over here for Kiwum DRX, who are just looking like they're having their best time moving further up. And yes, they are confirmed into the Rise group, but you want to get the best placement that you possibly can. And Kiwum DRX, I think after their trip to Vietnam, they have looked better and better.
I think so too. I think even though they lost those series, they gave a challenge to HLE and Gen.G, and I think we've seen they've taken away from that.
Yeah, the camaraderie as well. Like you can, like there's a brotherhood forming here.
I mean, you know, Lazyfield took them to the best restaurant.
Oh yes,
and they had some fire food.
Absolutely,
and that's how you build camaraderie.
And you also do so by winning. And that's exactly what they did here today off the back of their gigantic jungler. Willa just going ballistic. Lazyfield doing the most damage in the end. But I think this Pantheon pretty much won the game by himself and looked very, very good while doing it. didn't even die on the Xin Zhao. A gigantic KDA.
I mean,
18, 1 and 10.
As you said before, anything could happen in that game.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
He was still.
As it turns out, was a great game one.
Yeah, but still just was such a strong sell for this Pantheon performance, dominating the jungle matchup. Even after they let Kyoshik get his Lee Sin, they said, you can have it, we can match it, and match it they did.
Yeah, and they also waited for all 5 of the bans to come through from their opposition as well. He's like, well, I guess I'll play the Pantheon, and he also decided that I guess I'll win the game for my team. Playing around these scuttles, I'm glad that Jankos pointed that out, because it was once again an issue for DNS. Maybe we could just repeat the same space segment in this one.
Say the same things with new footage.
Yeah, and we could just do a complete rerun, and the guys could go and get lunch or something like that. Maybe no one would notice, because, yeah, it was some of the same problems.
We have some keen-eyed viewers. I think they'd notice the little inaccuracies.
It might also be with the fact that we're talking about it now.
Oh, we gave it away.
Yeah, that could.
We don't get a testing.
Sorry,
I know
guys.
everyone will be like, hey, I would notice.
Yeah.
Would you?
Yeah, would you? And also, yes, they would, because we've said it, and so now the spaces have to actually do it. Sorry for denying you your lunch break, but that's it is what it is. And we also want to get as much out of Jankos while he's here as we can, and he gets to break down another one of these, and hopefully we get a 3-gamer in our next series, because this one was pretty brief.
Yeah, but cool, we get a POM for the jungler, and we get Jankos to talk about it as well.
Ooh, true. There we go. Some angles in there, and Willa did have an absolutely brilliant performance here today. And it's going to be like KT versus Gen.G. That's got to be a 3-game. So this is allowed to be a bit short.
Yeah, I would hope it is.
Yeah, as I think Willa did just make his way out as well. And the DNS fans, I want to say, huge shout out to just how passionate they were today. Even though DNS have been struggling so much, it's really good to see that they still have so much support.
Feels like the fans are getting even louder.
Yeah.
They're hunting for that first win. They're wanting to show the support to their team, and that's great to see. I can guess the players very much appreciate it.
Yeah.
Having that support from the fans, even though things are going tough. And they would love to be able to reward them. Today wasn't that day, still is more chances.
Yep, and now it is time to hear from Willa. Let's throw it on over to the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Willer on the side of Kium DRX, who just took a clean 2-0 against DNS. Congratulations! Thank you. Willer, long time no see in the interview zone. This is your first POM of this season. How do you feel? You know, this season, it's our first time winning against DNS, and that was a clean 2-0. And you know, at TCG Low Park, it's been actually about 2 years since I am doing an interview, so it just feels really surreal. I just want to do well from now on. Yeah, just like you said, since LCK Cup this year, you struggled against DN Supers. So how would you rate this series today? Honestly, my teammates did everything. They did so well, and that's why I was able to scale well and play a pretty comfortable game. So I'm really thankful for them. And despite all the mistakes and misplays, I think we were able to win pretty well today. In game 1, it looks like you played Xin Zhao and proactively helped bot. So against Skarner, what was your focus? Well, I think because I knew that in the matchup I am stronger in the early game, I wanted to make sure that I have more impact and just more actions in terms of just making plays. And because we also had Bard on our team, I think we're able to use Magical Journey with, in order to engage first. And your Pantheon was an absolute mountain. So how did you feel about game 2? Honestly, after just fighting, I just noticed that all the kills came to me. So after I was able to get a really good item build, I just had so much fun just playing. And in the Pantheon versus Lee Sin matchup, what was your game plan for you to go ahead and get so fed? Against Lee Sin, to be honest, I think it's just that I know that my turn it comes a little late, so I think I just was aware that Lee Sin will be winning earlier. And that was just playing out for the late game, I think, was really what I was trying to do. And we noticed that you really took your time with your ult, so why was that? Actually, the gameplay was actually for the opponent to engage into us first, and then we just had to counter that, so that's why. And you know, in Game 2 against T1 last match, you also put up a pretty impactful Lee Sin performance, so we keep hearing that your performance has really improved, so do you feel it yourself? Yeah, I feel like, you know, my head coach has been really helpful in terms of, you know, my growth because he actually is quite experienced and he has been helping me a lot. And I think we were able to just go ahead and see, like, create an environment where I can actually grow well. And it looks like Yukal has been doing a lot of really fun ceremonies. So is there anything that goes into the process? Yeah, every time Yukal does a fun ceremony, it just really hypes everyone up and it's really fun to watch him. And it makes me really happy to see it too. So I hope that we can go ahead and keep this momentum. And with this win, DRX keeps the road to MSI hopes alive. So with your next opponent being KRX, what is your mindset? You know, actually, VFX, we have a lot of close friends over there. And honestly, win is a win. We really want that win, so we'll prepare well for that. And any message for your fans? It's been a really long time since I'm able to do my interview, and I'm really grateful for all the support that my fans send us. And I hope that I can repay it with a better performance, and I hope that I can come back to the interview zone more often. And that is all from Willer, and back to the space. Welcome, Yankos. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear, as always, and a shout out to Yankos from her as well. And crazy that we haven't heard from Willer in like 2 years, he says. It's been about 2 years since he's had an interview on the stage, so kind of crazy. His first POM here of the entire year of the LCK, so shout out to him for doing a great job here in this series. Surely both of you guys did go ahead and vote for Willer, right?
Well, did we now at it?
Yeah.
Did we?
All right, you're already starting it. All right. Let's look up the POM votes. Maybe,
let's look at the POM
maybe there's
votes.
someone
Yeah.
who also voted for someone. Oh yeah, see, we got split votes.
All right, you and media going ahead for you, Cal. Right Korean analyst, so that's either Pony or Helios, did go for the top lane actually, and right Korean cast did go for Lazy Feel, which I thought maybe. For me, I was definitely a Willer voter as well.
Well, I'm not sure about the top lane and bot lane vote, but I clearly have my opinion about my mid lane vote. Is that I think Yukal had most consistent performance overall. You know, I think it started from like 2 weeks before that he's performing good, and I think whenever he's consistently winning the mid lane by himself, I think the game gets a lot easier. As jungler, you should agree on this because
No, I mean,
he's getting priority.
Okay. He is getting priority. So when we were discussing it, I was a little bit with it as well because I feel like Yukal did great in the Casio game. We saw the Herald play where he like dodged, sidestepped the Yone ult, then he flashed to his team. Like mechanically, he was really good. But how can you not give MVP to a jungler that is controlling the pace of the game for the entire game? And we highlighted the Scuttle play. Imagine that he's there at every Scuttle, getting every dragon.
All right. That's enough.
So crucial in team fights.
That's enough.
Spread jungle propaganda.
Okay.
So this is your comment here, Yankos. Jungle Puppet Master. You want to? I know you've already broken it down a little bit, but you want to break it down a little bit more? What Willer was able to do? Maybe you can tell what did.
Yeah, something I saw and what it didn't is that it starts with a jungler. Yes, Yukal does have mid-prime, but it's the jungler who is coordinating members of his team to actually contest every objective and every fight. And every fight that Kimun DRX took in the early game is true. Well, not only Yukal, but also Willer. I feel like Willer was literally crucial to every of their fights. He was there with the Pantheon. He was flashing on the correct target. He was trying to be a highlight player.
All right.
Willer was there to be consistent and to step on team fight.
Okay.
And he's in our
Okay, even though you're doing the first time on this pomade, I think this pomade is pretty bad. I think it's a boomer pomade, I would say.
Really?
Yeah, well, that's my age.
But look at mine! If Yukar keeps this up, we may be witnessing the second prime of his career.
Boom.
Yeah, you know what?
I mean, okay. He was having mid trio twice, and he was, having winning matchups twice. So he was just using his champions. I mean, if he was playing well, I'm not gonna deny it, but Wheeler was the highlight master.
Also, Wadid, you've had a lot of experience doing these comments, whereas this is Jankos' first time, okay? He needs a little bit of time to get used to it. The spear work was so good, even a hoplite would be impressed.
Oh my god, that's a good one!
Ox is pretty good at those. I feel like, especially when it comes to like old references like that, he's pretty good. A hoplite is, I think it's a Greek soldier that has the spear and the shield. Yeah. As Helio said, he plays insanely well. He's good looking. There's just an unreachable wall around him. He is truly a waller.
Okay, you called me a boomer, but this beats my like. This is way more of a boomer.
Yeah, he's a true boomer in the LCK side, like for sure.
Helio's like the boomer. Yeah. This is unreal. It feels like he's. Did he copy Wadid's comment except for Willer and not you, Cal?
Yeah, Cloud Templar is like your fan.
Yeah, I mean, like,
but the difference is that he actually knows what he's talking about.
It clearly showed that, like, we have the same idea, same knowledge about the game. Like, he's the one of the GOAT, like, color caster, So I'm fine with it. We just have the different player.
Yeah, it seems like you guys are really on a similar wavelength with that one. Does it hurt doo-doo? I stood here after overcoming even greater pain. And Rich has been through a lot of pain. He's definitely a guy who does not do very well in lane, but actually, I suppose Pony wanted to give a shout out to Rich, just saying he did much better this time.
Yeah. I think he showed up his ability in the team fight. Whenever he picks Gnar, he lands insane ulti over and over again, so.
And we do have one more comment. This was the Lazy Feel comment. From start to finish, it was clean like a perfect bullseye.
I think that's an AD bias. That
is a little bit of AD bias, but I think Lazyfield, for me, is one of the players to watch, definitely. I really like his aggression. I think he's, even during the Kimun DRX home ground in Vietnam, he was popping off, man. He's really, really exciting to watch.
He's actually a really good player. I think give him enough time to kind of smooth out. He's a little bit volatile still, but he really does have hands, and I think he's got a good eye for the game and a good sense for the game. But let's take a look at the standings now, as we do have Kium DRX with the victory. It's kind of what we expected for Kium DRX to take the victory. They even took a game off of T1 recently this week. DNS, though, down there at 1-14.
I mean, especially we had the matchup between the Rise Group fixed teams, but I feel like this season has been really great. Even like the Rise Group games are looking much more competitive. I mean, when you think about the Hanjin Brion and KRX right now with their performance and Kium DRX at this point, and I think it's gonna be really tough to like think about who's gonna win in the Rise Group matchups, So I think it was really great to see Kium DRX finally like kind of neutralizing what they are really good on, and it was a really good game in general. Like, how do you feel?
No, I mean, for me, it was quite exciting. I enjoyed it. I feel like, though, in LCK, we have, actually similar to LAC, we have these teams that are really, really good, right? The Legend group, the top 4 teams with DK and Bro maybe like climbing a little bit and trying. And then we have the bottom teams, which is, for example, DNS, who are not really doing very well. And Nongshim, whom personally I cheer for because I do like Diablo, but I mean, they're just not looking very good, right? So, yeah, it creates 2 groups that are quite... while the groups itself, the matches are not one-sided, I feel like there is a big space between the top 5 or top 4 and then the bottom team.
And we just faced the Rise Group games, right? And the next series!
That's, guys, on that note, the next series is going to be KT Rolster versus Gen.G. Should be a banger. I mean, KT has definitely gotten some big upsets against Gen.G in the past, and who knows how KT are going to play today. You never do know. We also have some new content during the break, so make sure you guys are checking that out, and we'll see you after that break in a little bit.
뽕뽕이 봅니다.
새롭게 태어난 플러스기아는 뭔가 혀를 뚫는 것처럼 무너져도 일어나는 법을 아세요. 태윤이? 와, 태윤이! 더블킬! 아니, QOX 진짜 여우들이 돌아왔나요? 중요한 건 두 팀이 같이 손잡고 갈 수가 없어요.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the game where you survey and we play. It is LCK Feud. We asked 50 players from around the world to fill out a survey for our contestants to try and see how much they know about you. Time to introduce our contestants for the first episode of LCK Feud, starting with the lady. She's my boss. She's a translator. She's a content creator. She is Ji-sun.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ji-sun. I'm here to support my Tico's new content. I love my team, and this is not a competition. I love you guys.
That is not what I asked her to sign up for. Her opponent in this competition is still stuck living in 2018, sometimes forgets what region he's from. Please welcome Kim Bae-in, better known as Wadid.
Yeah, there you go. That's my name. I'm here to win against Ji-sun because I gotta prove myself that I'm smarter than her.
All right, hopefully Wadid and I still have jobs after this game show. Now again, the rules are we've surveyed 50 people of these questions, and their points will be mapped out for how many people had the same answer. Our contestants will try to answer first, and if they do, they'll take control of the board. 2 questions, and then we'll reveal the winner after all is said and done. Are you ready?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Sir.
We surveyed 50 players on this question. What champ on your team is an instant lose? Ji-sun buzzed in first. Ji-sun.
I want to go with Master E.
Master Yi, jungler. He's a master. Usually, a lot of the time, played by a one-trick can get mad. Is Master Yi on there? There is! All right, Master Yi, answer number 6. So it did. Same question to you.
All right, so Master E was the 3. So I gotta pick Timo. Must be it.
Is it up there? Yes! Is up there. That is answer number 4. 9 points total. No one is taking control of the board. Ji-sun, back to you. Still 4 answers up there, including our number 1 answer that 50 of our survey members said. 41 people still up there.
I would like to go with Yasuo.
Yasuo, the 0 and 7 master. He is a little bit edgy. Is he a champ that people thought is an instant lose?
Oh,
Yasuo is up there. We're climbing. It is number 3.
Let's go.
We still are waiting for that number 1 answer. What did? Instant lose champ on your team.
I thought Yasuo could be the first, but I guess it's only 9.
Also, too.
Oh, man, I'm struggling.
10 seconds.
Oh, okay. I gotta go with Yone.
Yone, the brother of Yasuo, is Yone. According to the 50 people, no! It is not! What did has got it wrong. That means Ji-sun, you have the decision here.
I'll pass.
Okay. What did? You've got 1 wrong already. You've got 2 lives left to try to get answers. Number 1, number 2, and number 5, according to our 50 survey participants on what champ is an instant lose.
All right, I have 2 in my head right now. So one is Vayne, and one is Sona. Because I think they are average players, right? So, are on the gold. Okay, so I'm gonna go with Vayne, the red sunglasses.
Red sunglasses for Vayne. Is it on there? It's a big red X for what did. There are so many people still left on this survey, including the #1 answer. And now you have one more opportunity.
Oh, man.
There's 3 answers here. There's 3.
Like, how, though?
There are 32 people unaccounted for.
Right.
We have 9 and 9.
Oh, I got one. Oh, my God. It's
All
just right into my head. Yumi. It's gonna be right.
The book, the cat. Is it right? What did's final life? It's correct! There it is. Yumi, the #2 champion. So what did? 1 opportunity left, but 2 options left. Got to get them both to get all the points.
Oh, man.
All right. What
But-
did? Back to you.
Something higher than Yumi?
Something higher than
Like-
Yumi.
Is Yumi's the champion that you can literally be AFK? But there's more?
There's more.
Oh, what is it though? Yasuo? Yumi?
Timer, please.
There's something.
10 seconds.
Please.
3, 2, 1.
All right, I'm gonna go with Sona.
Sona, is it on there?
Oh, yes!
He does play a bit of support and knows the annoying supports. That leaves the #1 answer. What did? This is the easiest one.
Is
This
it?
is the champion that most people said is an instant lose when they're on their own team. What did? I need an answer. 10 seconds.
Everyone hates it. Who do I hate the most when I'm playing solo queue? I mean, I hate Kai'Sa the most, but I don't think they're gonna think that.
4,
Oh, man.
3, 2, 1.
No! Irelia! I mean, because I just watched the Irelia game, you know?
That's right. She was Aurelia, not so good.
Not so good. Not so good.
Not so good. All right, Aurelia, not it. So G-Sun, for all the points that are currently up there, 35 points. G-Sun, what is the #1 answer to the question, what champ is on your team is an instant lose?
3 tries?
1 try.
1 try.
One try or he gets the 35 points.
That's pressure.
Okay.
Add more pressure by saying 10 seconds. 10.
I am ready.
All right, what is your answer?
It's Shaco.
Shaco. He's a clown. Sometimes in your own team, sometimes in the jungle. Is he on the board?
Oh my God!
To lose.
Let's
go! We cleared the board, and G-Sun gets all 50 points because Wadid said
Let's go!
Aurelia for some reason.
Aurelia? Excuse me?
Wadid, people of all elos don't like Shaco.
That's surprising. You know, I mean, I would like to have Shaco. It can be support, it can be jungle, one shot you. But what do you mean? You gotta love Shaco.
How did you know it was Shaco?
Because my team instant lose. Same goes for Yasuo, you know? Enemy team Yasuo, so scary. But our team Yasuo, same goes for Shaco. Enemy team Shaco, so annoying. My team Shaco, blah. So easy for me.
So easy. There it is. All right. So after one question, the math is very easy. It's 50 points for G-Sun and 0 for Wadid. And give him the big 0, which means Wadid needs to get all of the points in our next question
Did
to
Wadid
try and hang
order
in there.
a donut?
I guess he did. I
he
thought he
got
was
a
on a
donut.
diet.
A bagel.
You know?
A bagel.
All right. Well, hopefully you don't get a bagel in this next question that we have.
go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
KT 파이팅! 젠지 파이팅!
젠지 파이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. That was a very convincing roar. And we are the AA broadcast. It is Atlas and Orcs, ready to bring you KT versus Gen.G. We went from the bottom of the standings, from the depths of the Rise group, and now it's the Legends' turn. We'll see whether KT and Gen.G can put up more of a fight here, as this is a very important one when it comes to the standings. Gen.G not necessarily looking as dominant as they have in previous seasons, and maybe a chance for KT to continue their bounce back, to try and move back up the roller coaster, as it were.
Yeah, and the big thing here is that getting top 2 is really important for road to MSI. So both of these teams are definitely fighting for that. Right now, you can see KT has a pretty hefty lead over Gen.G, but not over T1. And I say hefty, if they lose this series, it won't feel so hefty anymore. KT, who started the season so strong in first place, have gradually been moving down the standings. Now, they are on a 3-win streak currently, but Gen.G is a big task ahead of them. If they want to keep their position relatively safe, relatively secure, they definitely want to win here to keep Gen.G and, of course, T1 at bay. Holding on to that top 2 spot is a must for the top team.
It absolutely is, and Gen.G looking to try and catch up a little bit. It's kind of interesting seeing them sort of locked in this 4th place, and even with a victory over KT, they have an extra game played over T1 as well. T1 with a chance to move further forward. But let's have a look at our match record here, as KT managed to get the better of them in round 1. That was obviously the incredible KT performance, where they only lost to Humble Life Esports, and now looking to see whether they can do it again, but not in the same form as they were previously.
Yep, it'll have to be a big battle. Gen.G obviously ramping up to the position they're in now, so it typically has been Gen.G favorite. I think every team against Gen.G.
Yeah.
Gen.G's had a favorable matchup when we're looking domestically. And just to be clear about the road to MSI, so the top 2 seeds will be straight in to a qualification match in round 3, because it is a gauntlet.
Yep.
And we saw last year that was Gen.G and HLE. Gen.G won straight to MSI. So that's why it's so important, so valuable, rather than having to be part of the gauntlet and potentially only getting 1 shot at a qualification match.
Yeah. And not to mention the fact that you just have to keep winning best of fives over and over again can get quite grueling, but could also be a bit exciting. Hopefully it is going to be a fun one, but trying to avoid it does make the most sense.
Yeah. Effectively, if you're in the top 2, you have to win 1 best of 5 out of 2 to make it. If you're in 3 or 4, you have to win 2 best of 5s to make it. So a lot of pressure, and that's why these teams, even though they've locked their place in the Legend Group, still very much fighting, and it's of utmost importance. So high stakes match ahead of us.
Certainly is. Gen.G looking to continue the regain of form. There was a bit of a blip, though, in the Saturday showdown where they came out very strong against T1 in the first game, had an incredibly grueling game number 2, and then sort of fell apart in the third. It was one of our most intense Saturday showdowns we've ever had. We had our longest game of the season, and it was amazing to watch, but can be a difficult one to bounce back from. And this is going to be a really important test for Gen.G. And KT, on the other hand, they dropped a game to Nongshim. Like, it was not exactly the cleanest performance. However, there was a little bit of a caveat. They had aiming was unwell, and they had to have an emergency substitution for that particular match. So maybe that's going to add to the wobbles that KT have been experiencing. But I think a win here for KT could really put them back on that right track to try and salvage what was such an incredible round 1, right? And with now some shakiness that they've displayed.
Yeah, and I think this has kind of been a hallmark of this KT roster. Not specifically the bot lane, but the top side, Perfect, Cuz, and BDD similarly had issues with this last year, where, let's be honest, the achievements they had in that year, pretty massive, making it to World Finals. Not what we expected, given how they started, but the form was varied over the course of the year. A lot of the big matches they won were upsets. Over Gen.G specifically, they got 2 major upsets that year, but it was upsets because, again, their form not the most consistent, and against Gen.G, who typically have very consistent form, this season a bit of an exception. But both these teams hoping that this is them ramping up as we get closer and closer to that road to MSI.
Well, let's see. Score, of course, no stranger to Gen.G, as he was previously a coach over there. Ryu, no stranger to KT, as he was previously a mid laner over there, as you guys might remember from a certain Faker What Was That type quote. Pretty cute stuff. A lot of certainly shared experiences between these two squads. KT, I don't know whether the bounce back is going to be effective enough to get them over the line against Gen.G based on what we've seen so far. They're going to have to dig deep, and it's going to have to start in the draft. And that's exactly where we find ourselves right now. Chovy having a little bit of a stretch here, and I think the guy that's next to him on his left is going to be very important. Canyon has, I don't know, I feel like the hibernation has been a little bit longer so far this year. Sometimes, like he wakes up briefly and then goes back to sleep again. And we're going to need to see some fire out of the polar bear.
Yep, and something I will say is obviously we hit a new patch this week. Sometimes when we've seen even KT specifically up against Gen.G finding favor in this matchup, it's been a fresh patch, able to leverage that. So a lot of importance putting that when we come to draft. This, though, seems like the sort of tamest set of bans we've seen on this patch. Only Karma left available of those super high prio bans. Jarvan taken away, which has been a pretty common ban. Nautilus there, I feel like kind of forces you to think about those enchanters like Karma. We often see the Nautilus picked into Karma or into things like Seraphine to combat them and look for kill pressure in lane. I think with the Nautilus ban, you can expect potentially Gen.G going towards that. We also see Nautilus often into or banned when you're trying to go Yanara Lulu. So a lot of options here. For Gen.G in terms of the bot lane and limiting the power they have there.
I think this is the smartest one. I was actually really worried that they were going to ban Karma, feeling like that was what Gen.G were looking for, and then give Chovy the Cassiopeia. They didn't, but it does mean that the Karma could possibly go over right now to Gen.G.
It feels so tricky now, because Orianna's obviously a super high prio ban, has been for a while, but Cassiopeia has kind of gotten to that point. And especially against Chovy, you do not want to give over one of those picks to him. Karma going to come in this first pick. Obviously, a lot of AD carries to compare with. Notably, Ezreal is available. Do you want to risk giving over Ezreal Karma? The answer is no, especially Aiming, who is a pretty fierce Ezreal himself. Now, you don't need to pick support right now to pair it up. There is obviously some decent options like the Bard available. But you could just look to leave it and maybe prio a jungler in this situation.
Yep,
Xin Zhao, definitely a solid one. And syncs up well with the Karma, so maybe don't want to give that over. Instead, they're looking towards the Ezreal Nami, which is a lane we've seen crop up occasionally. The Nami obviously has a lot of sustain, which works well against the Karma, makes the lane a bit more bearable. But also, when you think about the poke of the Ezreal combined with the Nami, you do get some decent damage in the mid game, especially at that 2-item spike for the AD carry, 1-item spike for the Nami. It can be pretty threatening.
Yeah, it's a bit of fun. Jhin is going to be the choice. I was actually thinking the Sivir could be a good idea as well.
Yeah, I think Sivir could have been good. Jhin ends up coming out a strong 2v2 regardless. And with Cassiopeia gone, Chovy just looking to potentially pick up that Rise. Only Anivia available as that sort of counter we end up seeing. That being said, Katie, if they're set on the Anivia, they would pick it now. Otherwise, you could just go in a different direction and leave mid till later. Anivia will probably get banned, and that's fine. You could go for a jungle in this situation. You could go for a top, and Banaway picks up that deal with it. Maybe if you do want to go something like a Jace, now is the time.
See what Perfect does want to do, or whether it is... Like, I wouldn't mind just being a jungle pickup here. Like the Pantheon, which is what Cuz is hovering over right now, seeing whether he can do his best Willer impression from our last game, but keeps the cards close to your chest. You haven't given away too much of your composition and don't need to be as worried about it. But I do think that what Gen.G are representing right now is pretty scary, outside of the Jhin, who I just don't really like personally, but that is fine.
I think probably just going to ban away junglers for KT, the likes of the Xin Zhao in this situation. Not want to give that one over to this composition. I think Pantheon offers some of that global pressure that the Rise has. And we do see the Lee Sin ban coming out. Lee Sin Rise, a really strong combo. The CC set up for him. And a pick that has risen in priority with the new patch coming through.
And it's also Canyon, who has, in my opinion, probably the best on-stage Lee Sin like montage clip of all time.
It was pretty fire.
It was pretty incredibly good. So Canyon still with those hands available to him. The Talia is going to be taken away, one of BDD's best, but Talia Pantheon also a pretty scary combo.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense in that regard. It is KT who have both first pick after the bans and counter pick, so some risk of what can be picked up here by Perfect. Now, this is interesting. They banned the Wukong, and these two picks, the Wukong and the Lee Sin, definitely have risen up in priority in this patch, but Xin Zhao being available, I don't think Gen.G are particularly bothered about those picks being taken away.
Wait. Okay, in Road to EWC, we saw top Xin Zhao just pick it away.
Yeah.
Probably not a good blind pick, and it also didn't look good in that tournament. However, it is possible. Zahen going to be banned away here, probably one of Perfect's best champions, as aiming, thinking about what Perfect does want to play. We'll see what he is going to lock in here, unless BDD is just going to take an answer to Chovy.
Yeah, I think getting the counter pick for Perfect makes more sense. I'm surprised the Anivia didn't get banned. I assumed it was like an automatic thing.
She was nerfed a little bit on this patch, but I guess it was probably not that much.
It was armor. It was armor scaling, and just I think it was base armor as well.
I think AP ratio got like hit by like 0.
It wasn't, 0, because it wasn't even that. It was base armor down to armor.
Oh, that was it. Okay, so nothing else.
Yeah, so not much for the mid lane matchup. Does make you a bit more vulnerable to ganks, but it's such a minor factor. The Fury going to come out for Canyon, a pick that can be pretty difficult to deal with if it gets rolling.
Yeah.
And looking for the Scion blind for Keen, no major surprise there. A pick he's had a lot of solid performances on. And the question is, what is Perfect going to take here? Is it the Ambessa? We see the Ambessa being pretty good in the Scion, especially after the changes. Zeus had a matchup with the Ambessa into Scion and completely ran it. Ran it as in, like, he ran the lane.
He did.
Not run it as in run it down.
That was a game where I think Guma went 0-7, and they still won pretty easily.
Yeah, so definitely, if you're piloting the Ambessa well, can take over that matchup. You have a pretty proactive jungler in the Pantheon. You have the Anivia into Rise you're feeling good about. And the Ezreal Nami is a pretty fierce lane to go up against, even though you have the Jhin Karma. So I think KT honestly have piloted this pretty well in terms of what they've been able to secure. I think Gen.G, though, are fine with their picks. A lot of comfort, a lot of picks they feel confident on.
Yeah, I think the front to back certainly going to be something that Gen.G can rely upon in this game. Keen has been so good on the Scion. I think the stats on the champion certainly are proving that. He's played it a whole bunch of times. I don't know whether he's lost yet. but the number of wins is certainly very, very high. I like what I see from KT, though, in this draft. I think that they do have a lot of answers. I think that the Nami actually fits quite well, especially into Jin, as you can kind of aim a tidal wave at him whenever he decides to call it curtains. And there are some opportunities for them to make things happen. I think this mid lane going to be very, very important, seeing whether BDD can actually get the level of control that we've seen some Anivias be able to really leverage in this matchup could be very important. On the Gen.G side, I just want to see lots out of Canyon. No herbivorous jungling. Please, sir. Let's go into the Rift for game 1.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right. Chichidik Law Park is full to the brim today. As you just heard, these fan chants are incredibly loud.
I have two kind of concerns in this game. One of them is the Neferi. There's a lot of targets that just aren't a good time to dive into for the Neferi, and this is a champion who, if you fall behind, can feel underwhelming. Diving onto a Pantheon is not fun.
No.
Ezreal, obviously a tricky target to get down, Anivia too, and has the egg. But there is one target that is prime for Canyon to kill, and just go for the reset on the ultimate on the back of being able to one-shot this squishy champ. It is a Nami, so effort, I think, might be targeted heavily in this game.
Does need to be a little bit careful. The exhaust goes down onto aiming. Ruler going for that tech as well, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it is, because we've only really seen it into the Lucian. Yeah. And I'm not a huge fan in this situation. Whoa. Oh, that's a lot of damage. The reason I'm not a huge fan of this specifically into the Ezreal is, although in lane there's value to it, outside of lane, are you ever really going to be able to exhaust? Not even outside of lane, just has a lot of lane situations where Ezreal just outranges you. It's not like a Lucian who has to dash in up close.
It might be more for Cuz.
Yeah, I mean, for Perfect as well, there's value in it there, but...
Ooh, BDD finding some angles here, as he's the one with the egg, as Chovy has procced that Ghost already. It's looking a little dangerous for the Rise, even at the early stage of this one, as BDD, I believe, just missed a cannon. It's not great. Did you hear the jingling sound?
There's...
No, I think you got it.
Anivia's kit does well into Rise because he is that mobile pick and you can really control the space that he has to operate in. But in terms of a counter, we don't always see it just crush lane. And BDD getting off to this good start is really positive. Being able to force Chovy to reset. He also didn't have the Ghost, so he has to do the regular walking back to lane.
Oh no!
Doesn't get to speed walk. And only gets to pick up a refillable on a control ward. So yet to have to buy a tier. The ideal scenario for the Rise often is you get to back and pick up that tier and start stacking it up, so...
Yeah, looking a little bit rough as BDD, he'll be able to go back, and he has his tier. In fact, him and Aiming both with that purchase already completed. Aiming making his way back towards this bottom lane. And it does feel like Gen.G certainly on the back foot as Chovy is going to avoid Frostbite this time.
Yeah, and I think he's pushed the wave and now going to go for a second recall, get back on the map. And pick up that tier, presumably. So not missing out too much. Actually staying around. Doesn't get the window too.
Now there's the stun from BDD.
That electric damage just rather large. Obviously we've seen Deathfire Touch be the in thing. And in those extended trades, it just builds up over time. But the electrocute kind of crazy. Chovy with no mana, just have Flash and Cuz coming in.
Yeah. Walks over a ward. Cuz might be able to find an angle here. Just charges up a Q. And will be about his business. So Chovy does finally get to do that back that he was looking for before. Was completely out of mana, so it makes sense to be doing that right now. Should be able to afford his tier as Keen farming underneath this turret. And both of our top laners looking a little worse for wear. They have been hitting each other a few times by the looks of things.
I mean, a big factor is they buffed the early damage on Perfect, on Ambessa. The max HP damage on her Q, I believe, got buffed up. An Interest Scion that obviously feels pretty good, even early on. So getting some good trades here, but I think Keen holding his own reasonably well.
Yep, and now gets to go for his first back as well, which I imagine will be pretty close to a Bramble Vest, and there it is. That's going to make things a little bit more difficult here for Perfect in this lane.
You know, I think it's the nice thing about this Ezreal Nami lane.
What's that?
This probably, like a couple of weeks ago, this would have been Ezreal Nico, and would have been so upset.
True.
So I'm hoping he's happy about this transition.
It's probably making him feel a whole lot better than the Ezreal Nico. That was not his favorite, as Keen is just going to walk down perfect. Yeah, I do feel like the Bramble Vest purchase has been helpful.
Yeah. The effect of getting caught out off guard a little bit in those early trades. Level 6 hit there by Keen. We've seen a lot of Keen getting solo kills.
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting for it.
Not the easiest for Sion into Ambessa with her being so mobile, even able to buffer your CC with her own ult.
All right, here on the bottom side, though, it is just Gen.G farming calmly. We have seen it is a full clear completed for Canyon as well. Bottom side Scuttle is going to be spawning in a moment. But it looks like Cuz just going to go back home. Canyon might be the one to head on over here and grab that level 6 for himself. You were saying that, you know, going for some fish food could be an opportunity. And it is just going to be a Q coming on down. Looks like Effort's going to be okay for the moment.
Definitely the easiest target is the Nami. Canyon, once he has that level 6, can kind of just piggyback off Effort onto a different target. So in skirmishes, that'll be the play. Getting that initial kill with the Fury really valuable because the second ult gives you that big shield. Now though, Cuz once again seems to be looking towards mid.
Yeah, there's a public execution out from Perfect as Keen. He might need to drive his way out of this one. He does do so, and then flashes as well. Perfect getting so much control out of that one play is now Gen.G on the Dragon. Because is going to move on over here. That's the secure ulti in from Canyon onto a Pantheon. Is an odd move, but it seems to be working out at least for the moment as the bird is going down exceptionally low. Egg still available, and the bubble from Effort. Oh my goodness, that just saved the day.
Huge bubble there coming out from Effort to stop the chase coming through. Stops Chovy's ultimate as well. It's still Dragon for Gen.G. It's still 2 flashes down for KT, but it could have been so much worse if not for Effort.
That was incredibly well done. BDD now wandering back to this lane. Didn't have his egg procced in that last moment either. And so is going to be pretty happy to continue farming here. Does feel like, you know, Gen.G with about a 200 gold lead, something like that. Felt like that moment was probably pretty good to help put a bit of wind into the KT sails, who want to, you know, start playing around. I feel like the Ezreal item timings are sort of the perfect things to play around in the KT composition. I think everyone kind of feels good at that moment. Maybe Ambessa looking for a little bit later, and the Anivia will be able to thrive for a long time, but 2 items also strong there as the curtains are coming out. Effort doesn't have level 6 yet, so the tidal wave can't be used to block that, and he just kills him! Okay!
Yeah, aiming doesn't move in time to block. Now he's getting rooted as well.
Oh dear, there is the heal to chase after them. The flash, and he finds it with the grenade! Ruler is just dancing on him!
Decimation from the bot lane of Gen.G. They put Effort down, and aiming is quick to follow. Still had his flash, didn't think he needed to use it. Thought barrier would be enough.
I really did not think that Jin Karma was going to be winning in the 2v2 that incredibly hard. That was beautifully played. Oh dear. So I said there was wind in the KT sails. The wind has abated somewhat for now.
And it's that specific timing where we often see AD carries getting their level 6 before supports, just from supports moving out of lane. But Effort not having his ult, not being able to cancel the Jin ult, was a moment of weakness for the KT bot lane that Ruler was able to capitalize on and get a big influx of gold. He's feeling super strong now. We'll see a replay from his point of view. Gets this route here, gets the damage down. We see Duro try to set up the route, which forces a flash. Then he goes for this. Fear shot misses, but aiming's not really moving in time.
Wow.
And then Duro going for another route here. Aiming gets caught once again. And then he thinks the barrier's enough for the 4th shot, but doesn't think about the dancing grenade that comes after.
Man, Ruler is just ruthless here today. Building towards Ghostblade first. Pretty good as a 1-item spike.
Yeah, I think
so I don't think the good times are going to be ending anytime soon for this Gen.G bottom lane.
I think a big factor in gen itemization with the early Ghostblade, which obviously delays your crit items, but the reason is you can recall and buy a Dirk, which is a lot easier to buy than a BF sword and gives you that laning power. And we kind of just saw that on display in that 2v2 matchup, having that serrated Dirk giving you a lot of damage and also just easier to afford. Whereas if you're going towards like the Stormrazor first and you back without enough money for a BF sword, it feels kind of horrible.
Yeah. I actually think that a lot of people just adjust the build on the fly based on what they can afford in that moment as the ulti comes out from Kane. Perfect gonna have to do some dashing to get out of the way of this one and does actually flash, but Chovy going to throw down the Rune Prison, and I think Perfect is just going to go. We're going to need a few extra buttons, and no! Not able to finish this off, and now Cuz finds his way in. The teleport from PDD as well to bring him over. Can he get the wall up in time? And no! Not quite able to get it into position, and now Canyon's made his way over. This has gone back and forth so many different times, and Cuz will be taken out as the first kill for the exchange. But now the teleport back. KT doubling down on this play, and Perfect, I don't know whether he's going to be too happy about it. There's Duro finding his way in. The snare will connect, and Gen.G will take another one as BDD is going to look to tidy up.
And KT were able to get away from the play. They were able to leave. Perfect gets out, but they commit more. They try and make more of the play. And Gen.G, not only do they manage to find the angles in the fight, but they bring Duro up as well as the last little bit they need to guarantee a victory in that skirmish. We see on the bot side, they're putting some pressure onto this tower, but it's really not worth the favor that Gen.G found the top side. We saw here Keen setting up the play initially with Perfect already low. Chovy comes in, Perfect flashes at the right time. And the ult, I think part of it was the intent to buffer the root timing, but either way, Cuz then flies in. And so he's pressing up here, and that's when Canyon turns up. The wall unfortunately misses from BDD. And suddenly they realize they can't actually get out anymore. Against Interfury, so hard to disengage. But they go for another round.
Yeah, and BDD is sort of priced into trying to help out Perfect, but with Duro there was never any way that they were going to do anything about this. It was just so much back and forth, but unfortunately when KT got a turn to go back, it didn't work, and then Gen.G took more, and then KT didn't figure it out, and then Gen.G took more. And now they're looking to do it again. They're going to take down this dragon. We'll see what the soul is going to be. Not going to be 3 Chemtechs in a row, as that was our first dragon.
Heen has a sizable lead now in the top lane, which is not what you want to see in this matchup for the Ambassador.
No. Well, Cuz is going to get in position as he does dive on top of Chovy. The tidal wave comes in, and it is going to interrupt one bullet of the curtain call. Cuz is going to be able to make it out safely for that reason. But honestly, Gen.G had just taken the Drake. They were pretty happy to not really fight too much in that moment.
Yeah, Ocean Soul, not the biggest concern. So I think for KT, at least 2 behind already, you're feeling pretty good. It's not a higher prior one. But I think Gen.G are feeling strong right now.
Oh, yeah.
Approaching 1-item spike for the Jhin. Canyon on that Cyclo Sword, which feels really strong with the Neferi. Being able to do max HP damage and get the lethality boost for the rest of your bleeds. And Echoes of Helia, one of the strongest 1-item support buys. I mean, Nami has Mandate, which syncs super well with her, but an early Echoes of Helia makes such a big difference in these skirmishes.
Let's see whether they can utilize them anytime soon. Right now, Cuz just getting through his jungle. And we do have effort trying to get some vision down. Some remnants of the wards that Gen.G had for the previous dragon still sitting down there towards the bottom side. Looks like that is what effort is trying to clear out right now. It's Canyon moving up towards the top side now. We'll just be clearing the remainder of his jungle. And the Neferi, so far, certainly has worked out. Did suffer a couple of buffs, a couple of nerfs on this patch, but
yeah,
I don't think it was enough to really make her not feel fantastic.
Her prio's gone up despite the nerfs, because I feel like the LCK players are just kind of picking up that she's got a lot of strength.
Oh, Duro taking a lot of damage here, aiming. Starting to get some work done. Our Trinity Force Spike is still pretty good, even if you don't have your Manamune completed just yet.
And I think I always talk about this a lot with Lucian pairings, like Lucian Nami, Lucian Milio, but Ezreal also has that thing where you just go mid, you contest mid prio, you try and harass the enemy AD carry with your Mystic Shots, especially with the Nami amp to boost it, getting control of the mid wave and pushing the other AD carry out, something you often look to do. We did see Chovy walk in there just to try and provide a bit of pressure to help push it in. Effort's now recalled and picked up the Mandate, so a nice item for the Nami.
There are things that KT can do, and they are 2,400 gold behind. It's not end of the world, but it is exactly where Gen.G want to be, right, in this game. They want to be playing for a late game where Chovy is absolutely gigantic, Keen is a brick wall that no one can get past, and then they just move like a freight train and take you down. KT certainly a little bit squishier and wanted to be playing on the front foot for a lot of this game. It's going to be difficult to do so, but they do have 4-1 still in their back pocket. Pantheon can play around the Ambassador very well, so there are some opportunities there.
You do want the Ambassador to be strong, though, because going up against Sion can sometimes be a bit of a brick wall, but also Chovy is a big threat in those side lanes. So if he starts to get ahead, Perfect maybe won't have as much opportunity. Has picked up the Eclipse, that big one-item spike we often talk about.
Ooh, and he's also lurking.
He's looking for an angle, for a flank here. They want to fight.
Well, they could possibly get in here. True Shot Barrage onto 2. That's going to be working out as there's a public execution. They're looking to lock down this bottom lane as Duro taking a lot of damage, but is able to make it out to safety. Had that snare up and available. And now the re-engage comes in. The train from Keen is not exactly the best, but the Deadly Flourish, that one's good. Sets up for the Q as PDD is able to flap his way out of there. The curtains have been called, but the Aegis is going to try and block it. Oh my goodness, the AoE. And Perfect is almost dead. I think KT are being successfully pushed out of the river by Gen.G as the Deadly Flourish. My gosh.
Kobe's looking.
Finds the Q. Cuz now in a fair bit of trouble himself, but that is already the Nami falling down. And Gen.G, we mentioned, they can move forward pretty slowly. However, they are deadly when they do so.
That being said, a lot of ults used here by Gen.G, and we have TPs for KT. They're coming back in. They want a round 2.
Well, they've gone for a few of those so far this series, as there's a flash out from Duro. Deadly Flourish once again. The Aegis doing work here for Cuz, but that's going to run out. Requires a flash to get the Pantheon out of there. And Gen.G just seem to be taking whatever they want, and then KT don't successfully find picks, and Gen.G take more.
Yeah, they're holding strong, able to find the kills. Not all of them that they wanted there, but enough pressure. And on the back of Ruler's Deadly Flourishes, doing a great job of setting up these plays. So we see here, they get a lot of damage down onto Duro and force Ruler's flash, which is pretty positive. But then Gen.G aren't willing to let you go on the back of that. Keen isn't able to collect his ult, but BDD gets caught out here. Pretty unfortunately, the CC gets layered. He has to back away on low HP. The pressure's on, and this is when the Jin ult feels so scary. When there's someone low HP on the back, the AoE that comes in.
It was the daggers from Canyon as well, just eating through them.
Nearly kills.
And that sets up the kill for Chovy, because it interrupted his back. Oh no.
The thing with this situation is this passage of play was not favorable for KT, but it looked like it could have been so much worse. If only slightly more damage came out, things changed just a little bit. They're not going to contest this Dragon, it seems. Instead playing to get Perfect ahead.
Yeah, just hanging out in this top lane.
I don't mind this decision at all. You're already pretty far behind. It's just an Ocean Soul. Play to get gold, and don't contest them in this position. You have some big spikes coming up with aiming when he's got the Manamune completed. Don't feel like you're forced to go for these plays now.
Yeah, could just be waiting and go for the next one, as the Soul could still be pretty devastating, especially for Gen.G's composition, which is so durable, right? And I say so durable, I mean basically just Keen, but it'll be almost impossible to kill them. And Duro, I guess, because he is durable.
Yeah.
That is a very good point.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those comps where you have the bulkiness to get value out of the Ocean Soul. And there's a lot of poke on the side of KT, mostly from the Ezreal Nami. So it's definitely something that will impact the game. But for the time being, I think KT trying to find an angle to reassess on how they're approaching these fights.
So far, Cuz has just not really been able to get much done, right? It's 3 Drakes that have gone over to Gen.G, a Herald that's gone over to Gen.G, 3 Grubs over to Gen.G. Like, every neutral has belonged to Gen.G, and they've been playing around it accordingly. True Shot Barrage is not really going to find Ruler, but did halve Duro's health bar.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage with the Nami backing you up. Pretty scary, but they just jump in and get the tower.
Yep,
Canyon's really been ahead of the curve this game. Really far ahead of Cuz in terms of farm. And find these favorable plays. Now has the Cyclo Sword and a Black Cleaver, which is a pretty brutal combo to be going up against.
Especially when Cuz is behind, right? Doesn't have his Black Cleaver completed yet. In fact, feels pretty far away from it as well, with only a Kindle Gem and the Longsword. So a bit of a dangerous moment here for Gen.G. The 2-item spike for the AD carry. One thing I do want to say is that effort has been pretty good. Like the Tidal Wave interrupted Canyon's ultimate. Things like this, he has been able to, you know, do what he can to play Peel for his team. And I think that's a large reason why KT have been able to limp away from a lot of these moments. The problem is, it's very defensive. And I feel like their composition does want to be playing forward, and it just hasn't been able to do so. Like, how do we see Cuz using an ultimate? Well, right here. as Chovy wanders away. And Gen.G look for the counterpunch. That is what's going to happen right now, as there is the tidal wave. Canyon gets into that backline. You were mentioning getting a reset from the Nami. Well, that is exactly what's going to happen, as Keen just descends on top of them. The egg is going to get crushed, and now Ruler is looking to finish up. That is a decent little ult attempt there from Perfect, but the sidestep from Chovy will mean that the Ambessa is gone. And ladies and gentlemen, that is 9-0. It's a 5,000 gold lead, and Gen.G do not look to be slowing down.
Absolutely not. It was effort, trying to make the play on the Nami, and this is the concern. You are the prime target for an Efiri. They go for the play on the Chovy, it doesn't work out, but then effort is trying to get, I think, a bubble onto Jiro here, was waiting around. Canyon sees that and goes, okay, that's my reset. It's done. Immediately just one-shots him, and then can ult, get the shield, and put a ton of damage on a BDD. Keen then flies in to finish him off. This was pretty beautifully played by Canyon, but the whole team was there and ready, and KT had felt sluggish. They were like, oh, maybe we can find a play here, and by the time they'd figured it out, that the answer was no, they'd already lost so many members of their team.
Yeah. It's just a whole lot more coordinated out of Gen.G. This is something that we used to expect from them every single game. It has been a little bit more absent this season, but man, this is the well-oiled machine that we have grown accustomed to over the last few years. And KT not necessarily displaying the same sort of thing, as Gen.G now pushing them out of their jungle, and there are bounties up. There's a Baron available, and Gen.G might have that on their mind.
Ocean Soul in a minute as well. They can look toward. You do have that spike coming in from aiming off the Triforce, the Mirror Mana, but just so far behind at this point.
Yeah.
Chovy is already 2,400 gold ahead of BDD. Has a CS lead on top of that 4-0-2 scoreline.
And it's so frustrating as well, because as BDD, you want to build the same items. So you're just very obviously behind by a very considerable margin. As Duro looking for aiming here. Not going to quite find the snare, as Perfect was there for backup. So aiming will survive for the moment. But it is dire straits here for KT. We have 30 seconds on the clock before that dragon is up and available. And then when does KT ever manage to kill anyone? As Chovy, he's looking to try and kill aiming. Tidal Wave is going to get sidestepped, and there's the ulti to come on through. Was interrupted, but it doesn't actually matter. Canyon is going to take down the fish once again. And with no bottom lane, KT have no chance of stopping this as Canyon goes in. And there's a Realm Warp as well. Canyon able to go untargetable, Cuz very, very dead. Thinking that he'd managed to make it out. That flash not exactly going to be working here. 3-0-7 for Canyon on this Nefiri, and they've got their eyes on the Baron.
There's always a risk when you're into a Pantheon that if you leave him alive when you're going for a Baron, he could just ult in and steal it. Gen.G ensure that's not going to be the case, but it all started from that play from Chovy. Sees aiming walking up, just goes for the flash route, sets up Ruler perfectly for the follow-up, and then it's just a dead aiming. The ult from the Nefiri you can't really do much about. They do actually interrupt it, but it just means Chovy can walk up and get the kill, and then Canyon has the reset. Didn't use it on the Nami, goes for it here because as a Nefiri, there's just so little threat. You can't really get CC'd for long on the tower because you can drop the aggro, and Ruler with these deadly flourishes has been following up so well on all these plays.
Yeah, this Jhin has just been augmenting this composition, and it's something that I imagine a lot of Gen.G fans wanted to see, and that was Canyon on aggressive picks, right? Like, this guy was known for picking Kha'Zix into Xin Zhao in, like, pivotal moments, like bringing the Zed jungle out in, like, incredible best-of-5s. The Kayn, you know? Like, these are the Canyon moments that we remember, but, like, his best performances prior to a lot of these more aggressive picks was, like, Skarner this season. And his Skarner is very impressive, don't get me wrong, but it's not what you want to see. This is what you want to see, and he's looking real good right now.
And you know when you said what you want to see, I thought you were talking about, because I'd mentioned the Jhin.
Yeah.
Jhin being useful. I thought that's what you're going to say. This is
no, I don't want to see that. Then I'll see more Jhin.
Ah, true.
It's a bit of a problem, honestly. Like, I feel like Ruler has actually found quite a few good games. Gumayushi's the worst at it. He's always good at playing Jhin. It's very frustrating. I've got some favorite Jhin players, but I don't want to mention them as it feels BM this stage. It's okay. Gen.G now just looking to get a siege down, trying to utilize their Baron. I don't exactly have the biggest Red Bull Baron power play just yet, but Keen will see to that as he takes down this outer turret towards the top side of the map. The inner has already fallen in the bottom lane, so this is exactly where their 4-1 does want to operate from.
I think what's really scary here is I don't think the tower actually makes you that safe against Gen.G. Keen can tank it for so long, Canyon can drop aggro, and we've seen how quickly Gen.G will look to start a fight. So KT are trying to defend here.
Ooh, bubble.
But I feel like Gen.G, even though they are getting damage on the tower, that is not their primary focus right now. They're looking to see if there's a window just to kill KT under the tower or not.
Chovy is just going to move down towards his bottom side and does clear out that wave. Could be an opportunity here, as Ruler does have the Ghost Blade, so he's pretty mobile, to be perfectly honest. So I don't know whether they're going to stand too much of a chance of killing him. Thought mail now completed for Keen. 3 items done.
That was the final evolution of Chovy. He rocket belted towards the wave to farm it. That's just... I feel like that just embodies...
It's beautiful,
Chovy, you know? That is everything that he is.
That's where you can see exactly why he buys the item on every champion, no matter what.
To get to the minions faster.
Yep, that's why he stopped playing Yone. Just feels harder to justify a rocket belt.
Although this game doesn't have as high farm as the 80 carries, so maybe that's why he's making use of it in that situation. He's like, I need to catch up.
Certainly does. That's all right. Gen.G back to the siege once again, but the Baron is wearing off in 5 seconds' time. So KT, successful defense, I guess you could say, of this inner turret. But they are bleeding. It's a 10,000 gold lead for Gen.G. And I just don't see when it's going to abate. As Perfect underneath his turret, just trying to be all right here as Effort is going to get caught out. There's another ult forward from Canyon. And I think every time Effort has died, it has just been Canyon diving on top of him. Outside of that one time in the mid lane, as now Keen is immune to damage. That's a good thing to be, I think, if you're a top laner.
It's just, I feel so bad for Effort. This is not a fun Nami game.
Oh no. And in the draft, I actually felt like it might have been a decent angle, but I'm looking foolish for thinking so. As KT, I mean, to say they're on the ropes would, I think, be an understatement as to what's happening right now. As BDD does try to wall off Keen. He has to flash to get himself out of the way. Roar the Slayer comes in. Cuz knocked up towards the sky as Canyon able to get himself out of there. Public Execution is down, but Cuz is down as well. And I think engaging onto Keen is just not exactly what you want to do. Ruler is now having to flash out of a bubble. So that is something here for KT.
I mean, they're going to sustain up with the Ocean Soul a decent amount. Ruler has his ult available, can look for more damage. The TPing Keen back in.
Oh dear, that health bar is already way too large. As Perfect looking to try and get on top of Duro, but I don't know whether that's going to work as the curtains are being called. Aiming just explodes, and every one of these shots just does so much damage. That last one, it didn't land, so that didn't do quite as much. And Canyon now looking to lock down Perfect here with the help of Chovy. Tanks up the turret quite nicely there, and it's going to be the end of the game. Almost a 15,000 gold lead here at 27.5 minutes. KT may have done it in the first round robin, but it's looking a whole lot more difficult here in the second. 17-0. Only 2 turrets taken by KT that entire game. And yeah, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board on this one.
I feel like anytime you have a conversation about, oh, it was this far off, it was this close to a perfect game, it's not a good feeling. Even though they didn't get perfect games, it's not much of a consolation to be like, oh, well, at least we got 2 towers. They got crushed in that match. Didn't even look close, and considering the fact that KT are in second and Gen.G are in fourth, this looked like a first against last, honestly, with the difference between them in that game. This was a crushing.
Yeah, it feels like Legend versus Rise, right? In a game like this, I think KT have a lot more in the tank. I mean, they beat Gen.G, right? In the last round robin, we've seen it before. But you can see that scoreline, 0-17-0. The only thing there is that 2 of the turrets to deny that perfect game. But otherwise, absolutely everything belonged to Gen.G that game. And even the damage was pretty evenly split amongst all of them. Pretty incredible stuff here for Gen.G. And yeah, hopefully KT can come back swinging in game number 2, because that's exactly what happened when T1 managed to beat Gen.G in that Saturday Showdown last time around. There is a chance, but I mean, this is going to be a pretty intense coach booth session to get that one sorted out. We're going to go to a short break. Guys, when we come back, the space is going to break that one down, and we'll see whether KT can find it in them to come back in this series and bring us to 3 games. We'll see you then.
이번에 끝내고 볼 거야?
막 넣을만 하지
네,
않아?
나갈 거
우리
없어서
우리
얘기해봐도 돼.
파이어 텔도 그냥
진 W 아껴봐.
아, 지금 오케이.
아,
나 미칼 돼 건보요.
아,
미칼 줬어. 나 미칼 없다.
아,
나 탱크?
지금 타워 할게.
오케이 저도.
아, 탱크 끝났는데?
나 미칼 없어요.
아,
나 탈진을 한 번밖에 안 썼네. 나이스.
Guess the thought it was not going out of my mind. There was something really going on. I just didn't see all the signs in time. It was going on for so long. Girl, go on with your little thing. Gotta do what you wanna do. Guess I hadn't seen the danger signs. Guess I should have been one on you. Now I know what I've really got to do. I'm gonna see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back, 'cause I'm gone to a past you clean, and now I'm moving on. You might think the battle's already won, but it's really not. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Fire my bed, you tried to put out, but I lit it up, yes I lit it up, yes I lit it. You said it's on me if I feel put out, but your time's up. No way, can you feel it? Girl, go on with your little thing. You gotta do what you wanna do. 'Cause I hadn't seen the danger signs. Should've been one hanging off you. Now I know what I've really got to do. I've gotta see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back, 'cause I'm gone to a past you green, and now I'm moving on. You might think the battle's already won, but it's really not. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Gone and I'm moving on. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole my trust. Now this time is through. My heart, it weeps for the love you shed. I gave my soul to the time you cared. These days grow tired. I walk alone with tears. I break the sounds of the darkened fears. My love, it weeps for the time we lost. I paid the price. My soul became the cost. All I asked from you was time together. All you gave
Every sky's a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1 of Gen.G versus KT, which was a giga stomp. Gen.G outperforming KT by a country mile. We also still have Yankos here with Wadid, the two G2 boys here. What do you guys think about that first game, number 1?
Well, I mean, I feel like Gen.G now are back on form, especially I think with their bot lane performing better. I think that was the most concerning thing for Gen.G. But I think after that, like you already have winning top side and winning bot lane, and this is the classic Gen.G we were having like last year.
Yeah, to add to this, I feel like KT is very inconsistent, right? Sometimes they show up big time, and sometimes, you know, last week they did beat HLE. And now we see this side of Gen.G, which, I mean, this side of KT, which is just makes such a one-sided game for us.
Yeah, it really did. It was almost a perfect game outside of 2 turrets that did go down in favor of KT. We need to take a look at the draft as well, so break this one down, guys.
Well, for me at least, what I want to highlight is the fact that Gen.G steals the Karma on the first pick, and then the answer to this is Ezreal Nami. And very often we see Ezreal Nico instead of Ezreal Nami. And this time KT went for a more, well, stronger lane, I'd say, right? You have that extra sustain. But I really dislike when we see Ezreal that is not winning lane. I feel like one of the purposes of the champion is to get bot prio and to actually win lane and to stomp lane. But this time, Jhin and Karma can definitely deal with it. And not only that, I feel like Jhin Karma also scale better.
So yeah, I mean, nowadays you have the better item build on Ezreal with the Endless Hunger, but I still think that you have to win early to like make impact on that champion, but it didn't work out. And also, I think even though like they ban out all the junglers, Canyon always have the big dog in the draft. So I think it was in general, Gen.G had well-around team comp here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big dog Neferi is actually doing quite well nowadays, and I think Canyon played it excellently in that game number 1, so hard to ban him out, as you did mention. Let's take a look at the first highlight, this bottom lane duo kill. Take it away.
And this one, we can see here the all-in pretty much from the Gen.G side. I'm not really sure why aiming doesn't block any of the shots. I feel like he could either block the 4th one, even flash for it technically, because he could save his support, or flash away and live. But what happens instead is that aiming doesn't really help his support, so effort just dies, and then aiming also, I suppose, overestimates how tanky he is, and then he ends up going giving another kill to Gen.G's bot lane, and that kind of just opens up the game.
Yeah, and also I think that you kind of wanted to bring up the item change as well, because like this is maybe because of the item change you said.
Yes, if we can bring up the Doran's bow compared to Doran's blade, you can see that Doran's blade has 80 health and Doran's bow has more offensive stats. You get that 15% attack, so you get 8 AD. Even on Jhin nowadays, the item got a little bit buffed. I think it got 2 AD in the previous patch. So even on Jhin, it's very usable. It just gives you so much AD, but it also doesn't give you flat health, which then makes bot lane matchups more volatile, and in return makes Ezreal more squishy, and you know, Jhin have more damage. So maybe that's why. I'm not sure if aiming like underestimated the Jhin's damage. The 4th shot really did a lot of damage. Maybe that's why he didn't block it.
Yeah, I think, you know, if we give him the benefit of the doubt, probably could be something like that. We do need to talk about as well in the top lane, we had even more shenanigans, which KT really kind of doubling and tripling down on this fight up here.
Are we calling this shenanigans or just straight up trolling? Like, I was literally tilted after watching this clip. So basically, Chovy roaming to top side to kill the perfect. It didn't work out. Saving with the TP, that's fine. Pantheon goes in, no follow-up, you can back out. You can still back out because unless like you defend the play, you're still okay in the game. But what they instead to do, KT, they just run in and take the fight, and Ambessa comes in with the TP without the ultimate here. What's gonna happen? He's just gonna straight up dying.
Exactly, and this is something you just can't do as a top tier team, right? They are going one by one by one by one, and look at Gen.G, they are together. They are as a immovable wall. They are doing everything together. Meanwhile, KT just runs into them and dies.
So yeah, I mean, like as Yankos mentioned, it should never happen from top tier team that you should already know that what's gonna happen before that we defend the play and we move on. Like they spend the tempo and we should get our tempo back. But what they did here is just instant react that like with the emotions maybe like, oh well, they're fighting us. Can we fight? Can we fight?
Maybe we can save it. Maybe we can save it.
That's so bad. You know, like we had so many times that like back in the day, you know, we were talking like we should not put our emotions in game. We should be like cold-headed and like just think about the next plays. But that's not how they played at KT.
Can be difficult to do, and I think, you know, up against Gen.G especially, if you make one mistake, they already made a mistake on the bottom side of the map. I feel like KT got a bit desperate. They're like, we have to make something of this play. We have to try to come back. We're already behind. and yet it just ended up not working for them.
And now I have one question for you, Yankas, because like the teams are more picking blue side, and I think one of the biggest reasons why you're picking blue side in the first selection is because that you can play around the bot lane more, like I guess easier. What do you think about the first selection here? Do you think the blue side helps you to play around both sides more?
Well, unfortunately, I was not like a pro when we had the first selection thing. So I feel like teams mostly want to play bot side and Dragon possibly. Also, when you pick blue side, you can do this cheese where you do 3 camps on the red side of blue side jungle and then invade enemy blue side. So I feel like, yes, it has to do a lot with bot lane. We just didn't really see KT executed very well in game 1. And now in game 2, we might see a similar story.
Yeah, I think that KT, they're going to say, well, that game number 1 was a bit of a fluke. Hopefully we can kind of shore things up from here and have a better performance in game number 2. They're going to need it. Gen.G look like they're really on form and playing out of their minds right now, all 5 of them. So really good stuff from Gen.G to win game 1. Let's go into game number 2 with our...
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. And yes, it looks like Gen.G had a fire lit under them after that loss to T1 in that Saturday Showdown, which was exceptionally close, but did go T1's way in the end. And KT just were not ready in the slightest to deal with it.
Yeah, I think, honestly, after a game like that, because nothing went right and you fell so far behind, it's fearless as well. You kind of just throw it out.
Yep.
You know, there'll be a little bit of feedback. This should have happened, this should have happened, but for the most part, it's just focused straight on a game 2. Last game was not salvageable.
No.
And it's over now, so definitely not salvageable. You look forward and you think, how do we bounce back from here? How do we get some advantages? What if they lost access to Keen Silent not being available? Obviously,
big one.
He's relied on pretty heavily. Chovy not having the rise. And now here, with them having first pick, maybe access to a power pick themselves that they can leverage here to get an advantage.
Well, we'll see what they can make of it as we get into the draft for game number 2. KT wanting to keep the day alive, but also keep themselves alive here in this matchup. Try and create some distance between them and Gen.G in the standings. Both of these teams locked into Legend Group after MSI, but still wanting to get to that top 2 position that Ox illustrated earlier on. Very important. You eliminate an entire best of 5 from Necessity to Plate, which is going to be very, very nice. And the Varus and the Orianna are going to be banned away here as we get into the draft. The Caitlyn also removed, which is an interesting one.
Okay, so trying to limit some of the strong laners, because with Varus, Caitlyn, and Jhin already gone. Ezreal too is a really strong level 1. Potentially freeing up KT to be a little greedier with that bot lane picks. Something that scales up nicely, but maybe wouldn't want to match into some of these strong laners. There's still like MF available though, who's been a bit of a powerhouse. But for now, it's going to be that Rumble coming through in terms of bans. Cassiopeia still open and available.
I think that's a big one.
That stands out to me.
And Gen.G have second pick this time around. It is just going to be your stock standard looking draft. Blue side on the left, second pick on the right on the red side. So no worries there. I think Cassio probably still should be banned away unless Chovy has a pretty clear answer to it. Maybe he does. The Lucian is going to be the decision.
I think Lucian Milio, definitely the sort of 2v2 where you imagine not wanting to play into Caitlyn. So maybe thinking that KT wanted to prioritize that. Cassiopeia is just going to be the first pick. We've been seeing this more and more. A very strong pickup for BDD.
Yeah.
And we'll see what Chovy wants to play into it. And Nivea gone, which we've sometimes seen into the Cassiopeia, because obviously she needs to be within a certain range to deal her damage, and Nivea can control that when it comes to team fights, but not going to be an option here. I imagine Gen.G might put prior towards the bot lane here. Ashe Seraphine makes a lot of sense, considering a lot of bans to the other strong combos. Typically, you have to pick something with a certain amount of firepower to match into this. That being said, if you got Ashe Seraphine, KT could just go MF Nautilus, and we know Aiming does like the MF as a pick.
Yep, effort. I mean, Nautilus is his most played champion by a country mile, so it would make some sense there. Let's see whether they hold on to their support pick. Maybe they do.
Might be a safer move, yeah, to have that as a flexible one. Aiming hasn't actually played the MF this season, but played it a lot last year. They go for the Galio.
Yeah.
Something that was buffed as well. But not the most fun into the Cassiopeia. I think sometimes there's mages who just can't really deal the DPS in the Galio. They break the shield and do a little bit more, but it's hard to get headway. Cassiopeia, as soon as you get the mana banked, you can just shred a Galio quite comfortably. So not the matchup that you'd love to have.
Did get a buff or two on this patch.
Yeah, it was
a little bit better. his ultimate does more damage,
His
right?
ultimate damage skills with Magic Resist. His Justice Punch got a bit more damage, and Mana Cost down on the Winds of War. So the Mana Cost down on the Winds of War is honestly the biggest one into a Cassiopeia, because you can just spam it to farm
Yeah.
from a distance. They will go for the Nautilus, despite having not seen the Seraphine. They will go for that. Now, do they pick up an AD carry now for aiming, or go in a different direction, maybe getting a jungle or a top? If you go top, you're not really going to be contested, because I feel like Gen.G kind of need to round out that bot lane. And if you pick Jace, Gen.G can't take Sion. They, in theory, could go Yorick or Cassante here, but I feel like they tend to not give Keen the priority when it comes to drafts, and securing the bot lane combo with Ashe can be quite valued, quite important.
Yeah, I would expect something like the Seraphine to be locked in. Although with the Nautilus still there, maybe they want something else to add to a little bit of protection. But either way, I think it is going to be a support lock-in, and it will be the Seraphine that they decide to go with.
So still take the Seraphine into the Nautilus, definitely a risk. And now I imagine Gen.G is going to try and ban away. I'd say AD carries to pair up well with it like MF, but there's also concern about maybe some junglers who are a big threat, like the Nocturne.
Yep.
Could be problematic.
And actually, it reminds me of the last time aiming was on KT. I think in 2023, that was when aiming was playing a lot of Misfortune and finding a massive amount of success on the champion as well. So I'm glad that you bring that up, because it is going to be an important ban and is going to be dealt with immediately.
Yeah, for the side of KT, you could just ban away, I think Cassante definitely, away from Keen. The Keen Sante, something he can do very well on.
Yeah, I think Yorick, Cassante are pretty comfortable bans.
They would be at setting up the Jace, but I'm also, are you a little concerned about some jungle pairings to go with this? Xin Zhao with the Ashe Seraphine has been really strong.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it banned yet, so they'll take that one away. But that does make Perfect's Jace pick a little bit more volatile. Every ban you don't devote to dealing with the potential counters.
One more AD carry to be taken away from aiming, I expect. Already, we have the Caitlyn, the Varus, although that is largely a top lane ban as well, and the Lucian and MF already taken away. So not a whole lot left up and available for him. For some reason, I feel like aiming just wants to play Zeri. I don't know why, but it's just a feeling I have.
I think he would struggle in the lane.
Yeah. I don't know whether, I don't want him to play it, but I just feel like he wants to.
They go for the Ziggs. They do ban the Yorick here, so there's still the Cassante for Keen. And for the side of aiming, there's still Mel available. We've seen him play Mel with these kill bot lanes. In fact, he was one of the first to play Mel bot lane. It can reflect the Encore to great effect.
The arrow as well.
Yeah, so a lot of power there. So I could see KT going for that in the bot lane, especially since the AD carry options are limited. For Gen.G, do you just take Sante here, or are you looking for jungle? Nocturne's still available.
Ooh, Nocturne would be pretty strong.
Vi also. They are just going to secure the Cassante for now. No, never mind. They go for the Nocturne. So
all right,
they were deciding between those two. They go for the Nocturne. They don't want to give it over to KT, which makes sense given that you want to protect your bot lane. And it also makes the Galio's life difficult when the darkness comes down.
Yeah.
Are KT going to go Mel in this situation? Look at the Corki instead. I mean, it does have the mobility. Maybe they're thinking Mel immobile, even with a rebuttal, is just a bit too easier for target for the Nocturne and Galio, so they go for that instead. And now a jungle pick to come through, because there is the Vi, there is the Wukong. I feel like these are kind of solid engage options.
I think Wukong kind of fits, just because you get to scale up alongside the Nocturne. You don't need to be as worried about it. This is another one, and you can sap the resistances from the Galio. I actually kind of like the Trundle for that reason. Cuz is also someone that just does really like to play the Trundle.
Stall out plays. If Gen.G going in aggressively, you can kind of pillar the backline as they're coming in, and you can focus on whoever's dove in. If you think about the composition of KT, they have a lot of poke between the Jace and the Corki, and we're seeing the Trundle as something that can potentially provide that peel to get them away. It's going to be Keen on the Vayne into the Jace, so not the Vayne into a melee matchup we've often seen, but definitely a pick that can form a lot of pressure. Level 6 is a big spike.
Yeah.
Jace doesn't really get access to where you can look for all-ins. You now have a bot lane 2v2, which is very threatening for the Ashe Seraphine, as long as you don't get full prey to the Nautilus hooks. And you have a top lane where you're hoping that Keen finds success. And then you have double global mid-jungle. This game for Gen.G is very obvious. You are looking to move to the side lanes, snowball them, get them ahead, and play through that pressure. For KT, you are hoping to scale up a little bit more. and lean into poke in the mid game. I think with that Jace, with that Corki, and then just try and explode the squishy backliners.
Yep.
I think is the game plan.
And when they try and dive in on you, you can then just press Petrifying Gaze and things will be a little bit better. But I'm just hoping we see a difference in the playstyle and the mindset here from KT moving into this next game. Tidy it up a little bit, get that communication a bit more crisp, and learn to just call it a day if the play doesn't work, instead of doubling down and losing the game, which is what we saw in game number 1. Definitely some more intelligent decision-making would be what we'd like to see. But Gen.G, I mean, this is looking like a pretty stock standard draft for them. Keen on the vein one more time. Last time, it was a win. Let's see whether he can do it again as we get onto the Rift for game number 2. All right, as you can hear, Chijijik Wallpark is absolutely full to the brim here for our second series of the night. And I think both sets of fans would be pretty keen to just get more out of this series. And that'd be nice. I'd also just like to see KT with a little bit more fight. As yes, they were able to get 2 turrets in the last game, but maybe some more than that would be good.
I do think you said both teams pretty keen. I think Gen.G's a little bit more keen.
Ah, just inherently?
Yeah.
Their top laner?
He seems pretty keen.
Yeah, he is pretty keen. He's been keen for a while.
Okay, this is kind of the problem with this bot lane matchup is...
Bad puns?
Not specifically.
Ah.
But you're going to get poked out heavily, and the only real recourse is finding an engage. But there's some worrying things about the 2v2. So aiming's taking cleanse, which... a lot of value from that at level 6. But without the barrier, it means that when you go for those heavy trades, Gen.G are going to win even harder than they already were. See, aiming gets poked out there. That might be in a situation where he would have just popped barrier to soak the damage. You don't have that option. And on top of that, no ignite from Effort lowers the kill pressure as well. So already they're on the back foot. I don't think this is going to change anytime soon. There's like a moderate amount of burst between these two, but you're not going to one-shot Ruler and Duro from full HP, and then they'll just run you down with the slows from the Ashe, with the flurry. This is not a fun time in this lane.
Certainly not looking like it, as at least aiming is getting some value with his phosphorus bomb, but as we can see...
Missed that cannon. That's something at least.
Yeah, there we go. The positives. We're focusing. As Ruler is probably going to grab the first plate here on the very first crash, and that is going to put them ahead by a decent chunk. Yeah, after the first few moments. Like, we're only level 2. And already, Gen.G are starting to really put the pressure on. Cuz is also pathing topside. So that is going to mean that the good times are not going to begin for quite some time. BDD, though, is going to be a source of power here. As Chovy, first Galio of the season, but we know that Chovy's Galio is notoriously massive win rate at the moment.
Yeah, we do see him go the... Oh, that is a tough loss streak.
That is a spread of players.
It really is.
7 out of 10 have played it and lost.
Yeah. Everyone's still trying it and they're not working out.
Oh dear. Effort didn't want to miss that one. Dura drops the beat, and Ruler able to do a lot of work here as Effort is going to try and go in, but it's Canyon that's moving down. The Trundle is coming up the lane, but Effort's going to have to flash, and the beat drop is still going to connect, even Dustbringer, and that's the cue to finish them off. Dura with first blood, and Cuz is just like, please, just wait a little bit longer. As he is going to be able to interrupt Canyon's back here, aiming with a bit of damage, has stuck around, but Canyon will survive as he just wanders on away.
Yeah, doesn't flash, holds confident he can get the fear off and get away. So this lane, I expect to be pretty heavily favored towards the Cassiopeia. That was
just
not
teleported.
Pretty heavily favored to the Cassiopeia. And yes, BDD just teleported and lost all that help. That is...
I thought that that was going to be like a play that would be made by Chovy while, like, you know, he hadn't teleported yet. But no. Okay, what happened here though, Ox? It was a miss on the hook.
Yeah, the Dredge Line missed, but even if it hit, aiming's low mana. I just don't think you can kill them, and if you aren't killing them, this is what happens. They run you down, you get a little bit of extra help from Canyon, and the execute damage from Duro on the Q. It's one of these lanes where you feel frustrated because you're playing a Nautilus, you want to engage, you want to find the angle. Sometimes there just isn't an angle. And as I said before, I think the summoner spells didn't really help them out in this situation, so they have been put on the back foot here. I also want to mention Chovy's gone the Storm Raider's Surge, which did get buffed on this patch. More speed and a bit of extra duration. I think of all the champions, Galio can be pretty good at just dealing a burst of damage of someone's HP.
And then utilizing the movement speed quite effectively.
It will kind of depend how much damage he builds and how fed he gets. I'm certain he'll build Rocket Belt at some point.
Yeah.
This is Chovy.
I imagine it might be item number 1. You can see he does have an Null Magic Mantle, but it's okay. That can be Merc Treads, and then he can build Dash Cannon.
Yeah. I mean, it depends whether he wants to go more AP heavy or be a bit more bulky. We often see that the MR Sunfire item, I forget what it's called.
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah. First item on the Galio for wave clear and just that bit of resistances into some of the tougher matchups. For now, though, we see Canyon starting up the Dragon.
Chovy getting pressured here.
But this is how I normally expect the lane to go.
Yeah, exactly. This hook is going to connect as Cuz moving forward. Canyon, unperturbed, will just be staying on this Drake, but maybe he's going to lose it. There's the flash in, steals the Drake away, and now Canyon, that spell shield did nothing. He is just going to die, aiming, delivered a kill, and KT, their first kill of the series, and it's early on in game number 2.
Big reward there. Cuz able to get that kill, able to pick up the Dragon and the Scuttle Crab. He's in a fantastic position, considering a bit of a slow start for KT in the bot lane in particular. Now looking for Chovy, he's so low.
Oh dear, there is the Subjugate, and yeah, he's just going to go down. Cuz able to pick it up even after the flash. And that is multiple wins all over the map here for KT.
That's the start you need. And they see Canyon on it, they see him low. The fact he pillars him away from the Dragon, because the Dragon's health was low enough that one auto and a smite would have secured it for Canyon, but he pillars him, separates him from the Dragon. Beautiful pillar placement. And then here as well, gets the bite off, can't flash auto attacks.
Yeah.
So just some beautiful play. Honestly, okay, here's my spiel, right?
All right, please, spiel me.
People think of Trundle as a pretty straightforward champion, and he mostly is. As Keen nearly gets one shot. Wow. But there's one thing with Trundle is the pillar placement. If you're precise with it, you can get like just massive airtime if they're close to the center of the pillar. And I feel like when you see pristine pillar placement, it's such a hard thing to do when people are moving around. You can interrupt dashes with it, which is crazy, not easy to do. So
it's the same as a Nivea wall, right? Like any terrain placement can be used like that.
Yeah, and the thing is, so I think Trundle has a low skill floor, but I think the skill ceiling is so high, because if you were just like flawless with these pillars, you'd be on another level. And Cuz demonstrating that with the divide for Canyon and the Dragon.
I mean, we did have Trundle support for exactly that reason. The only thing Trundle support did was pillar.
Yeah. Would you believe I was a Trundle support enjoyer back in the day?
I would absolutely believe it, because everyone had to be, because everyone had to play it. It was pretty common, and we can see why with Cuz's play. That is going to put KT in a very good position, almost 1,000 gold in the lead, but they're not out of the woods just yet. That's the problem with facing down this comp that Gen.G have put together. They hit level 6s and things like this. They can overload side lanes in the blink of an eye. And so KT need to be so careful about where they decide to engage. And maybe just kill Chovy first before you go for it, as BDD is looking to do.
Chovy got that one good trade. Didn't really change the state of the lane.
Oh dear, he got yelled at as the Twin Fang is going to come on through. Justice Punch moves you closer to the bad guys for a few moments, and that is enough moments for BDD to get a solo kill against Chovy and grab the plates. That's going to be 1,000 gold lead here for Cassio earlier on in the game, and we've seen Cassio bans throughout the day, and you can see why. As the hook comes down, the observers don't even want to watch, because they were worried about what was going to happen. As it turns out, it's just a disengage.
Yeah.
All right, Jonas.
Still hard to find the angle, and the Nautilus staying in melee range against the CC that Ruler and Dura have now is dangerous. But this mid lane matchup, BDD getting the solo kill was beautifully played, but this was kind of my concerns with taking the Galio into the Cassiopeia. As soon as she gets the mana pool, she has the DPS to cut through even a bulky target like this. And so the pressure was always going to be there from BDD. That's no surprise. But the angle he catches with the ultimate, he waits for Chovy to push up to turn, gets the ultimate. As he's going for the Q, locked in the animation, and just finishes him off. Pretty well played.
Beautifully done. Baits him with the minion wave.
It's irresistible for
Chovy. Honestly, he's found his weakness, and he is pressing. So really well played. 1-0-1 for the Casio, 1-0-1 for the Trundle as well. The KT mid jungle is something that we've spoken about ad nauseum, and it is looking real good here in this game.
You know, regarding the Vayne, I feel like Keen's had some rough Vayne performances over his time. I feel like there's a lot of picks that Keen has played that I've just only had good things to say about, and he's had such a wide champion pool, such a diverse range of styles. But the Vayne has been one where he's had some games that haven't really gone his way, but he did have a recent one this season, which did go pretty favorably, which I think has sort of rebuilt that confidence to pick it. So far, though, I mean, this isn't a lane that sort of shines as much as some others for the Vayne, but I was thinking that maybe post 6, you have potential all-in angles with the ultimate. So far, Perfect doing pretty well in the matchup. We saw that earlier trade that went favorably, but he's ahead in farm and hasn't given any windows to Keen to make use of that exhaust. You gotta remember as well, Perfect's gone the Storm Raider Surge. A squishy champion like a Vayne, you can easily proc it and just run away.
Yeah, or run her down, which is another option that he might have. KT looking for an angle here as the Drake has spawned. Two pretty exciting first Drakes, as we have the Hextech into Infernal. The likelihood of a Chemtech Dragon again is quite high, or an Ocean, not necessarily the most enthralling, but there still could be a Cloud Soul, so it could be saved.
That's the problem when you see the early Hextech Infernal, is the chance of getting a weaker soul is about 50-50 now.
Yeah.
And KT haven't put the priority on the Dragons. Would love to see something strong here.
Well, the arrow is going to fly on through. There's the Encore catching two as well as the beat drop comes down, and there's the heroic entrance. The Dragon's stolen away, but it's still PDD with a lot of damage. Does manage to lock down one, but the rest of Gen.G are getting the work done. The Winds of War coming down, but aiming is free hitting. Duro is dead, and Chovy just has to vacate. It's a 2 for 3 in favor of KT, but at least Gen.G get a steal. And if Chovy survives, which he will, it's only Effort, and Effort may even die as the Colossal Smash is likely to come on through. Effort? Well, the Winds of War are going to come on through there. There's the flash, and you cannot flash the auto attack. And Chovy knows that very, very well as he takes down Effort.
So it ends up being a 3 for 3, but it's Gen.G securing the Dragon Steel. With how this fight started, I thought this was just going to be Gen.G cleaning up. But a big factor was aiming just free hitting the whole time. So the engage comes in, Duo with the follow-up, and Canyon as well. This CC chain onto this Cassiopeia and Trundle is pretty devastating. Because survives a while because of the King's Tribute from coming in from the Dragon, and then it's still aiming free hitting on the side though.
Yeah.
And he's just getting the damage down, was able to pick up the bot lane off Gen.G, and then this play,
Effort's just like, aiming, come and get the kill, buddy. Aiming's like,
already back.
He's
the gold
in the bottom lane.
He's not missing his chances. Effort gets punished there. Flash is a little late as well. All in all, despite the Dragon Steel and the impressive engage from Gen.G,
Ruler may die. As the anchor is going to go wide.
The pillar also blocks for him, so it helps him out in some regard. But the gold that was given over, 3-0-1 now for aiming, and he was on the back foot for a lot of the laning phase, is now in a pretty prime position. Oh, the dash misses.
Paranoia does come on through, but unfortunately, the terrain is in a pretty awkward spot. And Biddy is going to be absolutely fine for now. The rest of the cavalry are showing up as Cuz gets in there and fine. What the heck? How did he get past the pillar? And the Petrifying Gaze lands as well onto the Nocturne. The Seraphine's just dead to a Corki as Keen is flashing in to see what he can get done here. But I have a feeling it's going to be a one-way flash as Cuz will be able to just lay the club down and take out the Vayne. And in the meantime, Perfect will take the first turret of the game.
Perfectly happy with how this has panned out. He's getting a lot of gold. Oh, they might look for a Ruler. No, he's away.
He's fine.
So, I do have an explanation.
Please.
For what happened, and we'll see it when the footage comes up. But essentially, Cuz's pillar, or the little outhouse, is pretty small.
It is. It's a kennel. It's a kennel, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah. It's where Aiming's Corgi sits. As Beat Drop comes through, gets both of the summoners out of aiming here in combination with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. And Perfect is just flashing in. He goes to the skies. He walks past the Encore. He's backstage against Gen.G, and he'll pick up a double.
Beautifully set up there by Perfect. And this has kind of become his hallmark, finding times to roam down, set up plays when he has the priority, delivers a kill to his teammates, and cleans up one himself. He's very generous, sharing with the rest of his team. But a 4,000 gold lead now for KT. With how game one went, this series could have just felt doomed, but they're able to bounce back in a massive way. So the play going on mid happens in the meantime, but they just kind of one-shot, aiming one-shots Duro here. Not much you can do. This is the play later that we just had, where aiming is able to dodge away from the CC. And then Perfect has found this window to come in, and he gets behind the Encore, knocks a Seraphine in, kills the Ashe.
Oh, counter engage. Opportunity here for KT is already Gen.G doing a lot of work. They take down BDD first, and now Keen. It is the final hour. They're looking to lock down Cuz, and he gets caught by Duro. And that is the Vayne locking down her second of the game. Gen.G not going to go down without a fight, as that gold lead is almost halved.
It's been non-stop action in this game, and Gen.G finding a way back in, finding an angle to punish with the Vayne.
More than a kill a minute in a Gen.G series is not what I was expecting.
Okay, Keen is very dead.
He's extraordinarily dead.
I don't even know if the ult was needed, but you know what? Why not?
Well, he just wants to make things interesting for those who are Vayne spotting today.
We've got a replay of this fight starting out. The ult dodged away by Keen there, hiding out of the miasma, able to tumble and get more damage down. And at this point, Cuz and Effort, no, they just don't have the damage to follow through on this fight. The root from Duro, though, sniping Cuz there, pretty beautiful. And then here's the payment. Here is the tribute. You get the pop off a little bit, and then the Vayne gets squished like a bug.
Yeah. Wasn't a whole lot that he was able to do there. And still, 2,000 gold is the lead that Perfect has just by himself against that Vayne on the top side. KT still in a pretty commanding position here in this game. And the Drake is now live. It looks like Canyon might just be able to take this one. KT not very interested in the Ocean Soul.
Not the highest priority, that's for sure. And it's only a second dragon.
Yep, Rift Herald going to be more on their minds. That looks to be what they are going to take down, because only just starting it up now. But the Trundle, very, very happy to just hit a Rift Herald for a little while and get all of his health back when she dies.
We're approaching a point where aiming is really going to be online. Has that Mirror Mana already. It's not stacked quite, but he's going to be super strong. BDD as well. 7 stacks on the Rod of Ages, and the Seraphs is almost completed stacking. So both the mid and AD carry for KT going to really be online in just a few moments.
Yeah, not to mention Perfect is already extraordinarily fed. They're going to take this turret down in the mid lane, and that is the entire outer ring now just destroyed. Ruler gets poked down to half health before anything's even really happened, and they're looking to continue this siege. The triple grubs, this time being wielded by KT, working out beautifully here at 17.5 minutes, as Keen will get a tower in the bottom lane. Nicely done.
Something at least to take away from this, but KT just putting down so much pressure, making use of the Herald. And when you compare the value achieved by that Herald versus the second dragon, the Ocean Dragon for Gen.G, very clear that KT came out pretty far ahead on the back of that.
And I like the fact that KT gave something up and took something elsewhere instead, you know? We saw in game number 1, they were just looking to take fights wherever Gen.G were. This time around, looking to play it smart around the map. And it's a better look for them as BDD comes up towards the top lane to clear this one out. And will be able to do so. Does get the transformation on his Seraphs. Aiming, like you said, very, very close, like 30 stacks away from the Mirror Mana. And a little bit further away is Perfect, but he'll get there pretty soon as well. As Keen, he will relentlessly push side lanes. That is what this Vayne is going to do. I just don't know whether it's going to be a better experience as this game goes on or not, as Perfect is very, very strong.
Oh, he is. I feel like we have a lot of Jace games this season where it just hasn't really delivered, hasn't really popped off in a meaningful way. Now we're getting the Jace really coming out ahead. And you got to remember, Gen.G could have gone for the K'Sante.
Or anything.
I think they deemed it. They were like, look, are we going to lack damage if we go K'Sante with the Galio Nocturne? But now they just have a massive disadvantage in the top lane, which isn't much better than lacking damage, because
yeah,
you're just behind.
All right, now 2.5 minutes on the Dragon. We do have some milling about in this bottom side river. I don't think there's any reason to really fight for anything at the moment, as unless you just want to get some preemptive banana brush vision, which is what KT are going to do now.
I mean, getting control, contesting camps, definitely worth doing. Ooh.
Anchor from Effort doesn't get on top of Canyon there. Holds onto the depth charge though for now. As Chovy is scanning for threats, and there are a lot in this game. As the Baron is now going to join us in 10 seconds time as he swims on over. Arrow. Okay. Goes through the acceleration gate, kind of like getting a goal.
Yeah. Doesn't get accelerated though.
No.
But just fly away.
That would be a funny interaction if you could even like accelerate other things and even your opponent's things.
Oh, if it wasn't limited to like the Jace queue.
Yeah.
Imagine how broken support Jace would be.
Oh, it'd be so good though.
Oh, that'd be obscene.
Trundle was a support just for one ability. Why can't Jace be a support just for one ability?
I'm certain he could.
The super mega fast Enchanted Crystal Arrow, as Duro is going to get yelled at, but actually manages to run away.
Okay, survives. Scary situation with the snake. And now, Duro's the one who wants to be setting up vision, getting the wards down. Going to be difficult for him to approach it. I mean, they bodyguard him. He gets a control ward down. But look at the DPS already on the Baron. They will pull away. They don't want to risk it. Canyon can very easily get into the pit.
They get the teleport
at this point.
Teleport from Keen going to be used, so KT
That's a
do get
really
something
long
from it.
cooldown as well, because he doesn't have the base teleport. He has exhaust.
Oh yeah.
So his TP is super long cooldown.
Now just going to be moving back up towards the top lane, actually joining Chovy, which is an interesting one. Chovy is probably just going to go for a bit of a reset. As never mind, it's Chovy going for a reset. He's going to take the wave. And Canyon does complete his Stride Breaker, so 2 items are now done for the Nocturne. And Gen.G with a little bit of respite as KT went for a reset themselves. But still, a whole lot of vision for everyone on this Baron for now. And the gold lead has not really changed very much at all over the last 10 minutes, which I guess you could say is a good thing for Gen.G, as they're going to look to take some of this Crystalline Overgrowth down. And, oh, never mind. They're just going to destroy this inner turret. And now there's a teleport from Chovy to his death, possibly. He is relatively tanky and does have his dash cannon now. So at least that's going to help him survive. Keen finishes off this outer turret, but they lose an inner, so the trade is up for KT.
Yeah, so Gen.G leant towards the top side of the map, got some vision down there, and got this turret, thinking that, hey, KT are going to take the Dragon. Not much we can do about it. We also already have 2. It's fine. But that resulted in a situation where KT just went, fine, we'll just take a tower too. We'll take an inner and then move on to the Dragon. And the thing is, they're okay spending that much time on the bot side of the map because there's just not much risk of Gen.G starting up the Baron. Getting trapped in that pit would be an absolute death sentence. So ends up being a trade of towers and KT pick up their second Dragon.
Oh, Arrow going to connect here onto Perfect as he flashes away from Chovy. Not wanting to mess around at all with that one. I appreciate it, but it was a cute little play there from the Ashe.
I think fishing with the Ashe Arrow, definitely a good way of getting back into the game. But obviously, every time you don't land it, that's a period of time you're going to have to go without it. That's it. If you're not able to make the play, get the kill. The flash, at least, is something to pick up on, so that's a positive.
Might be able to make a play against a Jace in a side lane, perhaps?
Yeah, definitely an angle with a Nocturne. That's a viable strategy. Right now, though, KT is setting up vision around the Baron area, and they can honestly just poke on the back of the Corki and the Jace. They are moving Perfect over, and they're clearing out a lot of this vision that Gen.G worked so hard to put down.
Yeah, and they haven't actually found this ward in the red pit as well, so they're going to see Canyon moving over. They do get the Scryer's Orb down, as this Baron going down lower and lower. Gen.G are all grouped up, and it looks like KT, they don't want to risk this as the Baron almost fully resets, but Gen.G are actually just going to pick up the aggro. And now the Miasma is down, no tumbling for Yukine as he walks off, flashes away, and will be able to get himself to relative safety. Now the Baron belongs to KT, as they're the ones that hold on to the aggro. As the arrow back off cooldown, hits the Jace one more time. No flash on him, and he's taken out. Ruler going to grab that kill as they go 1 for 1. And the jungler is now dead, cuz now just backing away. 4 versus 4 here. But without Perfect, I feel like KT lose so much of their firepower.
They definitely do, but Gen.G without a jungler have to be really cautious. They don't give up too much space around the Baron. You can see Chovy, he's fishing here.
Oh,
Well, that's very aggressive.
wow, yeah, that was certainly an aggressive move. Flashes out of the way of the anchor. Cuz is there with a pillar though. Keen shows himself. Let's see whether Chovy can actually escape as the heroic exit is denied. There's a Nautilus. He has all the CC he could ever want. And with Canyon dead for another 8 seconds time, Chovy now freshly taken out. No ulti, no teleport. This could just be a free Baron over to KT unless Gen.G can find some absolute heroism.
Yes.
But I don't think it's going to happen. Let's see whether they can find it as a bunch of buttons are pressed and Cuz just lines it up and puts it in.
Canyon didn't even have ult, so just no way he can get there in time. A big mistake from Chovy, if I'm being honest. Didn't expect to see that many people there, and on the Galio, you just cannot escape from a Cassiopeia who's running you down. Keen gets caught by the miasma. BDD making a huge impact there. And in the ensuing play, Gen.G are like, he is a flashless Jace, we can target him. It's good arrow from Ruler, but look how quickly the damage comes down on the Canyon in reverse. Just gets shredded. This is kind of the strength of KT's composition. Someone dives in, you focus them down so quickly. And then here, Chovy didn't think there was as many people here. And you could tell this caught him off guard. The BDD was there just to put damage down. He flashes the dredge line. But the ult gets stopped, but you can tell he's a bit panicked because he ults Keen, which means he would have moved about 2.5 meters.
Yeah.
Even if it'd gone off.
And for those unfamiliar with metric terms, that's not very far.
Yeah. That is definitely not very
Just to go on with a conversation from the previous series. Yes, it's not very far at all. KT now setting up for a bit of a siege, utilizing their Baron as the arrow this time not going to find Perfect. Yeah, 3 out of 3, not gonna happen. As Perfect manages to dodge that one. The inner turret going to fall in this top lane. That is the entire inner ring removed. Gen.G, I mean, they are still pretty scary if they can land everything. We saw around that dragon fight in the very early game that Duro managed to hit that huge encore and really did turn the fight around. But it just feels like the damage is starting to lack. And KT in a really commanding position right now.
It's also a lot of the damage from Gen.G is auto-attackers, and it's so hard to auto-attack against a team with a Trundle, a Nautilus, a Cassiopeia. You know, you're walking up to get autos down. If you're in a miasma, good luck.
Yeah. It's a bit of a dangerous game, as Gen.G will at least be able to defend their inhibitor turrets somewhat. I mean, 1 plate remaining on that top lane one. Chovy here to clear things out. And this is going to have to be a real hunkering down if Gen.G are going to get a victory here in this game. KT are in such a good position.
Yep. Dragon up soon. Still not sold for KT. So it's not the end of the world. That's something that I think really has favored Gen.G, is they got those 2 early dragons. And it is an Ocean Soul, so it's not a huge concern. If it was 4 dragons for KT, we could have seen Elder now. But they're actually looking to contest this. This feels risky.
Yeah, Chovy is making his way down. If they get a heroic entrance play with Canyon, then maybe there's going to be an option here, as it's going to have to be soon by the looks of things, as the kennel does come on through. The rest of the follow-up from KT is not quite there. BDD slithers over now. So they get information with the Hawk Shot. Perfect on that angle, but that, oh my goodness. Duro's health bar just gets halved as the arrow is going to sail by BDD. Chovy looks to go in, but they're a little bit split with the decision. Paranoia goes down, and it looks like Gen.G will just cut their losses.
The correct call. I don't hate the Gen.G fished for a play there. I think if you found the right angle, then go for it, absolutely. But I am so glad that they were willing to drop the dragon. It's a 3rd dragon, it's an Ocean Soul. It's really not worth losing the game over. So they fish, they don't find a bite, and they just back away. It's a correct decision, I would say, in this situation, and a decision that some of our teams really struggle to make.
Yeah, in fact, it was a struggle for KT to make it in the previous game. They have since learned, and it has been to their betterment, as we can see with that 4.5k gold lead that they are representing right now. The other issue is that this composition feels pretty evergreen as the game goes on. Cassiopeia going to be doing so much damage. Zhonya's now in BDD's back pocket, not to mention that they're the team that have the engage support, which feels so much better when you're outside of the laning phase. Effort can just line up a target to take them down.
I mean, one of the big issues is that KT have so many threats, so even if you connect some of these high-impact ultimates onto... Say, I mean, BDD's not even a good target because he has Zhonya's, but say you connect these high-impact ults onto Perfect, you know BDD and aiming are going to be right there, ready to just make you pay for it. And disengaging after getting a kill is so hard against the speed and slows of the Cassiopeia, the pillar for the Trundle. That's really what KT's composition is designed to do. If you dive in on these longer range poke threats or the Cassiopeia, you will pay for it. You will pay in blood for taking out our squishy carries.
And right now they're just trying to defend their inhibitor turrets, as that will be at least that wave taken away. Perfect not quite able to get autos down, but Keen trying to get some work done in a side lane. Does have that very long cooldown of the teleport back up and available, and is now taking some plates down. So that is something. Gen.G just need to buy as much time as possible, and I don't think they're going to be saving this inhibitor turret. This inhibitor likely to fall down as well, as Keen still committing to the play. And he will be able to clear out this wave and look to finish off the inner turret before coming back home. They do take the inhibitor, though, as the answer.
They get the inhibitor, but how much more can they really get? And also, how much more are Gen.G going to play for Keen in the side lane? It looks like they're not going to try and stop recalls. To be fair, he was taking that tower pretty slowly. I don't think he could look for an end or anything. There's a lot of tools from Gen.G to actually stop recalls, but I don't think they're going to find much there.
That gold lead that Perfect had, though, has been cut down by a considerable margin.
I mean, Keen's been getting a lot of farm in the side lane.
That's something. Stormrazor is now done, so 3 items are complete for the Vayne. Feeling all right, but I am still feeling like KT are just kind of cruising at this point in time.
I think there's some difficulties with Gen.G approaching KT's composition when it comes to fights, but in terms of the gold advantage, it's only 4,000, and half of that is on Cuz. And I feel like the Trundle in these later fights, it's a lot more about the utility. Like, him having 3 items and being able to chomp people is nice, don't get me wrong, but I feel like the Trundle's value as like a bruiser has fallen off a little bit as the game has gone on. So, if there's a 2k gold lead on aiming, it would be...
Yeah, how much gold did that pillar cost?
Yeah.
Not very much.
Like, if you had that 2k lead on aiming, it could be a different story, but I think Gen.G still in with a fighting chance here. Now, KT trying to set up a play.
Yeah, another pillar does go down as Dura a little bit separated from his team, as both 80 carries now potentially in trouble as Effort looks for an engage angle. Oh, just barely misses. Even the dead turret, like if you had got in range of a depth charge.
You know what? I'll say I would have flashed.
Oh, Chovy actually able to get some Crystalline Overgrowth, and Ruler puts together his Infinity Edge as well.
Collapsing on a Chovy. This is TP from the Jace.
This is very dangerous as Chovy just trying to get rid of some of the vision here. He does have teleport, he does have flash, but he also has a dash cannon as the arrow is just going to get eaten by the Jace, and they catch the flanker while he's flanking. Oh, the arrow finds a gorgeous encore, and BDD just has to get out of there. The petrifying gaze scares no one, and now it's Keen going ballistic in the backline. BDD goes golden, but sees his death, and it's Chovy that puts him down with a colossal smash, and they can take a Baron, they can take some turrets, they might even look to end the game.
This is what they've been waiting for. One mistake from KT and Gen.G pounce. The Tiger finds its victims, and Gen.G are looking to end the game.
Oh my goodness, KT, the little hyena that was just scratching, you know? And then the Tiger just comes out and destroys them. I don't think Tigers and Hyenas really did very much interacting, but that is absolutely fine. That was more Lions. Never mind, the inhibitor going to be taken down here as Gen.G are looking to continue this siege. Only aiming, I mean, he can deal with these waves relatively well, and Effort is now respawning, but these Nexus turrets are not long for the world. There are 280 carries. They should easily be able to win this game right here, and from the jaws of defeat, Gen.G will snap away the 2-0.
What a game end. You know, we have the near-perfect game 1 from Gen.G, and then a game that will frustrate KT and their fans for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
One of the biggest throws we've seen since the last time KT threw when it was against T1.
Oh, no.
It happens sometimes. They fall victim to
It wasn't quite a 15k gold lead or something like that, Orcs. You don't do it to him like that.
It felt pretty rough. Gen.G, just the willingness to, on a dime, just turn and find that play. So decisive, and it ends up paying off for them.
And now, this season, Keen 2-0 on the Vayne. Not even close to losing in either instance. Although actually played out the later stages of that one very, very effectively. Living in that side lane, making sure that he was pulling KT around the map, and the flank angle that worked so well for Perfect in the beginnings of this game then came back to bite him. the fact that he walked straight into that arrow thinking that they caught Chovy out of position just doesn't quite work, as Duro just gives us the thumbs up, walks away, and some big congratulations for him. Honestly, the heroism from that guy, the Dragon Fight encore, absolutely fantastic, and then the encore to finish off the game.
I mean, that was such
well.
a good ult. We're going to get to see it again in the highlights. This was such a strong early game from KT, able to really shut Canyon out of the match, able to put them on the back foot, immediately solo killing Chovy. Something we often don't see, Chovy getting solo killed. But the momentum just continued. Even this, which looked like that big engage, Duro with the follow-up, that play that felt so impactful, but aiming just free hitting, able to turn it around.
Yeah, and KT, throughout this entire game, they were getting a lot back, even with the plays that Gen.G made that were good, that were honestly few and far between. This was just a game held onto by KT the entire time. And unfortunately, Gen.G just waited long enough to even things out. They were able to claim enough money around the map, get Keen strong enough to where he can threaten side lanes. And then this was that winning moment where it felt like Chovy was the one getting caught out.
Yeah. They're calling for the chase, they get the arrow, the follow-up is there. He's flashing to his team, the support, and that ult from Duro. And then Keen jumps in immediately. And actually uses the stealth to avoid the Nautilus ult.
Yeah, and also manages to get the Zhonyas out of BDD. He's not doing any DPS. He was also extraordinarily low to begin with, but even then, the Zhonyas doesn't do anything at all. And now Gen.G just discussing whether or not they can end the game.
The interaction with the Nautilus ult is if you lose vision of a target, it can actually like cancel, you get the cooldown back, but Effort was spamming it on Keen, and he kept getting cancelled. He's like trying to knock up this Vayne, peel for his backline, wasn't able to do so. And now they're coming, they know they're going to go for the end. This is that opportunity they found, TPing the Galio in on full HP.
Yeah, just calling to take down these towers and finish this game off. And the taunt from the Galio actually kind of massive, stopping aiming from being able to hit any of the minions or anything like that. Makes sure that they can take down those Nexus turrets so comfortably and no messing around, no killing them as they spawn. Gen.G just needed to put an end to that game. Oh my goodness.
So tragic. This one, you know what, you can add it to the rest.
Yeah.
For KT.
Yeah.
This one, take a picture of it, put it into the photo album. Oh man.
And try to never look at it again.
You know what? You gotta laugh because I think otherwise you'd probably just cry.
Yeah. Ruler did a lot of damage in that game and did manage to pick up the player of the match. I think largely for the Jin performance. His Jin was out of control in
I will say as well, some of their engages, I mean that final play came off his arrow. He had some bigger arrows there, so but I think the Jin, for me, his role wasn't the traditional AD carry, I'm just doing all this DPS. It was about the setup and like the deadly flourishes and the arrows were really huge across this series.
Yeah. So Ruler actually having a fantastic one. I don't know whether I would have voted for him. I think Duro had a great series. I think that Chovy also had a good bounce back in the second game, but his rise was brilliant in game number one. Keen as well is always just good, although the Vayne is a hard vote. And Canyon had a really good series on the Neferia especially.
Yeah, I think often with Gen.G, it can be a little bit tricky deciding who to vote for. I imagine we'll have a bit of a split vote, especially since this one was the crushing game one, where everyone was playing well, and then the game two, which was a hectic rush to end, and everyone's like, oh man, I have to POM. I was expecting the game three, I expected more time.
I was expecting that to mean that Chovy just gets it, no matter what, because default Chovy is normally the thing. But
the solo death may be sticking in people's minds, but he did turn around, as you said, and helping find the play onto the Jace in the end.
Yeah, worked relatively well, going for a flank that then turned into a winning the game because they thought that they'd killed him. It's just a classic Chovy, but let's throw it over to the interview with Ruler.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Ruler on the side of Gen.G, who just got a clean 2-0 and reached third place. a tied third place. You got your proper revenge for that round 1 loss to KT, and it must have felt especially thrilling to break that nexus in game 2. How do you feel? You know, game 2 was not easy, and we weren't really aligned in terms of, you know, our team, and it was quite difficult, but I'm just really happy that we were able to come back from it. And last time, against T1, you had a pretty legendary match where you suffered a tough loss, but you guys put on a solid performance, and you even earned a POM, so what did you look to improve? I think we were quite unstable in terms of a lot of different aspects, like the laning phase. So it just was a reminder for us to continue putting effort into, you know, trying to refine our performance. And game 1 was a perfect 17-0 kill score, and Gen.G absolutely dominated. So when was the tipping point? I think it was really, honestly, from the very beginning, we were just able to steamroll our opponent. And so, what do you think? What kind of play did you do well? I think, honestly, it's just that my teammates were able to play really well, and they had a really good performance, so all credits to them. And in game 2, it was honestly very tough. So even while behind, how much did you believe that a comeback was possible? I think it was really for us to really go for and engage with my ult. There was really no other angle, and you know, any champion that overextended like the Jace, you know, just trying to cut him off. Someone who doesn't have enough tenacity. I think that was really what was the key to coming back in this game. And you know, Jace was TPing in here, and they were actually pretty split. So because we were grouped pretty well, and it actually created a really good angle for the ult to connect with Duro as well, and you know, it was really good. And we actually made the shot call to just end after that. And because we were coming back from such a big gold gap, we just had to end it right then and there. And with the win today, you guys reached 3rd place. And looking at your standings, there may be some fierce competition for 2nd place. So what is your mindset for the remaining matches? Now, I know that we are not looking as stable, but we are putting in so much effort so that we can continue improving. So please continue supporting us. And anything you would like to say to your fans? You know, I always say the same thing, but thank you so much for your support. You know, thank you and thank you again. And that is all from Ruler, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. As wow, that was a pretty banger end to game number 2. Pretty much just absolute cinema there as Gen.G from behind. I mean, they weren't miles behind, but it was looking really dire. And then just one big team fight, they're able to take the game back and take the 2-0 away from KT Rolster.
Wouldn't you call it a classic Gen.G though at this point?
Yeah, but you know, like before we talk about that one, like I was telling you, you know, when you were so sure about the game 3, I was like, nah, you know, just hold my beer, man. Gen.G can bounce back. Like, they have the Seraphine. And, like, he was like, nah, but I think KT can just win easily. But you see?
I see how it works. So now you call me out, right? Like, I was like, yeah, Gen.G classic. And this is like, no, you didn't say that. You liar.
He's getting revenge for the first match.
Definitely. But yeah, I mean, you proved me, Gen.G rather proved me wrong. They did bounce back. It was amazing.
It was very nice. I think if you're a Gen.G fan, you know, you probably were feeling pretty nervous about that game number 2. KT can be a strong team sometimes, nowadays at least, as their form is a little bit up and down. Let's take a look at the votes here. As you guys win for Duro, you do see that a couple other guys there, KRX and One Media did go for Duro. 1 vote for Chovy from Soup. And then Viencast went for Keen, interestingly enough.
I mean, I think Ruler definitely deserved the vote, like POM here. I think at the game 1 Jin especially, he literally just solo killed the bot lane 2v2. I mean, Duro helped him a little bit, but I think it was mainly Ruler hitting all the skill shots by himself. And also the second game, his arrow made the winning point right there. So I think I can clearly see that Ruler getting POM, but also like we just have some votes on for Duro as well. So
the thing is that Duro was part of it always, right?
Oh yeah,
Duro was always part of it. Maybe not the arrow. The last arrow was like Chovy kind of baiting it and maybe perfecting a little bit too deep. But I feel like without Ruler, I suppose you would never really see it. Backbone of Gen.G Duro. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought Duro was there. I thought his karma was really clean. I think he did everything he could in team fights. And then the Seraphine ults, man, they were like the 3-man ult to end the game. Like, come on, that was our Duro.
Yeah. For sure. I 100% agree. And you know, Duro just wants to go home early. That's how I felt, you know, like, nah, just end the game 2, just go home early, and yeah, that's all, you know. I'm happy that he's sending us home early, so pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like especially...
Time up, let's go. That's for us. We chose him.
He's leaving so fast.
Yeah, he's going home so fast indeed, yeah.
See ya, nerds.
That was actually really funny. I'm glad we got that highlight. And yeah, it really does feel that way, as with a Deadly Flourish, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow finds its target to win the series. He's referring
Hogs is so cheesy, man.
He really is. He's just cheese master. Deadly Flourish obviously is Jin, which he played in game 1, and then the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. So he worked in the Jin ability name into his talking about the final play there. So at least a little bit creative, even if a little bit cheesy. So I'll give Ox that. What other comments do we have? What other comments do we have here on the Korean side? Perfect in lane, vision control, and engages. So Goko's with you guys.
I am with Gogo as well, yes. We are absolutely with Gogo. At least somebody, you see, I feel like support role is often unappreciated because they just don't make these highlights unless they play, I know, Rel and they get a 5-man combo. I really feel like Duro did everything he had to do in this series. What are you telling me to just keep talking or not?
No, it's good, it's good.
I'll stop talking.
Because you're praising support, so I feel so happy. Because I'm a support player too. Because like
a jungler, I can appreciate a good support.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And I'm sure Ox appreciates it too. Hashtag justice for supports. Even though he didn't vote for him today. Skill shots landed exactly where they needed to. That's very true. I mean, the Jin play obviously was very hyped. That kind of like got the ball rolling in game number 1. And then obviously the arrow at the end of game number 2 to help them win the game as well. So shout out to Helios. Ruler definitely a good one there. Any other comments? Deadly Flourish, Curtain Call, and Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Wait, what?
Is this Ox's?
Oh, I think it's Ox's.
Did they like collaborate on this?
I suppose every caster really likes to praise the skill shots.
I guess.
So I guess you have to hit skill shots.
Wait, they are totally same.
Totally the same.
Both are the same.
But how? How did that happen though? That's actually insane. Maybe like I gotta do the fact check later on. But it's really the same palm that they put. So, all right. Ox and Pony. Wow.
Okay.
Welcome back, Ruler. Damn.
I mean, I don't know.
That does mean that Ruler woke up from a slumber.
I guess.
His first play of the match.
I think so too. Yeah. Like finally, this is the Ruler that we wanted. You know, winning the lane and controlling the game by himself with the control 80 carries. You know, so I'm happy to see him back.
But I feel like Ruler was always that really consistent player in team fights. Maybe the laning phase was his issue this year or
yeah, probably because of the laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair. This was his first palm of the season, so nice to have him back regardless. Do we have any other comments? I think that was probably the last one. So, guys, we do want to go ahead and take a look at that final fight once again, because that really, I mean, Gen.G were on the back foot big time, and yet one big final fight here in the highlight just led to them actually winning the game.
Absolutely, and you can see that the TP comes in and they are trying to catch Chovy. Chovy is so greedy, he even clears that trinket ward, and he gets away with his Storm Surge, and then the arrow from our player of the match, Ruler, he catches the Jace. Jace flashes out, it's too late, and Duro, my MVP right there!
The R flash into Galio ulti, man, and them chasing down Keen as a Vayne. He just jumps onto the back line and he clears all the target. Oh man, this was just a magical team fight that you can have. Like when you think about like the situation that they have, they were so behind. We keep saying that, oh man, it's unwinnable. We gotta prepare for game 3, but they did it.
Yeah.
They did it.
That's
Yeah,
that's what happens when like every player is on the same page and every player is like really mechanically insane and can pull the trigger without them, somebody calling it. We could see that the arrow came in, that Chovy was peeled, that Duro flashed in as well, that Keen did his highlight play, diving onto BDD to kill him. Beautiful.
And I do feel like that was one of the only ways they were actually going to win that game. Someone getting kind of caught out. You had an arrow, you have the Seraphine. Like, these are these tools that allow the Vayne to kind of get into a wonky fight that's really broken up and really get into the back line. So they made it happen. And, if I'm perfect, and the guys on KT probably going to be thinking about this one quite a lot for a while, as they had a chance to maybe come back here against Gen.G as they did against HLE last week. But guys, let's take a look at the standings now, as Gen.G has taken the victory and KT take the loss. So they're still ahead in terms of series score, but Gen.G, same amount of losses and a better game score.
Oh yeah, I think it's still really hard to tell who's gonna win this LCK though. Like I think when also you gotta think about the road to MSI. The top 6 right now in the LCK is really stacked. Like all the teams. What do you mean?
Well, I feel like DK and Bros.
Come on, bro.
Okay, but top 6, you say top. Wait, Digon is not here. And besides, he's not a Bro leaver anymore, right? He was a fraud. Everybody knows he was a fraud.
That's true, yeah. What is the real believer?
Yeah, all right. I mean, I still think, like every team can win against every single team. So it's really fun. And also, finally, the Gen.G is back. But the second game was also like the hero plays as well. So it was just full of entertainment.
Yeah, and top 2 as well for Road to MSI. Very important. So Gen.G trying to break into that. D plus Kia up against BNK Fear X will be our Saturday showdown tomorrow. And then fighting for Lolly Night will be Nongshim and Hamalife Esports.
So you're going to be at the Saturday showdown pre-show. What do you think about this matchup, like DK versus him?
Well, I feel like actually with Tay on BFX is playing much, much better, right? So I'm really enjoying it. And I feel like they actually have a fighting chance against DK. It's very hard to predict who's going to win, right? The brain is telling me DK, the heart is telling me a little bit BFX.
Yeah, I think especially, D plus Kia, they got that win over Bro, and I think they looked pretty good doing it. Like, Bro is actually a pretty strong team, a pretty decent team at least you can give them, so I would have to favor D plus Kia as well. We're done for today. It was a pretty quick day. Any final thoughts from you guys?
Well, I'm just so happy that we are having Jankos here, because like it's really good to see my old good friend here around. And like I just enjoy it too much, like it's always like really enjoyable like with you.
Well, thank you for the kind words. Thank you, LCK, for having me. You guys welcomed me so nicely, and I'm really grateful for everybody involved to make it so easy on me on my first day. And thank you to all the fans for enjoying the show with us.
Yeah, absolutely. It was great to have you, Jankos, and Wadid as well. And he's going to be on tomorrow as well for the Saturday Showdown, as we mentioned before. So thanks for watching, guys, and we'll see you tomorrow for Saturday Showdown.
내 폭풍이 뭡니다.
새롭게 태어난 디플러스기아는 뭔가 혈이 뚫린 것처럼 무너져도 일어나는 법을 아네요. 태윤이? 와, 태윤이! 더블 킬! 아니, QX 진짜 여우들이 돌아왔나요?
중요한 건 두 팀이 같이 손잡고 갈 수가 없어요.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.